Chapter 2376. The three first-rate forces threatened Guru Purple Moon, and the latter had no choice but to agree. "All right, a little wager will do," Guru Purple Moon said. Although he had cultivated to the profound Chi realm in just a few years with the inheritance of the Shadow Moon ancestor. But in front of these three veteran, profound Chi realm experts, he was not confident. "If my Black World sect loses, we will hand over the Xiaohe realm battle array formation." The Black World sect master said indifferently, "My Jin clan will bet with our sect's secret technique." Guru Purple Moon's heart trembled. This was a trap from beginning to end. But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. "Guru Purple Moon, what will you bet?" The Jin clan patriarch asked. Guru Purple Moon, we have all taken out our sect's secret technique. If you don't take out something good, you can't show your sincerity." The Black World sect master's words were full of threat. "If I lose, I will hand over the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's hundreds of years of inheritance." Guru Purple Moon gritted his teeth. "Ha ha ha, great." North of Kanglan District, the void door flashed, and one by one, cultivators appeared from Kanglan Castle. "We're finally out." Many cultivators were overjoyed. They finally came out from the gates of hell. They bade farewell to each other and quickly left. Hishan also cupped his fists at Fong Qin and said, "Brother Fong, I can't thank you enough. If you need anything, just ask." Fong Qin nodded lightly. Hishan left. Before Yu Manlu left, Fairy Yu Hua's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Fong Qin for a long time. Several times she opened her mouth and looked like she wanted to say something, but in the end, she gave up. Before leaving, Fairy Yu Hua's beautiful face smiled brightly and then left. "I wonder how the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is doing." After entering Kanglan Castle for 3 to 4 years, the harvest was not small. It was time to return to the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. A few days later, Fong Qin came to the foot of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. "The atmosphere is very heavy. What happened?" As soon as he stepped into the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, he felt countless powerful auras. So many people. What are they doing here? Fong Qin frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. At this moment, a voice sounded in his mind. It was Zhen Yuanzi's voice. Voila! With a thought, Fong Qin arrived at the clouds in the void. "Senior Zhen Yuanzi." Fong Qin cupped his fists. "How is it?" Zhen Yuanzi asked. He knew that Fong Qin had entered Kanglan Castle. "Not bad, right?" Fong Qin asked. "Senior, what happened in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect?" Fong Qin's face darkened after Zhen Yuanzi told him that the three sect had threatened Guru Purple Moon. The three great sect has a good plan. "Don't worry, I won't forget what I promised you. If the Shadow Moon Immortal sect is in danger, I will step in," said Zhen Yuanzi. Fong Qin nodded as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Shadow Moon Immortal sect inside the sect leader's palace. "Sect leader, the three great sect obviously came for our sect's inheritance. How could you agree to their request?" "Yeah, the three great sect has countless absolute saints. We can't fight them at all, let alone profound heaven cultivators." The elders were very anxious. The three great sect had come prepared. How could the Shadow Moon Immortal sect resist them? "How about the 9 of you fight absolute saints?" Guru Purple Moon shook her head. The arrow was already on the bow. Sect leader. Just as the crowd was panicking, Fong Qin entered the palace. "Don't you know that this is the sect leader's palace?" The purple-robed elder was about to reprimand him when he suddenly realized that it was Fong Qin. Why are you back?" "Elder Fong, you're back? Elder Fong, have you come out of Kanglan Castle?" Guru Purple Moon's eyes lit up when he saw Fong Qin. "Sect leader, the trip to Kanglan Castle is over. I just returned to the sect, and I heard that the Jin Clan Blackworld sect and Black Cliff sect came to invade. Fang Chen asked. Guru Purple Moon's face was filled with helplessness. Sect leader, can you give me a spot for the absolute saints? Fang Chen asked. You. Guru Purple Moon clearly did not believe that Fang Chen had the ability to resist a Saint Realm expert. His gaze fell on Fang Chen, and only then did he realize that the latter had already stepped into Earth Expansion Realm Advanced Stage. You broke through? I was lucky. It shouldn't be a problem for me to fight absolute saints. Fang Chen said calmly, his voice filled with confidence. Guru Purple Moon wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided to give Fang Chen a spot. All right, I believe that Elder Fang isn't a reckless person. I'll leave the absolute saints battles to you. Guru Purple Moon said. There are 9 spots for absolute saints. As long as we can win 5 of them, we'll win. In the afternoon, the battle between the 4 sect officially began. As the host, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect was naturally the first to fight. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived at the martial arts arena. He looked around, and finally his gaze landed on the 3 experts on the main platform. Guru Purple Moon, is there no one else in your sect? What's the point of sending an Earth opening realm cultivator? That's right. If you don't have anyone, you can just admit defeat. Is there even a need to fight? The 3 experts' faces were filled with disdain. They looked down on Fang Chen. Kanglin Castle had only opened in the morning, so the 3 experts didn't know anything about it. They also didn't know what had happened in Kanglin Castle, so they didn't know that the person in front of them had killed the 5 tigers of Kanglin and shocked the experts on the saint ranking. 27 absolute saints from the 3 sect. Come at me together. Fang Chen ignored the mockery of the 3 experts and said indifferently, What? Guru Purple Moon was shocked. She felt that Elder Fang was messing around. Elder Fang, don't be rash. That's right. Elder Fang, this battle is very important. Don't be rash. Several elders from the Shadow Moon Immortal sect tried to persuade Fang Chen. They thought that he was provoked by the 3 experts. Humph! How can someone like him be an elder of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect? What a joke! An Earth-opening realm cultivator dares to challenge all the absolute saints from the 3 sect? Is he tired of living? Since he's so arrogant, let my Jin clan take the lead. The leader of the Jin clan smiled and said, Jin Hao, you go. The tall and sturdy Jin Hao leaped onto the martial arts practice stage. Brat, you're too arrogant. Jin Hao pointed at Fang Chen and said in a deep voice, You're too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Since you think I'm too weak, I'll beat you until you acknowledge me. As soon as he said that, Fang Chen attacked. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chen attacking without any explanation, Jin Hao roared angrily. He circulated all the strength in his body and punched out. Dong! The 2 fists collided and a figure flew out. They thought that Jin Hao could easily crush Fang Chen. Who would have thought that Jin Hao would be sent flying with 1 punch? Fang Chen retracted his fist and looked at the leader of the Jin clan. Is this enough? What's the big deal about defeating Jin Hao? You're just relying on brute force. The leader of the Jin clan shook his head and said disdainfully. Another person came up from the Jin clan's area. This person was stronger than Jin Hao. However, he was still no match for Fang Chen. Boom! 1 punch, another punch. The people of the Jin clan were sent flying. Below the stage, there was an uproar. Countless martial artists stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Even the 3 powerhouses on the rostrum frowned slightly. Looking at the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's area, the disciples were all excited. Ha ha ha! Elder Fang is too strong. His iron fists are invincible among the saints of the Jin clan. Many disciples praised Fang Chen. On the stage, Fang Chen looked at the leader of the Jin clan. Don't waste time. The saints of the Jin clan are no match for me. If you want the result to be suspenseful, then all the saints of the three clans can come at me together. Arrogant, very arrogant. There had never been an Earth Expansion realm martial artist who dared to be so arrogant. Excluding the 2 from the Jin clan, there were a total of 25 saints from the 3 clans. Even the 5 tigers of Kanglin, who were at the top of the saint rankings, wouldn't dare to challenge so many saints at the same time. Moreover, these saints were all old monsters who had cultivated for a long time. Although they weren't as strong as those at the top of the saint rankings, they had many tricks up their sleeves. Chapter 2377. Humph, you're just an Earth Expansion realm cultivator. If I can't even deal with you, how can my Jin clan survive in the Kanglin district? The Jin clan's members were enraged. The strongest elder of the Jin clan stepped onto the stage to fight with Fong Qin. Still not giving up? Fong Qin sneered and punched out. Boom! Without any suspense, a terrifying fist light flashed across the sky and sent the Jin clan's elder flying. Dong! The square was dead silent. Only the breeze in the air rustled. Defeated. The Jin clan's leader stood up. He could have guessed that the 2 elders would be defeated. However, he was the most powerful elder in the Jin family aside from Jin Xiaoyang. Is this kid's physical strength so strong? The Jin clan's leader's eyes flashed, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. He looked at the other 2 and laughed. Ha ha ha! As expected of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, to be able to cultivate such a powerful elder. Since this elder looks down on our 3 sects, then we'll do as you say. The remaining 24 Saint Realm martial artists will attack together. I'd like to see how you're going to block us. I hope your strength is as strong as your mouth, the Black World sect's leader said. What a pity. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect will have 1 less elder. The Black Cliff sect's leader also laughed. On the stage, Fong Qin grinned. Finally, you can't hold it in anymore. The 3 elders' intentions were clear. They saw that Fong Qin's potential was too strong, so they wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate him. But unfortunately, they were wrong. Purple Moon was a little anxious. No matter how strong Fong Qin was, he was still an Earth Expansion realm cultivator. How could he block the attacks of 24 saints? What should we do? Purple Moon anxiously paced back and forth. Sect leader, Elder Fong must have obtained some powerful inheritance from the trip to the Kanglin castle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. The purple-robed elder said in a low voice. Even the strongest elder of the Jin clan couldn't block Elder Fong's punch. Maybe Elder Fong is really confident. At this point, the purple-robed elder couldn't help but laugh. If Elder Fong was really able to suppress the absolute Saint Realm cultivators of the 3 sects, then the Shadow Moon Immortal sect would most likely be able to win this competition. Haha, the Shadow Moon Immortal sect's chance to rise is here. The purple-robed elder was secretly delighted. On the martial arts stage, Fong Qin was surrounded by 24 absolute Saint Realm elders. Kid, you're too arrogant. Attack. A vast aura spread out. 24 absolute Saint Realm martial artists attacked at lightning speed. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The attacks of an absolute saint were extremely strong, let alone 24 of them. Kill. In the middle of the 24 saints of the 24 immortal sect. Every time he threw a punch, a person would be sent flying. In the blink of an eye, 5 people had been sent flying by him. On the rostrum, the Jin family head's face was extremely gloomy. They had underestimated Fong Qin's strength. This guy's movement technique is very strange, the Jin family head said coldly. His strength and movement technique are so strange. He must have received the inheritance of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, the Black World sect head said. This time, we must get it at all costs. Only the Black Cliff sect head remained silent. Boom! When Fong Qin punched for the 10th time, he finally felt some pressure. At this time, there were only 14 people left on the stage. Everyone attacked together. Don't give him any chance. The leader shouted in a low voice, and the others followed closely behind, launching the most ferocious attacks. Seeing this, Fang Chen retracted his fist and opened his palm, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Shura sword technique. Fang Chen shouted. Suddenly, a bright sword light shot out. The saints closest to Fang Chen didn't even have time to dodge, and his body was pierced. Puchi. After the sword light pierced through this person's body, it continued to stab a few more Saint Realm martial artists before dissipating in the void. Everyone was shocked by this sword. How is this possible? The Jin family patriarch, the Black World sect master, and the Black Cliff sect master shot to their feet, their dark eyes fixed on Fang Chen. What sword technique is this? Why is it so fierce? Damn it! How can this guy be so strong? Even if we are in the same realm, we can't use this kind of power. The three of them thought. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already used 6 moves of the Shura sword technique. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Sword chi surged into the sky. Puchi. The remaining dozen or so people collapsed on their own without being attacked. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Sword chi revolved around the martial arts practice stage as figures were sent flying out one after another. Whoosh! The Shadow Moon Immortal sect was shocked. 1 man and 1 sword defeating 24 absolute Saint Realm experts? And this person was an Earth Expansion Realm cultivator? How did he do it? Genius. This was the only word that came to everyone's mind. Even the Jin family head and the other 2 had to admit that Fang Chen's potential surpassed all of them. Even in the Kanglin district, such a monstrous talent was enough to rank first on the Saint ranking. Based on his combat strength, even the 5 Tigers of Kanglin, who are ranked in the top 5 on the Saint ranking, are no match for him. Damn it, Guru Purple Moon is really lucky. We lost. The 3 experts returned to their seats. Their pitch-black eyes flickered with a shocking murderous intent. My Shadow Moon Immortal sect won by a fluke, Guru Purple Moon said with a smile. Your Shadow Moon Immortal sect is lucky to have such a genius. We 3 sect admit defeat. This is just the beginning. The Mystic Heaven Realm is the highlight. Just as the 4 experts were talking on the main stage, suddenly a furious roar was heard. How dare you hurt my son? Die! Wang! A violent energy swept across the entire stage. The Jin family's Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator attacked in anger to avenge his son, who was severely injured by Fang Chen. Not good. When Guru Purple Moon saw this, she cursed inwardly. At the same time, her figure flashed, wanting to block it. Stop! Guru Purple Moon shouted angrily, but he was a step too late. He didn't expect the Jin family to attack Fang Chen without any regard for their reputation. That was a profound god expert. No matter how strong Fang Chen was, he was only at the chaotic sky god level. Be careful! Guru Purple Moon shouted, hoping that Fang Chen could dodge. Die! In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the Jin family's Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator was already in front of Fang Chen. He gathered all his strength and punched Fang Chen. Dong! The violent energy rushed toward Fang Chen. The 1,000 sword domain was pushed to the extreme and slightly reduced the Jin family's Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator speed. However, the opponent was too strong and broke through the seal. Bang! Fang Chen's body flew backward. Thump! Thump! Below the arena, Fang Chen tried his best to stabilize his body. His feet crushed the stone slabs on the ground. One could imagine how powerful this attack was. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes stared at the Jin family's Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator. Stop! The Jin family's Mystic Heaven Realm cultivator didn't have a chance. Guru Purple Moon appeared and suppressed him. Bang! Guru Purple Moon sent him flying with a palm. She then said angrily, "The dignified Jean family actually did such a shameless thing?" The Jean family's patriarch stood up and spread his hands. Guru Purple Moon, Elder Jin's son, was severely injured by your Shadow Moon Immortal Sect's elder. He wanted to avenge his son in a hurry. This is his subjective idea and has nothing to do with the Jean family. Elder Jean, quickly go back, the Jean family's patriarch said in a deep voice. On the surface, he said this, but in fact he felt a little regretful. That kid's body was strong to such an extent that he could withstand the attack of a mystic heaven realm elder. Is the Jean family not going to give the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect an explanation? Guru Purple Moon didn't give up. Guru Purple Moon, that kid is fine, right? Don't go too far. Let's end it here. The mystic heaven realm's sparring hasn't started yet. Upon hearing this, Purple Moon laughed out of anger. Did they think the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect had no one? If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by the Jean family's elder. But now, the three powerhouses were acting like this. Guru Purple Moon looked at the three powerhouses and said, "Today, you must give Elder Fong an explanation. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2378. The potential that Fong Qin had shown was too strong. He was so strong that the Jean clan master and the others felt their hearts palpitate. They desperately wanted to kill Fong Qin. However, they had no reason to attack. They needed an excuse. The Jean clan master was secretly delighted when he saw his profound heaven realm elder attack. But who would have thought that he would only retreat a few steps after taking the profound heaven realm elder's attack? This made the Jean family's patriarch's heart shake. Was Fong Qin really a late-stage Earth realm cultivator? How could he have such heaven-defying combat strength? Esteemed Purple Moon, Elder Jean only attacked in a moment of desperation. Why don't we ask him to apologize? The Jean clan master's eyes flickered. That's right, esteemed Purple Moon. Our three sects came to the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect as honored guests. Is this how you treat honored guests? Highest Sect Master said. The Black World Sect Master smiled and looked at esteemed Purple Moon. The three of them were using the power of the three sects to show esteemed Purple Moon their power. Humph, if you are an honored guest, I, esteemed Purple Moon, will naturally treat you with respect. But if you have evil intentions, my Shadow Moon Immortal Sect will not welcome you. Esteemed Purple Moon snorted and said in a deep voice, "Purple Moon, you've gone too far." The Jean clan master's face gradually darkened. He waved his hand, and a thick wave of air condensed in the void. This wave of air contained terrifying power. Are you trying to force my Jean clan? The Jean clan master bared his fangs and said coldly. At the same time, the other two experts also released their powerful auras. You, esteemed Purple Moon, was furious and was about to attack. Fong Qin looked at all of this coldly. Unknowingly, he appeared behind esteemed Purple Moon and gently pressed on her shoulder. Don't be rash. Esteemed Purple Moon suppressed the impulse in her heart and looked coldly at the three experts. I've long heard that esteemed Purple Moon has obtained the inheritance of our ancestor. Today, I'd like to see it for myself. My Black World sect also wants to see esteemed Purple Moon skills. Purple Moon, you asked for it. The three experts shed all pretenses of cordiality and prepared to deal with Reverend Purple Moon. Have you finally revealed your true colors? Purple Moon was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Sect Master, don't worry. They won't be able to do anything. Fong Qin said calmly as he looked up into the sky. In an instant, an extremely powerful force emerged from the three experts. With a low shout, they rushed toward Guru Purple Moon at the same time. However, as soon as they crossed the center of the martial arts practice platform, something strange happened. Rumble! A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the blue sky. This bolt of lightning contained a terrifying pressure. It ignored the defenses of the three experts and struck them directly. Retreat. When the three powerful beings saw this, their hearts skipped a beat as they retreated continuously. By the time they steadied themselves, their clothes were already in tatters. They looked at the void of space with fear, but found nothing. Could it be that there's an expert behind the Shadow Moon celestial sect? The patriarch of the Jean family felt a ripple of emotion in his heart. As an expert of the profound Chi realm, he could naturally feel the powerful force contained in that bolt of lightning. The three of them looked at each other, then took a deep breath and looked at Reverend Purple Moon. Reverend Purple Moon, today's battle ends here. See you later. With that, the experts of the three sect left in a mighty manner. Reverend Purple Moon was stunned on the martial arts practice platform. Her heart was in turmoil. The entire Shadow Moon celestial sect was completely shaken. The entire square was in an uproar. Has the ancestor shown himself? Many disciples were cheering loudly. Only Feng Qin was calm. He had expected Jin Yuanzi to make a move. He looked up into the sky and grinned. The clouds in the sky flickered as if responding to him. After this battle, the three sect wouldn't dare to set their sights on the Shadow Moon celestial sect for a while. At night, Feng Chen and Reverend Purple Moon chatted through the night in the sect master's palace. Early the next morning, when Purple Moon walked out of the sect master's palace, her face was full of smiles. After learning about Zhan Yuanzi, she was more confident in the Shadow Moon celestial sect's development. Even if the three sect joined forces, she wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention, there was still a monstrous elder like Feng Qin. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the entire Kanglin district like a storm. Kanglin Castle opened, and all disciples of the sect returned. Feng Qin had single-handedly killed the 5 tigers of Kanglin at the peak of Kanglin Mountain, making a name for himself. After this battle, he'd successfully climbed to the top of the Saint rankings, becoming the new #1. When the news spread, the entire Kanglin district was in an uproar, especially when the news reached the Jean family. The Jean family's patriarch's heart was in turmoil. It was no wonder that Feng Qin was able to suppress more than 20 absolute Saint stage cultivators with his Earth expansion realm cultivation base. It was unbelievable. He was the strongest primal chaos god in the history of the Kanglin district and even the innate world. Even the profound god-level powerhouses of the various sects were constantly praising him. The 5 tigers of Kanglin represented the pinnacle of primal chaos gods. Even a profound heaven cultivator wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. However, an earthly expansion cultivator had done it. Not only had he killed the 5 tigers of Kanglin, but he'd also obtained Reverend Kanglin's inheritance. This caused even more commotion in the Kanglin district. Black World Sect. Bang! The sect master of the Black World Sect smashed a palace with a punch, his face filled with anger. Is the news true? The Black World Sect Master asked coldly. Sect Master, I've heard it from the surviving disciples of other sect. The news is absolutely true, an elder whispered in disbelief. The Great Dark World Battle Formation was the battle formation that the Black World Sect was proud of. If it wasn't for the Great Dark World Battle Formation, the Black World Sect would have been reduced to a second-rate force. But now, Feng Qin had destroyed the battle formation of the Black World Sect. Feng Qin must die, otherwise the Black World Sect will be in danger. After a long while, the sect master of the Black World Sect said in a deep voice, his eyes emitting terrifying killing intent. At the same time, the people of the Black Cliff sect were furious. All the disciples of their sect were killed, especially the most outstanding one, Yashan, who was killed by Feng Qin. Soon, news spread that everyone from the Jin clan who had entered the Kanglin castle had also died at the hands of Feng Qin. Among them was the future hope of the Jin clan, Jin Shaoyang, who had also died at the hands of Fang Qin. The news spread one after another, shocking the entire Kanglan district. Everyone was talking about Fang Qin in the streets and alleys. Who was he to be able to do such an earth-shattering thing? Of course, some people were happy while others were sad. For example, Yu Manlu and the faction behind Hishan. After learning about Fang Qin's abnormal potential from their juniors, they made a decision to recruit Fang Qin at all costs. Even if they failed, they had to make friends with him. A dragon among men like him would definitely achieve great things in the future. His stage was no longer the Kanglan district or the innate world, but the vast starry sky. He killed the 5 tigers of Kanglan with his earth expansion realm cultivation and obtained the inheritance of Reverend Kanglan. It won't take long for him to reach the profound god realm. Yu Manlu's face was filled with shock as he sighed continuously. He's a profound god who's not even 100 years old. A profound god who is 100 years old was an incredible thing even in the chaos void. At least in the history of the Kanglan district. There hadn't been one for tens of billions of years. Fang Qin's appearance broke the peace of the Kanglan district. Pass down my order. From today onwards, Fairy Yu Hua will be the next sect master of Yu Manlu and will also be my last disciple. Her mission is simple. That is to make friends with Fang Qin. She can't sever this relationship. Because of Fang Qin, Fairy Yu Hua's fate had changed dramatically. Even she didn't expect such a monstrous genius to exist in the world. The faction behind Hishan also had a high opinion of Fang Qin, the chosen one. The significance of these words was very significant. The chosen one meant that he was a cultivation genius chosen by the heavens. Such a person should soar above the 9 heavens. The starry sky and the vast chaos void were his stage. Hishan was also told to keep in touch with Fang Qin as much as possible. When necessary, he could provide any help to Fang Qin. Chapter 2379. He was invincible among the celestial beings. It had been tens of billions of years since such a genius had appeared in the Kanglan district. If the ancient families and sect of the stellar skies knew about it, they would definitely try to rope him in. The death of the 5 tigers of Kanglan, the destruction of the battle formation of the Big Dark World, the massacre of the experts on the Saint ranking, and the inheritance of Reverend Kanglan. These were enough to make Fang Qin's name known in the Kanglan district. The master of the Jin clan, the sect master of the Black World, and the sect master of the Black Cliff sect gathered together again. The 3 of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. Fang Qin's potential was beyond their expectations. This kid's potential is too strong. We can't let him live, the sect master of the Black Cliff sect said. In fact, the people of the Black Cliff sect didn't die at the hands of Fang Qin. They were all killed by He Xiao and the others. Unfortunately, the only elder who managed to escape also died in the Kanglan castle. This also caused the sect master of the Black Cliff sect to view Fang Qin as an enemy. Our 3 sects have painstakingly prepared for countless years for the sake of the Kanglan castle. Yet in the end it was all ruined by an Earth Expansion Realm fellow. We can't possibly repay this grudge, the Black World sect leader said. Among the 3, the sect master of the Black World hated Fang Qin the most and wanted to kill him the most. This was because Fang Qin knew how to break the battle formation of the Big Dark World. If news of this spread, the Black World sect would face the toughest test in history. This wasn't something the Black World sect wanted to see. But you saw it that day. The Shadow Moon Immortal sect should be guarded by experts. We can't act blindly, or we'll have to pay the price, the master of the Jin clan said. He was one of the few experts who could remain calm. Then what should we do? Should we just give up? The sect master of the Black World sect said unwillingly, "This kid's potential is so strong. Once he enters the saint stage, won't he be able to fight against the profound heaven stage? Once he enters the profound God stage, Even the three of us will be threatened. That's right. What made them want to kill Fang Qin was the heaven-defying potential of the Black Cliff sect. The three powerhouses gathered together and discussed for an entire night. It wasn't until the next day that they dispersed. At the same time, they also had a way to deal with the enemy, Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Fang Qin was cleaning up his spoils of war. He had gained a lot from this trip to Kanglin Castle. There were all kinds of precious materials for refining weapons and elixirs, as well as the beast-taming pagoda, the way of controlling weapons, the blue orchid, butterfly cloud hand, and so on. In short, his strength had skyrocketed to the point where he could defeat God Turbid. What Fang Qin needed to do now was to stabilize his cultivation and then take the Flower King elixir to break through to the Saint Realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Chaos still existed in the Kanglin district. On this day, Fang Qin found Jin Yuanzi. I really didn't expect that you would actually cause such a huge disturbance. Zhen Yuanzi said, "There are many Xian gods watching you right now. Once you leave, you'll be killed for sure." No matter how strong Fang Qin was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a profound god. "Senior." Fang Qin cupped his fists and said, "Junior came to find Senior because of this matter." "Oh." Zhen Yuanzi looked at Fang Qin indifferently and said nothing. "I've reached a bottleneck and can't break through for the time being. If I continue to stay in the Kanglin district, I can only hole up in the Shadow Moon Immortal sect. That's not my style. So," after a pause, Fang Qin continued, "I want to leave the Kanglin district and cultivate in a wider area. At the same time, I can avoid the pursuit of many Xian gods." "You want me to help you?" Zhen Yuanzi said. "Kid, you should know that the reason I'm staying here is because I lost a bet with you. I've done enough. Don't push your luck." Zhen Yuanzi's attitude was within Fang Qin's expectations. He took out a book and handed it to Zhen Yuanzi. "Senior, this is some information about formations that I obtained from Venerate Kanglin's inheritance. I hope it'll be useful to you." Zhen Yuanzi took the book. As soon as his gaze landed on the book, his expression changed drastically. A moment later, Zhen Yuanzi's eyes burned with excitement. Zhen Yuanzi was so excited that he couldn't speak. For an elite like him, only the inheritance of the array Dao could attract him. Fang Qin catered to his interest and gave him a portion of Venerate Kanglin's inheritance. "Senior, are you satisfied?" asked Fang Qin. Zhen Yuanzi put away the book and nodded with satisfaction. "Don't worry. I'll use the formation to send you away." "Thank you, Senior." Fang Qin cupped his fists. 3 days later, on the back mountain of the Shadow Moon Immortal sect, Jin Yuanzi set up an enormous formation. This array formation contained a strange aura. Countless array Dao runes flickered continuously. "Senior, what formation is this?" Fang Qin was shocked when he walked into the formation. He had a unique understanding of formations and was also studying the 3,000 scrolls of Formation Dao. However, he couldn't help but exclaim when he sensed the formation aura contained in the formation. "This is a peerless formation from the ancient times, the Sky Palace formation." As the name implied, the Sky Palace formation could traverse the void and the firmament. A complete Sky Palace formation is infinitely powerful and can traverse the 33 skies. However, with my attainments in Formation Dao, I can barely set up a simplified version. "Still, it's enough for you to leave the Kanglin district," explained Zhen Yuanzi. "The Sky Palace formation." Fang Qin's heart trembled. He looked at Zhen Yuanzi with even more awe. "All right, don't waste time. I can't maintain the Sky Palace formation for long," urged Jin Yuanzi. Fang Qin walked to the center of the Sky Palace formation and stood at its center. "When I activate the Sky Palace formation, you'll feel a little uncomfortable. Don't panic. However, you have to be careful. The Sky Palace formation can only determine the general area, not the exact location. You have to be extra careful if you're transported to a dangerous place," warned Jin Yuanzi. Fang Qin nodded and suddenly said, "Senior." Jin Yuanzi waved his hand to stop him. "I know what you want to say. I, Zhen Yuanzi, will not go back on my word. I will ensure the safety of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect for 100 years. Thank you, Senior." Fang Qin cupped his fists in thanks and activated the Sky Palace formation. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the violent origin force in the sky was all sucked into the Sky Palace formation. At this moment, a vision appeared in the sky, alarming the entire Kanglin district. What's that? Judging from the location, it seems to be the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? Is there an abstruse god? What happened in the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect? Many warriors were talking about it. The Jin family patriarch and other experts were also paying close attention to the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Unfortunately, with the strength of their consciousness, they couldn't find out the specific situation. In the end, they all agreed that it was most likely the expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect who was cultivating. Whoosh! Whoosh! Standing in the Sky Palace formation, Jin Yuanzi scanned with his consciousness and found many abstruse gods approaching. Humph! Jin Yuanzi snorted. With a wave of his hand, a violent aura of formation shot down the mountain. At this moment, some of the abstruse gods who were quietly climbing the mountain suddenly felt the violent power coming at them. They instinctively retreated. Thud! 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 At the foot of the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, 7 or 8 abstruse gods staggered. After stabilizing themselves, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. What did it mean that a single aura could force 7 or 8 abstruse gods back? Their hearts trembled, and they quickly left the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect's territory. There's an expert in the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. The news suddenly spread among the 11 first-rate factions. The Jin family patriarch and the others looked gloomy. That expert was much stronger than they'd imagined. What do you think? The Jin family patriarch asked in a low voice. A single aura easily forced 7 or 8 abstruse gods back. Combined with the lightning we encountered earlier, we can be sure that the expert behind the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect is at least in the abstruse star realm, said highest sect master. Abstruse star realm. We can't afford to offend them. Highest sect master lowered his head and sighed. A abstruse star realm expert could make the Free Sky district tremble with a stomp of his foot. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend. That damned Shadow Moon Immortal Sect. Why is there an abstruse star realm expert in charge? The Jin family patriarch was filled with resentment, but he knew that the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect had already grown. Chapter 2380. The Shadow Moon Immortal Sect seemed to have a profound star realm expert, or even stronger. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't imagine that a sect that was about to disband would have an expert behind it. No matter what, the sect that had been plotting against them had already held back and didn't dare to act rashly. Even the Jin family, the Black World sect, and the Black Cliff sect hadn't been able to get anything out of them even after joining forces. The experts of the 3 sect were still staring at the Shadow Moon Immortal Sect, waiting for Fang Qin to appear. However, they didn't know that Fang Qin had already left the sect. The sky-crossing formation was a powerful formation. A complete sky-crossing formation required at least a profound God realm expert to set it up. Although Zhen Yuanzi was strong, he had only set up a corner of it. Therefore, even Zhen Yuanzi himself didn't know where the sky-crossing formation would send Fang Qin. There were a total of 32 districts in the innate realm. Kanglin District was one of them. To the west of Kanglin District was a district called Jianyun District. Jianyun District was about the same size as Kanglin District, and the strength of each sect was about the same. There was an official road at the junction of Jianyun District and Innate District. Although it was an official road, it was extremely desolate. A long time ago, this place had been prosperous and caravans often passed by. However, since the emergence of some bandit groups, they often robbed the passing caravans by relying on their strength and strength. Gradually, Caravans were willing to take a detour rather than take this road. On the desolate official road, a caravan suddenly appeared. At the front of the caravan was a man riding a horse, holding a large flag in his hand. There was a large Ing character printed on the flag. This meant that they were the Ing family's caravan. The martial artists in the caravan were all at the pure sky god level. In the very center, there was a young woman. Her name was Ing Xiao, and beside her were several young men from the Ing family. Miss Xiao, you have already entered the sights of the Zhanlong group. Be careful. A white-haired elder beside Ing Xiao said. He was Elder Ing Shan of the Ing family. Elder Ing Shan, don't worry. No matter what, our Ing family is still a big family in Jianyin district. I don't think the Zhanlong group would dare to rob us. The person who spoke was a handsome man. He was Ing Xiao's cousin, Ing Hua. He was also the most outstanding disciple of the Ing family's younger generation. He'd reached the limit of the absolute saint realm at such a young age. He was arrogant and thought that with his talent, it wouldn't take long for him to reach the Xiantian realm. The many upper echelons of the Ing family felt very helpless about this. This time he chose Ing Hua to escort the caravan because he wanted her to go to the place where all the experts of the innate world gathered, the innate district. Otherwise, with his arrogance, he could only be protected by the Ing family for the rest of his life. Young Master Ing Hua, don't underestimate the Zhanlong group. Elder Ing Shan said. It is said that the Zhanlong group's leader had already stepped into the mysterious heaven realm 10 years ago. If we do, even I won't be able to protect the caravan. Humph, Ing Hua snorted coldly. Buzz. As the caravan moved forward, a terrifying whirlpool suddenly appeared in the blue sky. What's that? Ing Xiao's mouth opened wide as she cried out in surprise. Ing Hua and Elder Ing Shan looked over and suddenly discovered that a black had shot out from the whirlpool and was diving down. Be careful, Elder Ing Shan said in a low voice. At the same time, he released a powerful aura and surrounded the entire caravan. Dong! The black carried a terrifying power and smashed into the ground. Bang! Dust flew up and a huge pit was formed on the ground. At this time, the whirlpool in the sky disappeared. What's going on? Ing Xiao was shocked and asked curiously. It seems that a meteorite fell from the sky, Ing Hua said. No, it's a person. Elder Ing Shan's dark eyes stared at the huge pit in front of the caravan and said in a low voice, What, a person? Ing Xiao asked with her eyes wide open. Let's go and see. Ing Hua took the lead and rushed to the front. Elder Ing Shan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Young Master Ing Hua, be careful. Elder Ing Shan had no choice but to follow closely and come to the front of the huge pit. The ground around the huge pit was scorched. In the middle of the huge pit, there was a martial artist in tattered clothes. This person fell from the whirlpool and fell into a coma. Elder Ing Shan said and felt relieved. If I'm not wrong, this person should have taken the sky crossing array and been teleported here. Ing Hua shook his head and went around the huge pit. He was ready to continue forward. Elder Ing Shan, he is seriously injured. Can we save him? Ing Xiao said in a low voice. Elder Ing Shan was about to speak when Ing Hua spoke first. Ing Xiao, don't forget that our mission is very important. If there is a mistake, can you bear the consequences? But, Ing Xiao said, there is no but. Our Ing family has made great efforts to establish a relationship with the Xiantian district's Hailai family. If we lose this, or because of your mistake, let alone you, even our Ing family, can't bear the anger of the Hailai family. Beside him, Elder Ing Shan also nodded slightly. Ing Xiao was right. The or they were escorting this time was very important. They must deliver it safely to the Hailai family. After saying that, Ing Hua and Elder Ing Shan continued forward. Ing Xiao sighed and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the sound of heavy breathing entered Ing Xiao's ears. Ing Xiao immediately got down from his horse and went to the huge pit. He squatted down and helped the man in tattered clothes up. Are you okay? Ing Xiu asked. Where is this? Fang Qin felt that his body was about to explode. Fortunately, he had the body of 10,000 swords to protect him. Otherwise, he would have fallen apart. At this moment, although he seemed to be in a sorry state and was seriously injured, it was only a flesh wound. If he was given some time, he would be able to recover completely. This is the Array Cloud Path. I am from the Ing family, Ing Xiu said. Array Cloud Path? Fang Chen's eyes were full of doubts. He took a deep breath and sat up slowly. How far is it from here to the Xiantian district? Fang Chen asked. Are you going to the Xiantian district too? Our Ing family is going to. Why don't we go together? After saying that, Ing Xiu happily ordered his men to carry Fang Chen onto the horse. Ing Xiu. Ing Hua's reprimand came. Who allowed you to bring an unknown outsider with you? Ing Hua's handsome face showed a touch of displeasure. Brother Ing Hua, I thought he was a little pitiful, so Ing Xiu lowered his head and said in a low voice, Humph, put him down quickly. Otherwise, I don't mind doing it myself, Ing Hua said coldly. Brother Ing Hua. Ing Xiu wanted to stop him. Elder Ing Shan couldn't stand it anymore. He sighed and said, Young Master Ing Hua, forget it. This person shouldn't be after our Ing family's things. Besides, we are here. Hearing Elder Ing Shan's words, Ing Hua snorted and ignored Ing Xiu. Fang Qin sat on the horse and saw all this. He sighed in his heart. It seems that they don't welcome me. I have to heal my injuries as soon as possible. Fang Qin said in his heart. Then, with a thought, he took out some healing pills from his summer ring. After swallowing them, he felt his complexion improved a lot. Then he closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. 2 hours later, Fang Qin opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. A smile appeared on his face. At this time, Ing Xiu turned her head and stuck out her tongue at Fang Qin. Ha! Fang Qin was also amused by this young girl. He thought of his daughter, Fang Shi. She was about the same age as this young girl in front of him. After going to the Xiantian district, I have to find the way back as soon as possible, Fang Qin said to himself. In front of the carriage, Ing Hua was talking with Elder Ing Shan. Elder Ing Shan, this person's injuries are so serious, but he recovered completely in just 2 hours. What do you think? I've examined him before. His injuries don't seem to be fake. To be able to recover from his injuries in such a short period of time, this is the first time I've seen someone like him, Elder Ing Shan said. His cultivation base is only at the earth-splitting realm, so he shouldn't have any designs on the Ing clan. I'm just afraid that he's hiding his cultivation level, Ing Hua said. Elder Ing Shan shook his head. With the perception of his primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless the other party was a profound heaven realm expert. However, if he was really a profound heaven realm cultivator, there was no need for him to hide his cultivation. He could have just started a massacre. After thinking for a while, Elder Ing Shan turned his head and looked at Fang Qin thoughtfully. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2381. The Ing family team moved forward slowly, getting closer and closer to the innate district. However, Elder Ing Shan and the others were getting more and more nervous. Just as they were about to enter the Zhan Long group's territory, Ing Hua, who was walking at the front, suddenly heard a charming laughter coming from behind. He turned around and saw that Ing Xiu was chatting with Fang Qin. They seemed to be having a good time. Ing Hua was furious. He whipped his horse and came in front of Ing Xiu. Ing Xiu, you're the miss of the Ing family. Watch your words and actions. Ing Hua scolded. Brother Ing Hua, I just said a few words to Mr. Fang. Ing Xiu felt wronged. Ing Hua flung her sleeves and said, Our mission this time is very important. Letting you bring a guy of unknown origin on the road is already very benevolent. But you, on the other hand, are not nervous at all. You are actually chatting and laughing with this guy. Brother Ing Hua, He's Fong Qin from the Kanglin district. Ing Xiu hurriedly explained. No need to say more. Quickly go to the front and lead the way with Elder Ing Shan. I'll keep an eye on this guy. Ing Hua said domineeringly. Then his eyes fell on Fong Qin, and he threatened. Boy, I don't care why you're approaching the Ing family. If I find out that you have other intentions, I'll cut off your head with my own hands. Fong Qin ignored Ing Hua's words and turned to Ing Xiu. Thank you for saving me this time. I, Fong Qin, owe you a favor. Since some people in the Ing family don't like me, I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for Ing Xiu to speak, Fong Qin disappeared on the official road. Ing Xiu, you're getting more and more rebellious. You're the miss of the Ing family. Who knows how many geniuses in the Zhanyun district are interested in you, but you're here talking and laughing with a stranger. Humph, Ing Hua scolded. Ing Xiu lowered her head and stopped talking. Fong Qin's appearance was just a small interlude. After he left, the Ing family team was very quiet. The Zhanlong stage was the only way to the innate district on the Zhanyun Road. This road was also called the Zhanlong Group's world. Many caravans were destroyed by the Zhanlong Group here. In front of the Cloud Formation Avenue, there was a huge blue stone standing on the side of the road. There were 3 big words written on it. Dragon Beheading Platform. As the saying goes, if you want to pass the Dragon Beheading Platform, you have to pay the toll. Although the Zhanlong Group didn't appear often, the Zhanlong stage alone was enough to intimidate many forces. They have entered the Dragon Beheading Platform. Be careful, Elder Ing Shan said with a serious expression. Tell the coachman to speed up so that we can cross the Dragon Beheading Platform as soon as possible. Ing Hua walked up from behind and said with a smile, Elder Ing Shan, aren't you being too cautious? It's just the Zhanlong Group. Even if their leader appears, the Elder and I will be able to fight them together. The Zhanlong Group cannot threaten our Ing family. Glancing at Ing Hua, Elder Ing Shan shook his head. You are too young. You don't know how terrifying the Zhanlong Group is. If Zhanlong's guild leader personally appears, I'm afraid our mission will fail. Elder Ing Shan said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a tremor from the ground. Not good. It's the Zhanlong Group. Seeing this, Elder Ing Shan's expression changed. He roared and whipped his horse, wanting to rush over before the Zhanlong Group arrived. Rumble. Dust rose into the air as a group of pure heaven deities surrounded Elder Ing Shan and the others in an instant. Ha ha ha, it's the Ing family's caravan. This time we can get a big haul. The leader was a man with a scar. He was the vice guild leader of the Zhanlong Group. Scar, you dare to rob our Ing family? Elder Ing Shan said in a deep voice. Humph, what's the Ing family? Even if the Zhao family comes, our Zhanlong Group will rob them. Scar sneered. Elder Ing Shan, what are you afraid of? Let's fight with them. Ing Hua said indifferently, they only have one limit absolute, Saint Realm expert. As for our side, you and I can defeat the Zhanlong Group. Ing Xiu didn't say a word. Her gaze swept across the wasteland, but she didn't find any trace of Fong Qin. Could it be that he was killed by the Zhanlong Group? Ing Xiu thought, Kid, you want to challenge our Zhanlong Group? I can only say that you're too inexperienced. As soon as Scar finished speaking, 2 people walked out from behind him. The aura of these 2 people was extremely powerful. Seeing this, Elder Ing Shan's expression became serious. He whispered to Ing Xiu, Young Master Ing Hua and I will block the Zhanlong Group. You take the caravan and leave immediately. But Ing Xiu wanted to stay and help, but she was rejected by Elder Ing Shan. You're just a guy who just entered the absolute Saint Realm. You'll only die if you stay. You really don't take our Zhanlong Group seriously? Scar was furious. He waved his hand and said, Kill everyone from the Ing family for me. Rumble. A shocking aura rushed over. The battle was about to start. With Scar as the leader, The three people rushed into the Ing family caravan and started a massacre. Your opponent is me. Elder Ing Shan leaped and arrived in front of Dao Ba to stop him. As for Ing Hua, she held a long spear in her hand and fought with another bandit who was at the peak of the absolute Saint Realm. Old man, you're too weak. As soon as Scar made his move, he showed a fierce and overbearing aura. He completely suppressed Elder Ing Shan. A simple attack made the latter's blood boil. How is this possible? After stabilizing his body, Elder Ing Shan cried out. He didn't expect Scar to have 1 foot in the profound heaven realm. You only know now. It's too late. Dao Ba chuckled and immediately said, Old Lu, capture that girl from the Ing family alive and bring her back. Not good. Elder Ing Shan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He fought with Scar with all his might. On the other side, Ing Hua's confidence was greatly damaged. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Ing Hua had always thought that she was invincible in the same realm. But today, she was taught a lesson by the Zhanlong group. Little guy, you dare to fight against my Zhanlong group with this little ability? As he spoke, the Zhanlong group expert stretched out his hand and grabbed at Ing Hua. The latter held a long spear and stabbed it. The long spear spun and ripples appeared, stabbing at the Zhanlong group expert. Kacha! The long spear pierced the Zhanlong group expert's body without any obstruction. Ing Hua was delighted. Are you looking for me? A voice rang out, scaring Ing Hua so much that she panicked. After that, the Zhanlong group expert took advantage of the situation and forced Ing Hua to retreat. As for Ing Xiao, she led the Ing family's caravan and ran quickly. She was about to leave the Zhanlong stage. You can't escape. The absolute Saint Realm expert was extremely fast and caught up with Ing Xiao in the blink of an eye. Stop right there, he shouted in a low voice and suddenly slapped out with his palm. Violent winds and torrential rain howled. Elder Ing Shan's heart was filled with despair. He looked up to the sky and screamed, wanting to save Ing Xiao, but it was useless. As for Ing Hua, even protecting herself was difficult. For a moment, Ing Xiao fell into a desperate situation. Ha ha ha! The person who attacked Ing Xiao laughed as if victory was in his hands. I'll fight it out with you. Ing Xiao knew that she couldn't dodge it, so she stopped and took out a short dagger, stabbing it towards the ball of light that was shooting towards her from the void. You can't block it, the Zhanlong group expert sneered. Even an absolute Saint Realm expert wouldn't dare to face his fist head-on. A mere Ing Xiao couldn't block it. When the fist light enveloped Ing Xiao, all the Ing family disciples were filled with helplessness and sadness. Ing Xiao was finished. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the violent fist aura suddenly exploded. The explosive force completely wrapped around Ing Xiao. Everyone shook their heads, their eyes filled with sorrow. You dare to go against the Zhanlong group. This is the result. The Zhanlong group expert sneered. However, when the smoke dissipated, a shocking scene was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Ing Xiao was hiding in Feng Chen's arms, shivering. How is this possible? The Zhanlong group's people cried out. The Ing family's people also opened their eyes wide and looked at Ing Xiao. Isn't that the person who was saved by Miss Xiao? Why is he here? Was he the one who saved Miss Xiao? An absolute Saint Realm expert's full force attack was blocked by him? Is he a hidden expert? In an instant, discussions broke out and everyone's hearts shook. Even the 4 people who were in the middle of fighting stopped one after another. It's him? For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2382. Ing Hua's eyes were filled with puzzlement. How could an earth-splitting realm martial artist withstand the full force of an ultimate Saint Realm martial artist? Could it be that he has a treasure on him? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that punch. In an instant, a greedy thought appeared in Ing Hua's mind. Kid, who are you? This sudden turn of events made old Lu of the Zhanlong group feel a little surprised. However, he soon calmed down, and when he saw Fong Chen's earth-shattering realm cultivation, he snorted disdainfully. "You dare to stop my Zhanlong group?" Old Lu said fiercely, "I owe her a favor." Fong Chen looked at old Lu expressionlessly. Ying Xiu left Fong Chen's arms, her face flushed red. She lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you for your help. But the other party is the Zhanlong group. They are extremely strong. I heard that there is a mysterious heaven realm leader. You should leave quickly." Fong Chen gently stroked Ying Xiu's head and said, "I said that I owe you a favor. Now is the time to repay it." "Ignorant guy," old Lu sneered. In the distance, Elder Ying Shan said loudly, "Little friend, quickly take Miss Ying Xiu away. My Ying family will reward you greatly." "Want to leave?" "It's not that easy," Scar said. However, Fong Chen's words caused the crowd to be shocked. He waved his hand and said no need. "Miss Ying Xiu is my benefactor. If anyone dares to touch her, they are provoking me, Fong Chen." "So what if they provoke you?" Old Lu said disdainfully. "Try it." Fong Chen's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't put the Zhanlong group in his eyes at all. This made Scar and the other two extremely angry. "Old Lu, deal with this kid." As soon as Scar's voice fell, he started fighting with Elder Ying Shan again. In another area, Ying Hua was beaten back by the Zhanlong group experts. "Kid, you are dead." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Old Lu clenched his fists and his aura surged. He rushed towards Fong Chen. "Too weak." Bang! Fong Chen sent old Lu's body flying with just one punch. Dong! A loud sound rang out, and everyone was shocked. "How is this possible?" Everyone exclaimed in shock. An earth-splitting realm cultivator had actually sent a peak saint stage cultivator flying with a single punch? Could it be that he's the young master of some big family? Immediately, everyone secretly guessed in their hearts. Even Ying Xiu's mouth was agape as her heart trembled. He's that strong? Crawling up from the ground, old Lu raised his head to the sky and roared. His hair was disheveled, and his aura rose to the peak. Anyone could tell that old Lu was ready to kill. "Brat, I want you dead." Old Lu walked towards Fong Chen step by step and said coldly. Fong Chen shook his head. "If you take another step forward, I'll blow your head off." Courting death. Old Lu was provoked by Fong Chen's words. He took a step forward and prepared to attack Fong Chen. Bang! Suddenly, a huge fist appeared in the void and hit old Lu's head. Kacha! Old Lu's body flew backward and smashed into the ground. His head shattered, and his skull was directly sent flying. Ah! A miserable scream rang out as blood flowed out of his head. Old Lu's Yuan spirit left his body and hurriedly fled. Old Lu. Seeing this scene, Scar and the other person gave up on their respective opponents and quickly flew towards old Lu. It's too late. Bang! Another punch completely shattered old Lu's primordial spirit. You killed old Lu? Scar roared in anger. I said that if he takes another step forward, I'll blow his head off. Fong Chen said he provoked me. He deserves to die. You provoked our Zhanlong group. You deserve to die too. Scar and the other person looked at each other, and then the two of them attacked together. Dragon slaying fist, slaying heaven and earth. Dragon slaying fist, slaying all illusions. The two peak saint stage cultivators used the dragon slaying fist. In the sky, a loud dragon roar rang out, and in the next moment, two giant golden dragons roared and arrived. Although they are all peak saints, the 5 tigers of Kanglin are much stronger than you, Fong Chen said softly. He could even kill the 5 tigers of Kanglin, let alone these two people. A pair of iron fists swept in all directions, looking down on the world. Fong Chen stood quietly on the ground, and his body contained an aura that looked down on the world. Bang! The first punch shattered the two giant golden dragons, and then smashed on the Zhan Long Group's martial artist, sending him flying. The second punch struck Dao Ba's body with the force of a thunderbolt. Kacha! With the force of thunder, he defeated a Saint Stage cultivator. On the Cloud Array Avenue, the cold wind rustled, and it was silent. In front of the dragon slaying platform, two dragons crawled on the ground, their bodies trembling. They spat out blood, and their faces were pale. Their eyes were filled with horror as they looked at Fang Qin. How can he be so strong? Not only the two of them, but even Elder Shan and Ying Hua were completely shocked. How can there be such a powerful genius in the world? Could it be that he came from a top family in the innate world? A series of guesses appeared in their minds. Elder Shan was glad that he didn't oppose Xiao and let her save this guy. As for Ying Hua, the pride in her heart was completely shattered. She looked at Fang Qin with jealousy in her eyes. How dare you attack the Ying family's caravan? Kill them all. The three saints were dead, and the other bandits were nothing to be afraid of. Kill! Under the leadership of Elder Shan, they went on a killing spree. In the blink of an eye, they killed all the members of the Zhan Long Group. Let's leave this place quickly. The most terrifying person in the Zhan Long Group was the leader. If he appeared, it would be over. Let's go. Ying Hua's eyes flashed with coldness, and she turned to leave. Rumble. The mighty caravan continued to move forward. After about half an hour, they came to the edge of the dragon's slaying platform and were about to leave this demonic area. Elder Shan, Ying Hua suddenly said, "What's the matter? Our Ying family just came to the dragon's slaying platform, and we were surrounded by the Zhan Long Group. They seem to have set up an ambush here beforehand. How could there be such a coincidence?" Ying Hua said. Hearing this, Elder Shan frowned and said, "Are you suspecting Fang Qin? He left before us. Why is he safe and sound, while the Zhan Long Group attacked us?" Ying Hua said, "He killed the three saints of the Zhan Long Group." Elder Shan said, "Elder Shan, our Ying family is a big family in the Jinyun district. Many people have evil intentions and want to sneak into the Ying family. Maybe this guy used this method to win people's hearts and then gradually infiltrate our Ying family and take over the whole Ying family." Ying Hua said, "Okay, stop talking." Elder Shan scolded. Ying Hua was unwilling to give up, and she rode to Ying Xiu's side. "Kid, what are you up to?" Ying Hua asked. "Brother Ying Hua, what are you talking about?" Ying Xiu asked in confusion. "He just saved our Ying family." "Humph, the world is cold and people are cunning." "Ying Xiu, you are too kind. You don't understand the cruelty of martial arts. I suspect that this person is colluding with the Zhan Long Group." Speaking up to here, Ying Hua's eyes looked straight at Fang Qin. "Kid, tell me your background. Otherwise, I don't mind suppressing you." Fang Qin's eyes were indifferent. He sneered, "Do you have the strength?" "You." Ying Hua was furious. She turned her head and said, "Elder Shan, you saw it too. This kid is arrogant. He is most likely a spy of the Zhan Long Group." "Okay, Ying Hua, stop messing around." Elder Shan frowned and was unhappy. Rumble. Just as the Ying family's team left the Zhan Long stage, a violent wind suddenly blew. The space twisted and stopped everyone from moving forward. Not good, the profound god's aura. Elder Shan shouted and urged the team to move forward quickly. Hoo. However, in the next moment, he felt the aura of death coming. "Leader of the Zhan Long Group, we can't leave." Elder Shan rode on the horse and said in a low voice, "Leader of the Zhan Long Group? Why did he appear?" Ying Hua was also anxious. She resented Fang Qin even more. "I told you that this person is a spy of the Zhan Long Group. You didn't listen. Now he secretly informed the leader of the Zhan Long Group to come." None of us can survive. Hearing that, many people from the Ing family started to have a slight prejudice against Fang Chen. Only Ing Xiao tried her best to explain. It's not like that. Ing Xiao, you don't need to explain. I, Fang Chen, don't need others to tell me what to do. Invincible among the pure sky gods, Fang Chen had the right to be proud. Chapter 2383. You're still so stubborn? Even if I die, I, Yinghua, will kill you. Yinghua angrily rushed towards Fang Chen, but what responded to her was a pair of iron fists. Bang! With your strength, you dare to challenge me? Fang Chen replied indifferently. Rumble! A shocking aura descended from the sky, and a golden figure stepped on the clouds. His aura was disdainful, as if he could conquer the world. Leader of Zhanlong. Seeing this, everyone from the Ing family felt a chill in their hearts. Only Elder Ing Shan tried to use the Ing family to threaten the leader of Zhanlong. Leader of Zhanlong, my Ing family has no grudges with you. Why do you have to force us? Elder Ing Shan said, some of my brothers were killed by your Ing family. Do you think there is no grudge between us? The leader of Zhanlong was wearing a golden armor, looking high and mighty. He was overbearing as he looked down at the Ing family members. This was his territory. Even if you were a dragon crossing the river, you still had to be obedient. The one who killed your Zhanlong members was not my Ing family. It was him. He was the one who killed them. Yinghua, who was lying on the ground, climbed up and pointed at Fang Chen, saying hurriedly, Yinghua. Ing Xiao was very angry and glared at Yinghua, but she was ignored by Yinghua. Even Elder Ing Shan frowned. Yinghua's actions were indeed not right, but he did not say anything. In his eyes, the Ing family was the most important. As for Fang Chen, although he felt guilty, this was Jiang Hu. The leader of Zhanlong looked at Fang Chen with his blood-red eyes. Interesting. The leader of Zhanlong smiled meaningfully and said, leave this kid's life and the Ing family's fleet behind, and you can all get lost. Respected leader of Zhanlong, this brother has some relations with my Ing family. I wonder if you can give him a way out? Elder Ing Shan finally spoke. Die, or agree to my words. The leader of Zhanlong frowned and said, I don't want to repeat myself. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Elder Ing Shan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and agree. Yinghua shouted. Elder, my Ing clan is indebted to him. Could it be that my Ing clan is going to be ungrateful? Ing Xiao argued. Ing Xiao, are you still a disciple of the Ing family? Could it be that you want to watch as the Ing family's people die here? Yinghua berated. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Elder Ing Shan. They were waiting for him to make a decision. Even Fang Chen looked at Elder Ing Shan with interest. Puchi, just as Elder Ing Shan was thinking, a dazzling light shot out. An ordinary disciple of the Ing family was instantly split in half. I don't have much patience. Every 3 seconds I kill a person. Zhanlong, S leader said. Puchi, another person had fallen at the hands of Zhanlong, S leader. After 3 people died in succession, Elder Ing Shan finally made a decision. He looked at Fang Chen apologetically, cupped his fists, and said, the Ing family will never forget little friend's kindness. But he didn't finish his sentence. He endured it and turned his head. My Ing family is willing to accept Zhanlong's request. We will leave now. Scram. Zhanlong's leader said in a deep voice. If it was just the Ing family, he would have already destroyed them. After the news of Dao Ba's death came back, he immediately looked for his acquaintances in the innate realm to investigate. He found out that the Ing family's transaction partner was the Hailai family. Therefore, he changed his mind and let the Ing family live. He let them take the blame. Did you see that? As long as you are strong, your words are orders. Zhanlong's leader said indifferently. After hearing Elder Ing Shan's words, Fang Chen chuckled. His face revealed a cold expression. Brat, my Ing family ended up like this because of you. This time, let's see how you will die. Ing Hua mocked before leaving. I won't leave. I will stay here with you. The Ing family members had almost all left. Suddenly, Ing Xiu stretched out her small hand and held Fong Chen's big hand and said in a low voice, Miss Xiu, don't mess around. Elder Ing Shan's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, If you don't want to leave, then stay. As for the others, get out of my sight. Zhan Long, S. Leader, said. Zhan Long, S. Leader, Miss Ing Xiu is engaged to the young master of the High Life family. For the sake of the High Life family, can you? Before Elder Ing Shan could finish his words, he was sent flying by the Zhan Long's leader. If it wasn't for the sake of the High Life family, you would have died long ago. In the blink of an eye, the Ing family members had disappeared. This was the fickleness of human nature. He had just saved them. Not only were they not grateful, they even abandoned him. Only Ing Xiu in front of him made Fong Qin feel warm in his heart. At any time, at any place, there would be people who were worth making friends with. Ing Xiu was one of them. Aren't you afraid of death? Fong Qin looked at Ing Xiu and asked. Ing Xiu shook her head and said, I am afraid of death. But I can't watch you die because of my Ing family. You have already saved my Ing family once. Ing Xiu was an inexperienced girl. Although she didn't understand the principles, she knew how to repay a favor. I'm sorry. Ing Xiu lowered her head and said in a sad voice. Fong Qin grinned and said, It's okay. You won't die. Pretentious. Seeing that Fong Chen's face didn't show any fear, the Zhan Long leader sneered. Watch as I capture you. Then I'll use true fire to refine you for 81 days and turn you into a pill. Zhan Long, S. Leader, took a step forward. His powerful aura enveloped Fong Qin and Ing Xiu. Wait for me here. Fong Qin patted Ing Xiu's shoulder lightly. Then his figure flashed, and he faced the Zhan Long leader's attack. Shura sword technique. The opponent was a mysterious heaven realm warrior. Fong Qin didn't dare to be careless. The 10,000 sword body was pushed to the extreme. The 10,000 sword domain was also completely released. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and directly used the Shura sword technique. Xiu, a cold light shot out from the hidden star sword and fiercely pierced the Zhan Long leader's palm. Kacha! The Zhan Long leader clenched his fist, and the sword light shattered. Innate soul reversal technique. Fong Chen had already expected this and immediately used the innate soul reversal technique. At the same time, he set up the burning Heaven 9 change formation. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Within the formation, the hidden star sword's powerful aura was instantly exposed. Brat, you're courting death. The Zhan Long leader was furious and crazily roared. However, after feeling the hidden star sword's aura, his eyes widened. That's a top-quality Ling Tian level weapon. Suddenly, the Zhan Long leader's eyes burned as he greedily looked at the hidden star sword. No wonder you dare to go against me. It turns out that you have such a trump card. The Zhan Long leader sneered. He jumped and approached Fong Qin, launching a fierce attack. Shura sword technique, 6th move. Using the top-quality Ling Tian level hidden star sword to display the 6th move of the Shura sword technique, the attack power reached the peak. Xiu! The void shattered, and the sky shattered. The origin energy was like a vast ocean, rushing into the hidden star sword. Fong Qin used the time collapse technique and fiercely slashed. The hidden star sword slashed towards the Zhan Long leader. Puchi! The Zhan Long leader's attack was pierced by the hidden star sword, and his body was forced to retreat. After stabilizing his body, a complicated expression appeared on the Zhan Long leader's face. Damn it! A top-quality Ling Tian level weapon was too powerful. It could allow an earth-opening realm warrior to fight against a mysterious heaven realm warrior. I must get it. Thinking of this, the Zhan Long leader attacked again. However, at this moment, Fong Qin opened his mouth. Zhan Long leader. As he spoke, Fong Qin took out the mysterious heaven cone nail. Between us, there is no need for both of us to be injured. Are you threatening me? The Zhan Long leader sneered. Hiss! A trace of aura was released. Instantly, the Zhan Long leader felt his heart tremble. What is this? A trace of panic flashed across the Zhan Long leader's eyes. He actually felt the arrival of death. Too strong, I can't fight against him. The Zhan Long leader instantly made a decision and said, What do you want? Let's both take a step back. Fong Qin said. Why? Because I have many methods. This is just one of them. Fong Qin said. Zhan Long's leader sank into silence. After a long while, his pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Qin, and he said, All right, I admit defeat this time. You better pray that you don't fall into the hands of Zhan Long's leader. Otherwise, I will make you beg for death. After speaking, the Zhan Long leader retracted his aura and quickly retreated. Chapter 2384. Ying Xiao was in a state of shock from beginning to end. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She had witnessed a miracle. An earth-opening realm warrior, whose cultivation was not as high as hers, had fought against Zhan Long's mysterious heaven realm warrior. Then he had even forced her to retreat. Could an ordinary person do this? Ying Xiao shook her head. It was obviously impossible. Just as Ying Xiao opened her mouth in shock, Fong Qin appeared. At the end of the Cloud Formation Avenue, 100 miles ahead, was the Innate District. The Innate District was the most powerful and the most central district of the innate world. It gathered all the experts of the innate world. Elder Ying Shan's face was filled with helplessness. After all, Ying Xiao was the young miss of the Ying family. Her death was a huge blow to the Ying family. Elder Ying Shan, Ying Xiao asked for it. She can't blame others. Ying Hua had a problem with Ying Xiao, so she took this opportunity to add insult to injury. Elder Ying Shan was silent. Ying Hua continued. Humph. Ying Xiao relied on her status as the daughter of the clan leader to flaunt her strength. In the Cloud Formation District, no one dared to touch her. That's the leader of Zhan Long, the legendary mysterious heaven realm expert. She actually wants to accompany that damned guy to his death. Speaking of Fong Qin, Ying Hua's heart faintly felt a trace of anger. All right, stop talking. We're about to enter the Innate District. The Highlight Clan's experts are already waiting for us. Elder Ying Shan breathed a sigh of relief. After escaping death, he was still afraid. Fortunately, Zhan Long's leader had let them go. Otherwise, they would have died. Damned guy, it's all his fault. Otherwise, how could we have lost our things? Ying Hua cursed in her heart. Then she said to Elder Ying Shan, Elder, this time we lost the ores that Highlight Clan needed. Will they? Seeing Elder Ying Shan's serious face, Ying Hua continued, It's all Ying Xiao's fault. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have provoked Zhan Long and lost the ores. The Highlight Clan is wise. They will definitely think of this and understand our Ying family. Just as they were about to enter the Xiantian zone, the wind suddenly started blowing. Elder Ying Shan's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he told everyone to be more vigilant. Elder Ying Shan, what are you afraid of? This is already the border of the Innate District. I don't think that Zhan Long's leader has the guts to do so. Ying Hua said, there seems to be someone ahead. Elder Ying Shan vaguely saw that there seemed to be a figure in front of him. No. Elder Ying Shan, did you make a mistake? Ying Hua's dark eyes looked ahead, but she couldn't see anything clearly. That's right, someone is approaching. Elder Ying Shan's expression suddenly changed. He released his aura, reminding everyone to get ready for battle. Even if there's someone, it should be someone from the Highlight Clan, right? Ying Hua said disapprovingly. Just as Elder Ying Shan was about to speak, the dust dissipated, and a figure appeared in front of them. Miss Xiao, are you okay? After seeing Ying Xiao, an excited smile appeared on Elder Ying Shan's solemn face. Ha ha ha, It's good that Miss Xiao is fine. Elder Ingshan restrained his aura and laughed. By the way, how did you escape from Zhanlong's leader? Was it Zhanlong's leader who let you go? Elder Ingshan asked doubtfully. Inghua's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, and immediately said, "It must be Zhanlong's leader who was afraid of our Ing family's strength, so he let Ingxiao go." At the same time, he looked at Ingxiao and said seriously, "Ingxiao, this time you escaped with your life. Don't mess around in the future. When you meet a stranger, you can't be merciful." Inghua. Ingxiao frowned. She was very unhappy, and her beautiful face was covered with frost. At the same time, she called him brother, but now she was calling him by his full name. This made Inghua very unhappy. He looked at Ingxiao and said, "Ingxiao, don't tell me you still don't know? How big of a loss did our Ing family suffer this time? It's very likely that we will have to bear the wrath of the Hailai clan. Can you bear the consequences?" "Humph, I knew you would defend that damned guy. Our Ing family lost the ore, and all the responsibility is on that guy." Inghua said faintly, "But now, since that guy is dead, then you should bear all the responsibility." "Inghua," Elder Ingshan said. "Elder Ingshan, isn't it like this? You should know better than me how much the Hailai clan values those ores. When we meet the people of the Hailai clan, how are we going to explain it?" Inghua said, "The best way is to hand Ingxiao over. Maybe the Hailai clan will let us go because of the Ing family." Ingxiao's beautiful eyes were filled with coldness, and her heart was cold. She couldn't imagine that Inghua, who had a good relationship with her, would abandon her again and again. Is this the so-called family's disciple? Suddenly, a trace of helplessness appeared in Ingxiao's heart. Wasn't Inghua's actions to clear her name and let her bear all the consequences? If it wasn't for Fangchen, you would have been dead. Do you still have any sense of shame? Ingxiao, who had a good personality, directly exploded. "Ingxiao, don't forget your identity. You are now a sinner of the Ing family." Inghua said coldly, "What a sinner of the Ing family?" Behind Ingxiao a faint voice came. "Who?" Inghua asked. Elder Ing Shan's heart tightened. He thought that the leader of Zhanlong had come personally and was a little worried. However, when he saw the latter's face clearly, his heart trembled. "What happened to you?" Elder Ingshan opened his eyes wide and stared at Fangchen. He couldn't imagine how an earth-opening realm warrior could escape from the hands of the leader of Zhanlong, who was in the mysterious heaven realm. "How are you still alive?" Inghua shouted in disbelief. He shook his head hard, hoping that what he saw was an illusion, but his eyes deceived him. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Inghua kept shaking her head and muttering to herself. Could it be? Suddenly, an idea flashed through Inghua's mind. Immediately, a trace of fierceness flashed in her eyes. "Elder Ingshan, do you understand now? Ingxiao teamed up with outsiders to deal with my Ing family. All of this was set up by them. What leader of Zhanlong? What Zhanlong? They are in cahoots." Inghua shouted crazily. Even Elder Ingshan had a trace of doubt in his heart. Could it be that they were really in cahoots with the leader of Zhanlong? If not, with their strength, it was impossible for them to escape from the hands of a mysterious heaven realm warrior. Thinking of this, a trace of fierceness flashed in Elder Ingshan's eyes. He said, "Ingxiao, what is going on?" "Elder Ingshan, even you think so?" Ingxiao's heart was filled with despair. At this moment, she even had the determination to leave the Ing family. "Give me an explanation," Elder Ingshan said indifferently. Inghua, who was at the side, kept shouting, "You bastards! How dare you set up a trap to steal the things of Hailai family? You are dead. Noisy!" Pa! A slap landed on Inghua's face, sending her flying. The great Ing family of Zhanyan district is so narrow-minded. Fang Chun sneered. Miss Ingxiao would rather risk her life to protect the Ing family. But what about you? How did you treat her? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to talk about our Ing family? Ing Hua climbed up from the ground and shouted angrily. Elder Ing Shan, the leader of Zhanlong, didn't come. Let's work together and kill this guy. Seeing that Elder Ing Shan didn't take action, Ing Hua continued. He has plotted against our Ing family time and time again. If we don't kill him, how can our Ing family establish itself in Zhan Yun district in the future? Finally, Elder Ing Shan expressed his stance. Ing Xiao, is what Ing Hua said true? His tone was questioning, but had already expressed his attitude. He would rather believe Ing Hua than Ing Xiao. Ing Xiao was heartbroken. Her delicate body trembled as she shook her head. Was this still the Ing family that made her so happy? Why did the people of the Ing family want to kill her time and time again? Fang Chen's big hand pressed on Ing Xiao's shoulder. You step back first. Let me deal with this matter. Ing Xiao shook her head. A trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Big Brother Fang Chen. Chapter 2385. Ing Xiao broke free from Fang Chen's hand and stepped forward, looking at Elder Ing Shan and Ing Hua with her beautiful eyes. Elder Ing Shan, Brother Ing Hua, I have never done anything to betray the Ing family, but you have forced me time and time again. Ing Xiao said, Bullshit! You colluded with this bastard and conspired to steal our Ing family's things. Ing Hua was furious and directly cursed. If it wasn't for Brother Fang Chen, would you be able to kill Dao Ba and the other two with just the two of you? Ing Xiao saw this and said bluntly, if it wasn't for Brother Fang Chen, you would have died. You wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Brother Fang Chen and we don't know each other. Even if I didn't save him, with his ability, he would have been able to quickly recover. Ing Xiao continued, after being driven away by your ridicule. Brother Fang Chen didn't care about the past and still attacked. He risked defending a mysterious Heaven Realm expert and killed Dao Ba and the other two to save our Ing family. However, you don't know how to repay his kindness and instead say that Brother Fang Chen colluded with the Zhanlong group. Speaking up to here, Ing Xiao's beautiful face showed a trace of disdain. Under the threat of the Zhanlong group's leader, you abandoned your savior. Where is the Ing family's face? Ing Xiao questioned. Brother Fang Chen finally forced the Zhanlong group to retreat, and you say that it was a conspiracy. Impossible. With his strength, how could he force the Zhanlong group to retreat? Ing Hua sneered. In the end, you can't explain how the two of you escaped from the hands of the Zhanlong group's leader. You want to use such absurd words to confuse us. How laughable. Hearing Ing Hua's words, Ing Xiao didn't want to say anything more. If that's the case, then I, Ing Xiao, will say it clearly. After today, I have nothing to do with the Ing family. Ing Xiao's words were tantamount to leaving the Ing family. Even Fang Chen was a little surprised. He underestimated this girl's determination. However, his impression of Ing Xiao greatly increased. At least this girl wasn't as despicable and shameless as the Ing family. Ing Xiao. Ing Hua was furious. Elder Ing Shan narrowed his eyes and looked at Ing Xiao. So you admit it. Ing Xiao spread out her hands. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. After that, she turned around and walked towards Fang Chen. After today, she was no longer the pearl of the Ing family, nor was she the #1 beauty in the Jinyun district. She was just a homeless girl. Ing Xiao, since you've admitted it, I'm sorry. Please come with us to the Hailai clan, Elder Ing Shan said. To think that the dignified Ing clan would actually do such a thing. This is truly laughable. Ing Xiao, let's go. Fang Chen held Ing Xiao's small hand and retreated from the crowd. Impudent! Elder Ing Shan shouted loudly. Ing Hua ordered many people of the Ing family to surround and attack Fang Chen. They are the enemies of the Ing family. Take them down. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and looked at Ing Xiao. Ing Xiao shook her head. I have nothing to do with the Ing family anymore. Okay, wait for me here. Fang Chen rushed in front of Ing Hua with a big stride. What do you want? I'm the Ing family. Before Ing Hua could finish her words, Fong Qin broke her neck and shattered her primordial spirit. Inghua, Elder Ing Shan, was shocked. At the same time, his scarlet eyes stared at Fong Qin. Brat, you harmed my Ing family. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Fong Qin's body emitted a violent aura. Didn't you always want to know how Ing Xiu and I escaped from the hands of the leader of Zhanlong? I'll tell you now. The two of us left in a swaggering manner. Buzz. He punched out, shocking the world. Not good. Elder Ing Shan turned pale with fright and kept retreating. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be stronger than the 5 tigers of Kanglin. With a bang, the fist hit Elder Ing Shan's body. The latter staggered and fell to the ground. Even the leader of Zhanlong can't do anything to me. A mere Ing family is nothing. Fong Qin said disdainfully and turned around to leave. Puchi! Elder Ing Shan vomited blood and his vitality withered instantly. Until his death, Elder Ing Shan knew how terrifying Fong Qin was. He hated himself, but it was too late. Fong Qin and Ing Xiu left, leaving behind the crowd looking at each other. In a city in the innate district. Miss Ing Xiu, do you hate me? Fong Qin asked. Brother Fong Qin, just call me Xiu. Ing Xiu smiled and said, I don't hate you. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being born in the Ing family. Anyway, since my mother died of illness, my father used me as a bargaining chip for the rise of the Ing family. Although Ing Xiu had a high status in the Ing family, she didn't live well. The incident this time was like a fuse that ignited the hidden emotions in his heart. I don't regret leaving the Ing family. Ing Xiu said, previously I vaguely heard that my father wanted to marry me to a young master of the Hailai family, hoping to get the protection of the Hailai family. Fong Qin nodded. Big families were like this, full of turmoil. Brother Fong Qin, I have no home now. You can't abandon me. Ing Xiu stuck out her tongue and said playfully, Don't worry. In a wasteland in the innate district, a man in white was walking back and forth, waiting anxiously. What's going on? According to the time, they should have arrived. The man in white said to himself. There was a thunderbolt symbol on his clothes. He was a member of the Hailai family. They're here. At this moment, he saw a group of warriors in the distance. Soon, these warriors approached. He looked around and didn't see Ing Xiu, Elder Ing Shan, and the others. Where's Elder Ing Shan? Didn't he come with you? And nephew Ing Hua and Miss Ing Xiu? The middle-aged man in white asked several questions in a row. Some of the surviving warriors of the Ing family stammered. Speak. What happened? The middle-aged man in white scolded. Pudong. The people of the Ing family knelt on the ground. Sir, please spare our lives. We met the Zhanlong group on the way and lost the ore. What? Lost the ore? The middle-aged man's face was cold. So Elder Ing Shan, Ing Xiu, and Ing Hua all died in the hands of the Zhanlong group? Sir, everyone stammered, but under the interrogation of the middle-aged man, they finally told the truth. What? An Earth-opening realm warrior killed 3 ultimate Saint Realm warriors of the Zhanlong group and escaped unscathed from the Zhanlong group's leader. The middle-aged man in white was shocked. That kid hates our Ing family and didn't care about his life. He chased after us and killed Elder Ing Shan and young Master Ing Hua before leaving with Miss Ing Xiu. The middle-aged man in white clenched his fists, his face cold. After losing the ore, Ing Xiu left the Ing family and left hand in hand with a stranger. Ing family, Ing Xiu. To the middle-aged man in white, he didn't care about the lives of Elder Ing Shan and Ing Hua. He cared about the ore and Ing Xiu the most. The reason why the Ing family sent Ing Xiu to escort the ore was to let the young master of the Hailai family take a look at her. Sir, we get lost. The Hailai family will talk to the Ing family's leader about this. The middle-aged man in white was annoyed and scolded. When the news reached the Ing family in Zhenyan district, it caused a huge commotion. The Ing family's upper echelons, including the family head, were all gathered together to discuss this matter. Leader, the High family values the Black Absolute, or very much, but we lost it. The High family must be furious. An elder said, "We must find a way to calm the High family's anger. Damned bastard. If I find out, I'll wring his head off." The person who spoke was Inghua's father, the younger brother of the head of the family. The matter is already clear. Ingxiu colluded with outsiders and stole the Black Absolute Oregon. Moreover, she even killed Elder Ingshan and Inghua. This is a provocation to our Ing clan. We must take measures, or else our Ing clan will no longer be able to survive in the Formation Clouds district. Many elders were speaking one after another. After a long time, the patriarch said, "It's done. The most important thing right now is to apologize to the High family. As for Ingxiu and that strange man, I think the High family will deal with them." The head of the Ing family said in a deep voice, "That's right. Although the absolute black, or is precious, it concerns the life and death of our Ing family. Take out all the rest and give them to the High family for free to ask for forgiveness." For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2386. Thunder City, a small city in the Innate District. Fang Chen and Ingxiu found a random inn and ordered a few dishes. "What's this?" Fang Chen asked as he played with a black diamond-shaped ore in his hand. Ingxiu said, "This is Black Absolute Oregon. It contains the power of thunder and lightning. It's very suitable for thunder cultivators." A group of explorers from the Ing family accidentally found the Black Absolute ore in a dangerous place in the Zhanyun district. They mined it and hid it in the family. However, there's no such thing as a perfect wall in the world. One day, the news of the Black Absolute ore was spread. Many sect in the Zhanyun district joined forces to force the Ing family to hand over part of it. The Ing family had no choice but to ask the High family of the Innate district for help. Ingxiu continued. The High family specializes in thunder and lightning. The Black Absolute ore attracted them, so they immediately agreed to protect the Ing family. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that the Black Absolute ore they were escorting this time was the trade item with the High family. The Black Absolute ore not only contains the power of thunder and lightning, but also a very strong power of gold. It can be used to refine the body. Fang Chen thought to himself. Fang Chen could imagine that the Ing family would be terrified when they heard the news. The High family was not to be trifled with. They were probably trying to find a way to remedy the situation. "Brother Fang Chen, the High family will definitely not let you get away with the Black Absolute Oregon," Ingxiu said. Fang Chen understood what Ingxiu meant. Although he took the Black Absolute ore from the Zhanlong leader's hands, the Ing family would definitely push the blame to him in order to shirk the responsibility. "How strong is the High family?" Fang Chen asked. "There are 32 districts in the Innate world, and the Innate district is the head of the 32 districts. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. All the experts in the Innate world are gathered there. The High family can be ranked in the top 10. Ingxiu's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. The High family could not be underestimated to be ranked in the top 10 in the Innate world. There are many Xian gods in the Black Lightning clan. The strongest one is the clan leader, the Black Lightning Star King, who is at the Xian Star realm. Ingxiu said, however. "But what?" Fang Chen asked. "The Black Lightning clan's most feared member is not the Black Lightning Star King, but the legendary Black Lightning Ancestor. Apparently, old Ancestor Black Lightning's cultivation has reached the legendary Mystic Light realm, and he was very famous in the Innate world. 1,000 years ago, the Black Thunder Ancestor went into seclusion and never appeared again. Some people said that the Black Thunder Ancestor failed to break through to the Xianzhan realm and died. Others said that the Black Thunder Ancestor broke through to the Xianzhan realm and traveled to a wider world. No matter what, 1,000 years ago, old Ancestor He Lei's aura shocked many forces in the Innate world. Although there are countless legends about old ancestor Hayley, no one dares to provoke the Hayley clan. Ing Xiu told him all the details about the Black Thunder clan in one breath. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Black Lightning clan to have so many Xian gods and Xian Star Realm experts behind them. Plus, it was highly possible that there was a mystic light realm ancestor in the clan. Brother Fang Chen. Fang Chen knew what Ing Xiu was worried about, but he wasn't afraid. It wouldn't be easy for the Black Lightning clan to find him in the innate world. Plus, he had the Xian Tian cone nail, so he could escape unscathed. Don't worry, the Black Lightning clan doesn't have time to deal with us now, Fang Chen said with a smile. Black Lightning City, where the Black Lightning clan's headquarters was. The Ing clan's patriarch brought the remaining Black Absolute Ores to the Black Lightning clan's headquarters to apologize. Patriarch Ing Yuanxiong is here, the first elder said. In the garden, the Black Lightning Star King had his back facing the first elder as he watched the fish in the pond swimming happily. Bring him here. After a while, the Black Lightning Star King said. After a while, Ing Yuanxiong arrived. Ing Yuanxiong from the Ing clan greets the Black Lightning Star King. The Black Lightning Star King was silent, waiting for Ing Yuanxiong to speak. Ing Yuanxiong took out the Summer ring and said, Black Lightning Star King, the Black Absolute Ores that I promised to give to the Black Lightning clan were taken away by others. It's all my Ing clan's fault. This time, I specially gave all the remaining Black Absolute Ores to the Black Lightning clan as compensation. I hope the Black Lightning Star King can forgive my Ing clan. Finally, the Black Lightning Star King turned around. His body was surrounded by a faint aura. Ing Yuanxiong was very nervous. The life and death of the Ing clan was in the hands of the Black Lightning clan. In Yuanxiong, there are so many sects in the Formation Cloud District. Why did I choose your Ing clan? The Black Lightning Star King asked. Black Absolute Ores? In Yuanxiong asked carefully. The Black Lightning Star King took a step forward and came to the pavilion in the middle of the pond. He looked at Ing Yuanxiong and said, The Black Absolute Ores are important, but it's not difficult for the Black Lightning clan to get them. I can support other forces secretly to destroy your Ing clan. Then the Black Absolute Ores will naturally be in my hands. Then why? Ing Yuanxiong was puzzled. Could it be that the Black Lightning clan didn't care about the Black Absolute Ores? For some reason, Ing Yuanxiong felt that the Black Lightning Star King's laughter gave him a creepy feeling. His body involuntarily took a few steps back. His heart was beating fast. He was afraid that the Black Lightning clan would vent their anger on the Ing clan. I heard that Ing Xiu left the Ing clan? The Black Lightning Star King suddenly changed the topic and asked, Ing Xiu is a traitor in my Ing clan. It's all my fault. Speaking of Ing Xiu, Ing Yuanxiong was filled with hatred. Originally, he wanted to let Ing Xiu marry into the Black Lightning clan. With the marriage between the two clans, the Ing clan would be protected. Who would have thought that Ing Xiu would leave with a strange man and leave the Ing clan in public? If I remember correctly, the one who has an engagement with the disciple of my Black Lightning clan, Lei Sanju, should be this person, right? The Black Lightning Star King asked faintly. Ing Yuanxiong was a little confused. The Black Lightning Star King clearly knew. Why did he still ask him? However, he didn't dare to ask and could only nod. Since there's an engagement, then she's a member of my Black Lightning clan, dead or alive. Suddenly, the Black Lightning Star King's face turned gloomy. A violent aura emerged from his body, causing Ing Yuanxiong's body to tremble. I'll give you 1 month to bring Ing Xiu to my Black Lightning clan. Otherwise, there's no need for the Ing clan to continue existing. The Black Lightning Star King threatened. Yes, Black Lightning Star King. Don't worry. I'll definitely do it. Get lost. Ing Yuanxiong was frightened and quickly left. Clan leader, Why don't you take action directly and capture that girl? The great elder asked doubtfully. The Black Lightning Star King shook his head and said, "That girl and Sanju are a match made in heaven. If Sanju cultivates with her, he will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck. He might even be the most outstanding genius of the Black Lightning Clan in the past 100 years. So, no matter what, Ingxiu must be found. If the Black Lightning Clan takes action, it will definitely be noticed by the other forces in the innate world. The Ing clan is different. They will search for Ingxiu in the name of killing the traitor. This way, they can avoid the attention of the other forces." The Black Lightning Star King said lightly. His pitch-black eyes were filled with unfathomable depths. Seeing this, the great elder did not say anything more. "Brother Fangchen, why don't we stay in Juelei City?" Ingxiu said, "I heard that there is an expert in Juelei City. Although he is a rogue cultivator, even the Black Lightning Clan does not dare to provoke him." Oh, Fangchen was a little surprised. Juelei City was not originally called Juelei City. After the expert appeared, he changed the name to Juelei City. Ingxiu continued, "I heard that the expert has a grudge against the Black Lightning Clan. He was once seriously injured by the Black Lightning ancestor and has been staying in Juelei City to cultivate." Fangchen had never heard of this secret. "Is there such a thing?" Fangchen muttered the two words, Juelei City. Suddenly he understood. The people of the Black Lightning Clan do not dare to enter Juelei City. Relatively speaking, we are much safer here. Ingxiu said, but what? That expert made a rule that no foreign warriors can stay in Juelei City for more than 7 days. Once the time is up, they will be expelled. Otherwise, they will be punished. Ingxiu said, unless... Chapter 2387. Unless what? After arriving at the core area of the innate world, Fangchen realized how small the Kanglan district he had been in was. In this land, there were many profound God Realm experts, and there were many profound Star Realm experts who were almost extinct in the Kanglan district. "Unless you can get a residence token," Ingxiu said. "Residence token?" Fangchen felt that the expert who guarded the Thunder City had a strange temper. Fangchen had been to countless cities since he started cultivating, and martial artists could enter and leave at will, unless it was the territory of many big forces. This expert was alone, so why did he restrict the residence time in the Thunder City? There must be some hidden reasons. "Xiu, do you know why?" Ingxiu shook her head. "I don't know." "Then do you know how to get a residence token?" Fangchen continued to ask. "In the Thunder City, there is a place where residence tokens are issued. As long as you pass their test, you can get a residence token," Ingxiu said. After a simple meal, Fangchen and Ingxiu came to the center of the Thunder City. There was a 9-story pavilion called the Thunder Pavilion. "Is it here?" Fangchen asked. He vaguely felt that there was a refining aura in the Thunder Pavilion. "It seems to be here. Let's go in and have a look." Ingxiu took Fangchen's arm and entered the Thunder Pavilion. On the first floor of the Thunder Pavilion, people came and went. Countless martial artists came here for the first time and were curious about everything here. "I heard that the expert who guards the Thunder City is called the Thunder Pavilion Master." The Thunder Pavilion Master is very powerful. He is usually elusive, but there are countless martial artists who want to live in the Thunder City for a long time. Are you kidding? There are so many good cultivation resources in the Thunder City. Anyone wants to come in, right? Yes, even the people of the Black Thunder Clan sneaked in, but they ended up badly. They were thrown out with broken limbs. Everyone took a deep breath when they heard this. Are they not afraid of the revenge of the Black Thunder Clan? Are you new here? Let's properly understand the origins of these 3 cities before coming here. Standing on the first floor, Fangchen heard countless discussions. It seems that the Great Thunder Pavilion Master has a deep hatred for the Black Thunder Clan. Fangchen sighed. Right at this moment, a voice sounded. "Everyone, There are only 3 residence tokens available today. As for who will be able to obtain one, that will depend on your ability. The one who spoke was a person in charge of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. In his hand, he was holding 3 golden tokens. There's nothing special about it. Fang Chen's spiritual sense swept over the token and muttered to himself. Soon, the person in charge of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion explained the rules. Treasures of heaven and earth? Fang Chen was a little startled. He didn't expect that the requirement to obtain a residence token would be a heavenly treasure. Refining treasures? Could it be that this Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master is an almighty refiner? Fang Chen secretly guessed. He increasingly felt that his guess was correct. Was the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master unearthing some refining treasures for his own use in this way? This was a good idea. However, what did he use to attract many martial artists? Was it just because of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's name? Obviously impossible. The world was bustling with activity, and everyone came for benefits. If there were no benefits, even the weak martial artists would not come to this Absolute Thunder City. What the hell is going on? Fang Chen frowned, thinking in his heart. Finally, after some inquiries, Fang Chen knew. It turned out that in this Absolute Thunder City, as long as one obtained a residence token, there was a possibility of being summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. And under normal circumstances, when the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master summoned, he would satisfy a request of the martial artist. Many martial artists who came here were all aiming for the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's refining technique. Imagine if one was lucky enough to be summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. They could let him refine a powerful weapon. In the Chaos Void, weapons were crucial. Especially in a showdown between experts, weapons could often determine the outcome, even life and death. So that's how it is. Fang Chen said faintly. Seeing everyone so crazy, Fang Chen could not help sighing. It was said that this Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master would summon a group of people every half a month. Each time, he would summon 3 people. There were many weak martial artists who were summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. From then on, they soared to the sky in one bound, rising rapidly. There were 3 types of residence tokens. The first was a 1-year period, the second was a 100-year period, and the third was permanent residence. The majority of martial artists were basically able to obtain the first type. As for those who obtained the second type, they were basically disciples of some major forces. They waited here specifically, hoping to be summoned by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master. As for the third type, it had not appeared for hundreds of years already. To obtain the third type, the refining treasure must be amazing enough. Everyone handed over their refining treasure one after another, letting the person in charge judge. 2 hours later, only a few people were left in the huge first level. Most of the people in the crowd were eliminated. Only 3 people managed to obtain a 1-year token. Ha ha ha, I finally got the token. Someone was ecstatic and laughed wildly. For them, the residence token might change their fate for the rest of their lives. Next, it was the turn of the person in front of Fang Chen. He was dressed in black, giving Fang Chen a mysterious feeling. With long hair draped over his back, he calmly walked to the person in charge and took out a palm-sized piece of black wood. Seeing this, the person in charge's face suddenly changed and immediately said, "A 100-year token!" Everyone exclaimed. Among hundreds of people, it was the only 100-year token. Oh my God, he actually got a 100-year token. What is that black broken piece of wood? It's definitely a treasure. Didn't you see the person in charge's face change? This guy has such a treasure. Why did he come here? Ignoring the discussion of everyone, the black-robed figure walked to the side and waited quietly. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. He had already thought about it. He cut a thumb-sized piece of swordwood and handed it to the person in charge. Swordwood. The person in charge's face changed again. After thinking for a while, he finally ran upstairs in a hurry. "Hey, where did the person in charge go? What's going on?" Everyone was puzzled, but soon the person in charge hurried back. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fong Qin as he said, "Forever!" After that, he handed a permanent token to Fong Qin. Whoosh! Everyone was in an uproar again. Even the black-robed man who got the 100-year token raised his head in confusion. The permanent token actually appeared. It's too shocking. What did that guy take out? How could he get a permanent token? There seems to be a sword aura on the wood. Could it be the legendary one? Speaking of this, everyone's face was full of shock. Swordwood. For a time, this news spread like the wind throughout Jiulei City. Many martial artists were shocked. A refining treasure, like the sword, had appeared. As Fong Chen's maid, Ingxiu didn't need any token at all to accompany Fong Chen. When all the martial artists left, the black-robed man glanced at Fong Chen with interest and then left. Mysterious guy. Fong Chen couldn't see through this guy, but he didn't think too much about it. After all, they didn't know each other. Maybe they wouldn't have any interactions in the future. "Brother Fong Chen, let's go." Ingxiu was very happy to get a permanent residence token. "Don't worry," Fong Chen said. Sure enough, a moment later, the person in charge walked to Fong Chen and whispered a few words in his ear. "Xiu, wait for me here." "Brother Fong Chen, where are you going?" Ingxiu was a little worried. Fong Chen gave Ingxiu a comforting smile and said, "It's okay. I'll be back soon." "Okay. Xiu will wait for Brother Fong Chen here." Fong Chen followed the person in charge up the pavilion. Many staff members were shocked. Was that person summoning him? Thinking of this, everyone became dull. It had been a long time since such a situation had happened. That person actually summoned a martial artist who had just got a permanent residence token. It was too incredible. Along the way, the person in charge was very friendly to Fong Chen. "Brother, when you see my family later, don't talk nonsense," the person in charge reminded. "My family has a strange temper. Just listen to what he says." Chapter 2388. Jiulei Pavilion, the master of Jiulei City. As everyone knew, Jiulei Pavilion Master was the legendary expert. For hundreds of years, only those who were summoned could see his true appearance. As for others, it was impossible for them to see him. Dang, dang, dang. Soon, Fong Chen followed the person in charge and stepped onto the 8th floor. "My master is on the 9th floor. Let's continue." At this time, the person in charge's face gradually became solemn, and his eyes were full of respect for his master. What a strong aura! Although these auras were very hidden, Fong Chen still clearly sensed them when he stepped onto the 9th floor. There was only one room on the huge 9th floor. The room was surrounded by an extremely strong force, and ordinary people couldn't get close at all. "Brother, my master is already inside. You can go in by yourself." After saying that, the person in charge turned and left. Fong Chen walked to the door step by step. The closer he got, the more he could feel the strong pressure coming from all directions. Too strong. Fong Chen could imagine that this person's strength must be very strong. Creak! As if knowing that Fong Chen was coming, the door of the room opened automatically, and an ancient aura escaped from it. The next moment, a voice came into Fong Chen's ears. "Come in." Fong Chen's heart trembled. He resisted the influence of his primordial spirit and walked into the room. Dong! The door of the room closed. Fong Chen looked carefully and found that an old man with white eyebrows was sitting on a futon at the front of the room. "Senior." Fong Chen cupped his fists. He had already guessed that this person should be the legendary Jiulei Pavilion Master. His aura was very strong, and he was the strongest person he had ever seen. Even the Jin family's patriarch and others couldn't compare with him. He should be an expert of the mysterious star realm, right? Fong Chen guessed. The latter closed his eyes and put his palms together as if he was comprehending something. Do you have black vibranium? Ju Lei Pavilion Master suddenly asked. Fang Qin nodded and looked directly at Ju Lei Pavilion Master. Yes, I do have some black vibranium. Voila! The ultimate Thunder Pavilion Master's eyes sprang open, emitting 2 rays of light as he stared at Fang Qin. When he heard the name Heijinjin, even the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master was a little shocked. That was the legendary black vibranium, the most precious treasure that every weapon refiner dreamt of. In fact, if it was just swordwood, it would be impossible to get a permanent residence token. Fang Qin deliberately engraved a trace of imprint in the swordwood. When the person in charge handed it to the master of Ju Lei Pavilion, he revealed some information about Heijinjin. As expected, Heijinjin attracted the absolute Thunder Pavilion Master's attention. Take it out and let me see. Fang Qin took out the Heijinjin. Immediately, the unique aura of the Heijinjin spread out gradually. It is indeed Heijinjin. Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master's face was filled with excitement. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and rob you? After the excitement, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master gradually calmed down and asked in a low voice. Fang Qin grinned and said, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although I am not qualified to be your friend, I think Heijinjin should be, right? Seeing the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master's puzzled look, Fang Qin continued, I offended the He Lei clan. I think they are trying to find me and kill me. In desperation, I could only escape to Ju Lei City. I heard that you have a grudge against the He Lei clan, so I found you. Fang Qin told the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master his intention. The latter nodded gently. Heijinjin is extremely precious. Are you willing to give it to me? The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master asked with a smile. Senior, I can give it to you, but I have a request, Fang Qin said. What request? The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master asked. I want you to help me refine a set of armor, then smelt the Heijinjin into my weapon. As for the remaining Heijinjin, I'll give it all to you, Fang Qin said slowly. Hearing that, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master was deep in thought. In fact, there was a reason why Fang Qin dared to look for the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master so boldly. He had the mysterious sky cone nail with him. After reaching the earth-splitting realm, he had not fully activated it. If the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master had a conspiracy, then he did not mind using the mysterious sky cone nail. He had already asked the tool spirit. With the powerful pressure released by the mysterious sky cone nail, even if he could not kill a powerhouse like the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master, he could still escape unscathed. However, Fang Qin made the right bet. The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master was straightforward. He did not have the intention to kill Fang Qin. All right, I promise you, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said. However, even with my refining skills, it will take a long time to refine a set of armor with the Heijinjin as the foundation. You need to be patient. Of course, I know that. Fang Qin cupped his fist and thanked him. Take out your weapon. Fang Qin handed the star-concealing sword to the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master. When the latter saw this, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Golden wood, sword wood. Not bad. It was not easy for the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master to compliment a weapon. Your weapon is already at the level of supreme grade, heaven-soaring grade. You only need to smelt some Heijinjin. 3 days later, you can come to me to get your weapon, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said. Thank you, senior. Looking at Fang Qin's leaving figure, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master's eyes flickered. Behind him, a black shadow appeared. Why did you agree to his request? The black shadow was puzzled. Wasn't it better to just kill and rob? I felt a trace of uneasiness from him, the master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said. His primordial spirit was very strong, and his divine consciousness could see through any heavenly deity in an instant. However, he could not see through Fang Qin, which made him a little puzzled. He Jinjin was a supreme treasure in the crafting world. This person, with his earth-splitting realm cultivation, dared to come to him alone. The only explanation was that there was an expert behind him, or he had a powerful trump card and was confident that he could escape unscathed under his attack. Besides, he is the enemy of the He Lei clan. The master of Ju Lei Pavilion Master said lightly. The Black Shadow wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, he disappeared mysteriously. With a permanent residence token, Fang Chen enjoyed a very good treatment in Ju Lei City. Ju Lei City specially prepared a courtyard for him. He and Ying Xiu lived here for the time being. Brother Fang Chen, how can you be so strong? Ying Xiu looked up and asked curiously. She was considered a talented person in the Ying family. After cultivating for many years, she had just broken through to the Saint Realm. However, Fang Chen in front of her was just an earth-splitting realm warrior. There were many warriors with such cultivation in the Ying family. In the Cloud Formation District, they were even more inconspicuous. However, a warrior of such a realm actually forced the Zhanlong realm leader to retreat. Ying Xiu was shocked. She felt that she could not see through him. I just cultivated some special skills. Fang Chen said casually, Brother Fang Chen, are you willing to teach Xiu? It was easy for a young girl like Ying Xiu to worship someone. Fang Chen descended from the sky and shocked her heart one after another. Unknowingly, Ying Xiu had already regarded Fang Chen as her idol. After leaving the Ying family, she was alone and could only follow Fang Chen. The latter also treated Ying Xiu as a sister. Okay, Fang Chen said. After spending so much time with Ying Xiu, Fang Chen understood Ying Xiu quite well. Especially after discovering Ying Xiu's special physique. Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. The 10,000 formation physique was a physique specially created for formations. It was exactly the same as the 10,000 sword physique in swordsmanship. Legend had it that the owner of the 10,000 formation physique had a strong understanding of formations. With a little guidance, they could quickly get started. Seeing Ying Xiu's eager eyes, Fang Chen prepared to teach Ying Xiu formations. Xiu, your talent in formations is very strong. From today onwards, I will teach you formations. What do you think? Fang Chen asked. Ying Xiu shook her head and said, I don't want to learn formations. I want to learn fist techniques. In her opinion, killing an opponent with one punch was too cool. Fang Chen was a little helpless and patiently explained, Xiu, it's not what you think. When formations are cultivated to a high level, they are actually very strong. Some formation masters can set up formations that can overturn rivers and seas and destroy the universe with just a wave of their hand. There are also some people who use formations to kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. Chapter 2389. Fang Chen's martial Dao talent was monstrous, but his array Dao talent was not weak either. He was a peak heaven-opening array master and could easily set up a heaven-opening array Dao formation. It was enough to teach one disciple. Really? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ying Xiu blinked and asked curiously, Of course it's true. Fang Chen rubbed Ying Xiu's little head and said, During the time he spent with Ying Xiu, he treated her as his own sister. Ying Xiu was inexperienced and did not understand the cruelty of martial Dao at all. After getting Ying Xiu's consent, Fang Chen taught Ying Xiu all his understanding of array Dao. Ying Xiu began to cultivate in seclusion in the courtyard. Every once in a while, Fang Chen would give her some pointers. 3 days later, Fang Chen got his weapon as he wished. Chaos level. Fang Chen was shocked. Although there was only one step between the heaven-surmounting level and the chaos level, the gap was too big. He Jinjin. Fang Chen could clearly feel the aura of He Jinjin surrounding the hidden star sword. Your weapon is quite good. The process of smelting He Jinjin is very easy. Great Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile. Although he is only at the lower chaos level, he can exert the combat strength of the middle chaos level. The power of a middle chaos level weapon was unimaginable. That is to say, with your current strength, if you fully activate the chaos level weapon, you can withstand the attack of a profound Qi realm martial artist, Great Thunder Pavilion Master said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. Withstanding the attack of a profound Qi realm martial artist. Didn't this mean that he already had the strength to protect himself? Don't be happy too early. After all, your strength is still too weak. If the outside world knows that you, a chaotic sky god, have a chaos-level weapon, no one will dare to act recklessly in my great Thunder City. If you are in other places, you will be hunted down by thousands of people. Great Thunder Pavilion Master reminded. Although the Hidden Star Sword could withstand the attack of a profound Qi realm martial artist, it did not mean that Fang Qin could defeat a profound Heaven realm martial artist. It could only be said that he could easily protect himself in front of profound Heaven realm cultivators. As for defeating him, that was simply impossible. Unless he could step into the absolute Saint realm and separate his internal universe from his body. Thank you, Senior. Fang Qin cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was also a blacksmith and knew how difficult it was to smelt the black vibranium. All right, you can go back. After this smelting, I estimated that it will take 3 years to make a complete set of armor, said the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. You don't need to come to me during these 3 years. I will come to you after 3 years. After chatting with the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master for a while, Fang Qin withdrew. On a certain street in Juelei City. Do you know that person? Someone asked. I know him. I'm afraid there's no one in Juelei City who doesn't know him, right? Another person curled his lips and said, Oh, brother, I've just arrived here. I wonder if you can tell me more about this place? The person from before chuckled as he asked. His name is Fang Qin. He is the only martial artist who has obtained a permanent residence token in hundreds of years. All the martial artists in Juelei City know him. I see. Soon, the burly man arrived at a certain courtyard without making a sound. Then he said to the martial artist sitting on the stone bench, Elder, it has been confirmed that Fang Qin is in Juelei City, and he has obtained a permanent residence token. What? Hearing this, Elder Inglong turned around with a dignified look on his face. How did he obtain a permanent residence token? It is said that he offered a piece of swordwood and was summoned by the Great Thunder Pavilion Master, the burly man said in a low voice. Hearing this, Elder Inglong fell into silence. After a long time, he raised his head and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he took out a communication jade pendant and immediately sent a message to the Ing family in Jianyun district. Elder Inglong was the martial artist sent by the Ing family to find Fang Qin. After communicating with Ing Yuanxiong for a while, Elder Inglong nodded slightly and said, Pay close attention to Fang Qin's movements. If there's a chance, immediately take action. Yes, Elder. Because he didn't like to be disturbed, Fang Qin's courtyard was relatively remote. It was on the edge of Juelei City. There were few buildings and few martial artists here. At night, the sky was dark. In Fang Qin's courtyard, Ing Xiu closed her eyes to comprehend the array principle. Fang Qin was playing with the Hidden Star Sword. After reaching the chaotic space level, the device spirit grew more and more. The 4 special attributes were even more powerful. Just the power of the sword alone could break the physical defense of a mysterious Heaven realm martial artist. One could imagine how powerful it was. As expected of a chaotic space level weapon, I can feel that the Hidden Star Sword contains a huge amount of power. With a slash of the sword, the universe will be destroyed. His face was filled with joy as he looked at the Hidden Star Sword seriously. Crack! Suddenly, a slight sound came from the void. Fang Qin turned his head, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed across his eyes. He had set up a heaven opening level array around the courtyard. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could easily sense the approach of martial artists. One mysterious heaven realm martial artist and 3 peak absolute saint realm martial artists. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and found the Ying family in an instant. The people of the Ying family are truly heroic spirits that refuse to leave. A cold killing intent emerged in his heart. Glancing at Ying Xiao, who was cultivating, Fang Chen stepped out and disappeared into the void. Up until now, his space-time collapse technique had been cultivated to the point of perfection. Elder Ying Long, this time we must finish the battle quickly. Otherwise, we will be in trouble if we attract the attention of Ju Lei Pavilion. This was Ju Lei City. The Ying family didn't have any power and didn't dare to offend Ju Lei Pavilion. Don't worry, Elder. You take the lead. The 3 of us will surround him and prevent him from escaping. He's just an Earth-opening realm martial artist. Rumor has it that he forced John Long's leader to retreat, but that's just a rumor. That's right. If he had such ability, he would have been recruited by the major forces of the innate world. Elder Ying Long carefully released his divine sense, which silently enveloped the courtyard. Xiao. Elder Ying Long discovered Ying Xiao, who was surrounded by traces of Array Dao aura. She's cultivating Array Dao? His gaze stayed on Ying Xiao for a second and then moved away. After killing that bastard, I'll personally escort this traitor to the Black Thunder Clan. Elder Ying Long thought. He searched the entire courtyard but didn't find any trace of Fang Qin. What's going on? He's clearly back. Elder Ying Long had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, an indifferent voice entered his ears. Are you looking for me? Who? Elder Ying Long's aura surged. Without even looking, he punched out. Dong! Fang Qin pulled out the hidden star sword and held it in front of his chest, blocking the power of Elder Ying Long's punch. The 2 of them floated in the air and looked at each other. You don't have to look for me. I've already dealt with those 3 trash. Fang Qin grinned. You! Elder Ying Long was shocked. Under his watch, he had silently taken care of 3 Saint Realm martial artists. How is this possible? How did he do it? Did he hide his strength? Elder Ying Long's pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Qin. You actually killed all 3 of them? What a joke. Your Ying family sent people to kill me. Aren't you prepared to be killed? Fang Qin said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of the Ying family. Now, they had actually sent people to kill him. Since that was the case, they had to be prepared to be killed. Kid, the Black Thunder family wants you dead. My Ying family won't let you go either. Hand over your life. Elder Ying Long roared. His body flashed and a violent force whizzed out. He wanted to end the battle quickly. Rumble. After a fierce battle, Elder Ying Long was shocked to find out that, no matter how violent his attacks were, the latter could always block them easily. No, there's something wrong with his sword. Finally, Elder Ying Long realized that something was wrong. But it was too late. Their battle aura was too strong, and it had already alerted the Extreme Thunder Pavilion. Rumble. The experts of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion instantly descended on Fang Chen's courtyard. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in my Extreme Thunder City? I'm an elder of the Ying family. Before Elder Ying Long could finish speaking, he was killed by a profound Qi realm elder with a single palm strike. Bang! Elder Ying Long's body turned into ashes. Chapter 2390. The person who came was the Vice Pavilion Master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. His cultivation had reached the profound Qi realm, and he was considered a top expert in Absolute Thunder City. With Fang Chen's face, it was naturally impossible for the Vice Pavilion Master to come in person. Vice Pavilion Master? After seeing the Vice Pavilion Master, Fang Chen was stunned. The Pavilion Master asked me to protect you, the Vice Pavilion Master said lightly. At this moment, there was a ripple in his heart. The Pavilion Master was right. This kid had extraordinary potential and could protect himself from a profound heaven realm martial artist. He didn't believe it before, but now it seemed that it was true. Although his weapon has been tempered by the Pavilion Master and is very powerful, his strength is not weak either. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to block the attack of a profound heaven realm martial artist with just his weapon, the Vice Pavilion Master thought to himself. When Fong Chen attacked, he already knew the situation here. He just wanted to see Fong Chen's ability, so he didn't make a move. "Thank you for your help, Vice Pavilion Master." Fong Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Although he would be fine if the Vice Pavilion Master didn't make a move, he was a profound god. How could he not be grateful? The commotion of the battle alarmed Ying Xiao. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Fong Chen curiously. "Brother Fong Chen, what happened?" Fong Chen was silent. Ying Xiao's pretty face showed a touch of pain. She seemed to have guessed that the Ying family must have sent someone to kill her and Fong Chen. Thinking of this, Ying Xiao was in pain. Previously, she still had a good impression of the Ying family deep in her heart. However, after this incident, that little bit of good impression was completely gone. "Brother Fong Chen, no matter what you do, I will support you." Ying Xiao smiled brightly and walked back to her room. Looking at the lonely girl's back, Fong Chen clenched his fists and was filled with hatred for the Ying family. "The Ying family of Jianyin district dares to come to my absolute Thunder City. They are courting death." The Vice Pavilion Master said, "Don't worry. With my help, the Ying family won't dare to attack you easily." Jianyin District Ying Family Meeting Hall. All the upper echelons gathered together, their eyes focused on Ying Yuanxiong's hand. At this moment, lying in his hand was Elder Ying Long's life slip. The life slip had a trace of Elder Ying Long's imprint. If the life slip existed, the person would exist. If the life slip broke, the person would die. Elder Ying Long will definitely succeed. That's right. With Elder Ying Long's strength, killing that brat is as easy as flipping your hand. I'm afraid that if the Absolute Thunder Pavilion finds out, it will be troublesome. Everyone was discussing and waiting anxiously. Suddenly, the 3 life slips near Elder Ying Long's life slip cracked and shattered one after another. They're making their move. Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at Elder Ying Long's life jade. The shattering of the 3 life slips also caused a commotion. He killed 3 absolute saints in an instant? Is that kid really that strong? Many people felt that this was inconceivable, their hearts trembling. However, at this moment, something even more shocking happened. The thing that they did not wish for the most had finally happened. Elder Ying Long's life slip cracked and shattered. No. Ying Yuanxiong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared crazily. The other elders were dumbfounded. Elder Ying Long of the profound heaven realm had died in the hands of that brat. It must be an expert from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Otherwise, Elder Ying Long wouldn't have died. After a moment of anger, Ying Yuanxiong calmed down and said coldly, "Investigate thoroughly. Innate District, Black Thunder City, Black Thunder Clan Mansion." Lei Sanju was furious ever since he knew that his fiancée had been taken away by someone else. "Young master, we've investigated thoroughly." In a quiet room, Lei Sanju stood in front of the window, admiring the stars in the dark sky. This person is Fong Chen. Before the Ying family's convoy passed by the dragon-slaying platform, this brat fell from the sky. He was severely injured at that time. It seems that he was teleported here by the sky-crossing formation. Until now, we still haven't found out where the sky-crossing formation is. The servant said, "Continue." The Ying family's convoy found him. Ying Xiao was merciful, so they let him follow the convoy. Who would have thought that this brat would recover in just a few hours? After that, he had a quarrel with the Ying family's people and left the Ying family's convoy. After a pause, the servant continued. When the Ying family's convoy passed by the beheading dragon platform, they were stopped by Dao Ba and the others. At the critical moment, this brat appeared and killed 3 extreme Saint Realm experts of the Zhanlong group. He saved the Ying family but because of this, the leader of the Zhanlong group was drawn out. Hearing this, a strange light flashed in Lei Sanji's eyes. Next, the servant explained the situation in detail. After listening, Lei Sanji said in a deep voice, "The absolute black ore is in Fang Chen's hands." The servant nodded and said, "According to our analysis, although this person is in the Earth Opening Realm, his combat strength is definitely beyond the Extreme Saint Realm. It's very likely that he has the strength to challenge profound Heaven Realm experts." But what? Lei Sanju asked. Just the strength to challenge profound Heaven Realm experts is not enough to force the leader of the Zhanlong group to retreat. After careful analysis, we guessed that this brat must have a treasure that even profound Heaven Realm experts are afraid of. That's why the leader of the Zhanlong group retreated and took the absolute Black Oregon, the servant said. Lei Sanju thought in his mind. The leader of the Zhanlong group was a veteran, profound Heaven Realm expert. Even he couldn't escape unscathed when facing the leader of the Zhanlong group. Unless, of course, he was carrying that treasure with him. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. Lei Sanju grinned and said in a creepy voice, "Young master, he's now in the Absolute Thunder City and won't come out. It's a bit difficult to deal with him." The servant said not long ago the Ying family sent a profound Heaven Realm elder to sneak into the Absolute Thunder City to attack him, but they failed. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion made a move? Lei Sanju asked. It's said that the Vice Pavilion Master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion personally made a move. In order to get the permanent residence token, that brat offered the swordwood and was summoned by the Pavilion Master on the spot. Hearing this, Lei Sanju's face finally became serious. This brat can't be left alive, Lei Sanju said coldly. But the servant still wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lei Sanju. "I'll leave for a few days. Give me all the information about the Absolute Thunder City." Lei Sanju said, "Young master, you can't." The servant dissuaded him. Lei Sanju shook his head. "Ying Xiu is my woman. No one can touch her." Time flew. It had been 3 months since they arrived in the Absolute Thunder City. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had been stuck at the late stage of the Earth Opening Realm. However, he was not far from the limit. As long as he stepped into the limit, he could take the Flower King Pill and the inner core of the six-clawed beast and break through to the Saint Realm. During this time, under his guidance, Ying Xiu's attainments in the array Dao had improved by leaps and bounds. In just 3 months, Ying Xiu was able to set up a simple Heaven Realm array. If this happened in the miniature universe, it would be incredible. However, this was the chaotic void after all. How could the miniature universe compare to it? "Xiu, when you set up the array just now, you made 3 mistakes." In the courtyard, Fang Qin was quietly instructing Xiu. "The first mistake is that you're not familiar with the array's incantation, so the speed is much slower." Fang Qin said, "In a battle between experts, the opponent will not give you any chance to set up the array, so you have to create an opportunity." "I know." Ying Xiu nodded. The third point, after patiently explaining to Ying Xiu for an hour, Ying Xiu nodded like a chick pecking rice and continued to comprehend. Fang Qin grinned. "Xiu's potential in the array Dao is stronger than I thought. Unfortunately, with my current attainments in the array Dao, I can't completely activate her 10,000 array body," Fang Qin said to himself. He could imagine that if Xiu's 10,000 array body was completely activated, her array Dao realm would soar at a rocket speed. The array Dao was the same as the martial Dao. It focused on the foundation. When Fang Qin was teaching Xiu, he was also trying to strengthen her foundation. The realm was not important because when the foundation was strengthened and the comprehension improved, the realm would naturally improve. Looking at Axiu's serious expression as she comprehended the array formation, Fang Qin recalled his own childhood. Chapter 2391. The next day, Ying Xiu's array principle had reached minor accomplishment. She was very excited and clamored for Fong Qin to take her out for a stroll. "Brother Fong Qin, we've been in Jewelry City for so long, but we haven't had a good stroll," Ingxiu said in a sweet voice. "Okay, I'll take you out for a stroll today," Fong Qin said. In fact, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Jewelry City was full of martial artists. However, among the many martial artists, there was not a single Thunder Attribute martial artist. Jewelry, this was what it meant: to eliminate all Thunder Attribute martial artists. Moreover, the martial artists who came to Jewelry City were basically attracted by his reputation. They knew the identity of the Jewelry Pavilion Master very well. If a Thunder Attribute martial artist came, wouldn't that be courting death? On the streets, people came and went in an endless stream. Just as Fong Qin was strolling around with Ingxiu, there was a sudden noise in front of them. "Brother Fong Qin, what happened?" Ingxiu asked. "I'm not sure." Something seemed to have happened in front of them. With nothing to do, Fong Qin took Ingxiu and walked towards the place where the crowd gathered. After approaching, he found that there was a martial arts practice platform here. Isn't this the martial artist who obtained a 100-year residence token at the same time as me?" Fong Qin was a little curious. At that time, he felt that the black-clothed martial artist was somewhat extraordinary. Now it seemed that it was true. Bang! On the martial arts practice platform, the black-clothed martial artist blasted his opponent away with a punch. His physical body. Seeing this, Fong Qin's eyes lit up. He clearly saw that when the black-clothed martial artist blasted out this punch, there were countless complex patterns on his fist. Those patterns seemed to have evolved from a kind of powerful force. What a strange physical strength. He glanced at the martial artist, who was blasted away. His wound and clothes had been burned. He seems to be fine, but in fact his internal organs have been damaged. Fong Qin looked thoughtfully at the black-clothed martial artist on the martial arts practice platform. There was an uproar around, and everyone was talking about the black-clothed martial artist. "This is already the 99th one, right?" "That's right. Ever since Wang Yi set up a challenge here 3 months ago and challenged all of the gods of chaos, he has never been defeated. In 3 months, he defeated 99 chaos sky gods. What is he trying to do? Don't tell me you want to use this to attract that person from the Jewelry Pavilion?" While many people were guessing, their hearts were also shaken. They had no idea where Wang Yi had come from. There was no Wang clan in the innate world, but if he was a rogue cultivator, how could he be so strong? Many people were puzzled and were waiting for the 100th martial artist to challenge. After waiting for a long time, no one accepted the challenge. Everyone sighed and said, "It seems like no one dares to go up and fight." "Are you kidding me? The man who was just defeated by Wang Yi is the Black Water God, who ranks second among the pure sky gods in our Thunder City. Even he was defeated. Who dares to go up?" "That's right. The second-ranked Black Water God has been defeated. We can only place our hopes on the 1,000 Severing Hands." 1,000 Severing Hands was the strongest Chaos Sky God in absolute Thunder City. He was much stronger than Black Water God. However, 1,000 Severing Hands had joined the Absolute Thunder Pavilion 100 years ago and had not shown his face in the past 100 years. No one knew what was going on with 1,000 Severing Hands now. Just as everyone was sighing, a voice suddenly sounded. "It's impossible for 1,000 Severing Hands to fight." "Why?" "Because he is already a profound god." Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. The potential of 1,000 Severing Hands was too strong. No one would ever forget that he had once defeated all the Chaos Sky Gods. Do you dare to fight with me?" On the martial arts stage, the black-robed Wang Yi looked at Fong Qin with cold eyes and said coldly. Fong Qin was a little surprised. He was just watching the show. Why did this guy want to challenge him? Ingxiu, who was at the side, was very unhappy with Wang Yi's tone and said, "Brother Fong Qin, go up and teach this arrogant guy a lesson." When the people around heard this, they all shook their heads. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Yeah, the cultivation of the person beside you is only at the earth opening realm. How dare he say that he will teach Wang Yi a lesson? Humph! One look, and I can tell that he has not seen the world. Everyone mocked Ding Xiu. Originally, Fong Qin did not plan to fight. However, when he heard everyone's mocking, he frowned and walked up the martial arts stage step by step. You want to challenge me? Fong Qin asked. I don't know if the person who got the permanent residence token has an undeserved reputation. The black-robed Wang Yi said. Voila! There was an uproar below. At this time, everyone recognized Fong Qin. For the past 3 months, Fong Qin had basically been in the courtyard. Although many people had heard of his name, they had never seen him in person. He is Fong Qin. No wonder Wang Yi wants to challenge him. This is going to be a good show. This guy must have some ability to be able to get the permanent residence token. That's not necessarily the case. I heard that he took out the sword wood to get the permanent residence token. Countless voices of discussion spread out. On the martial arts stage, Fong Qin gently shook his head and said indifferently, You are not my opponent. Are you backing down? The black-robed Wang Yi did not give up. Fong Qin gently shook his head and did not say anything more. Seeing this, Wang Yi was even more annoyed, thinking that Fong Qin was looking down on him. There were more voices of discussion below, and everyone was looking at Wang Yi. Before this, I defeated 99 Han Tian gods, and you are the 100th, the black-robed Wang Yi said. Originally, I was going to leave the 100th battle to the 1,000 severing hands. But from the beginning to the end, the 1,000 severing hands did not appear. So, my 100th opponent is you. What do you want to prove? Fong Qin said that you are invincible among the Han Tian gods. Even if you defeated 100 Han Tian gods and swept through Juelei City, so what? You are only the strongest Han Tian gods in Juelei City. In the vast innate world, there are countless Han Tian gods who are stronger than you. You can't prove anything at all. Fong Qin's words pierced Wang Yi's heart. His pitch-black eyes shone even brighter as he stared fixedly at Fong Qin. So you don't dare to fight with me? As I said, you are no match for me. After saying that, Fong Qin turned around and left. Stop! Wang Yi shouted in a low voice. He suddenly stretched out his palm, and a terrifying power blasted toward Fong Qin. Bang! The latter easily blocked Wang Yi's attack, then turned around and said with a cold face, If it weren't for the Juelei Pavilion, you would have been dead. Humph! Wang Yi sneered, not believing Fong Qin's words at all. He is right. Suddenly a voice sounded. Then a figure suddenly appeared in the void. 1,000 severing hands. There was a sudden uproar below the martial arts arena. Many people recognized the 1,000 severing hands, but they were shocked to find that the latter had reached the profound god realm. The rumor is true. The 1,000 severing hands has reached the profound heaven realm. On the martial arts arena, Wang Yi's pupils shrank when he saw the 1,000 severing hands. He smiled bitterly and said, I thought there was no gap between us. This time, I came to Juelei City to defeat you. Now it seems that I was too naive. Wang Yi had reached the profound heaven realm, but he was still in the absolute saint realm. This was the gap between them. Your strength is not bad. If we are in the same realm, it is hard to say who will win. The 1,000 severing hands said indifferently. However, you are no match for Fong Qin. Huh. Wang Yi was puzzled and looked at the 1,000 severing hands. Everyone below the martial arts arena was puzzled. Even though Brother Fong's cultivation is only at the earth-shattering realm, his fighting prowess is already close to that of a profound heaven realm cultivator. 1,000 severing hands said with a chuckle. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's invincible among the gods of chaos. Whoosh! There was an uproar below. Everyone was shocked. Many people noticed that the 1,000 severing hands did not say that he was invincible in Juelei City. He said that he was invincible among the pure sky gods. What did that mean? They did not think that the 1,000 severing hands was wrong. How could a profound God realm expert not understand what he said? How is that possible? Is he really that strong? Not only the people below, but even Wang Yi did not believe it. What? You don't believe it? The 1,000 severing hands asked. If you say that he has the combat strength of an absolute Saint Realm expert, I would believe it. But if you say that he has the combat strength of a profound Heaven Realm expert, I don't believe it. Wang Yi shook his head. Brother Fong once killed 3 absolute saints with one punch. The 1,000 severing hands said softly. Instantly, everyone was shocked. The 1,000 severing hands' words caused a storm in everyone's heart. Killing 3 ultimate saint stage warriors with a single punch? How strong was that? Chapter 2392. Just as the 1,000 severing hands had said, from a certain point of view, Wang Yi and Feng Chen were not on the same level. If Feng Chen made a move, Wang Yi would not be able to fight back. However, Wang Yi did not believe it at all. He looked at Feng Chen with a flicker of light in his eyes. Feng Chen stood calmly on the fighting ring. Although 1,000 severing hands was a mysterious heaven realm martial artist, he was talking to Feng Chen with a smile on his face. In fact, there seemed to be a trace of profoundness in his words. Some smart people had already guessed that 1,000 severing hands was taking the initiative to make friends with Feng Chen. Could it be that this guy is really as powerful as 1,000 severing hands said? Could it be that he is afraid of losing to Wang Yi, so he deliberately asked 1,000 severing hands to say that? The sound of discussion was endless. On the fighting ring, Wang Yi tried to calm himself down and said in a deep voice, I don't believe that you can kill 3 absolute Saint Realm martial artists with one punch. Wang Yi had made his stance clear. He still wanted to challenge Feng Chen. Nonsense. 1,000 severing hands scolded. This was simply nonsense. Even 1,000 severing hands was not confident of defeating Feng Chen, let alone Han Tianxin. Let's end this here. 1,000 severing hands waved his hand and said. Feng Chen nodded slightly and was about to walk down the fighting ring. However, Wang Yi did not give up and said, Are you afraid? Feng Chen's footsteps stopped abruptly. He abruptly turned around, and a cold glint flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Just when everyone thought that he was going to get angry and start a fight, he said something that was out of everyone's expectations. Your provocation is too bad. After saying that, Feng Chen walked down the fighting ring. However, after he took a few steps, he shook his head slightly and said, Don't worry. Boom! Suddenly, he turned around and threw out a punch. Dong! The space shattered and a terrifying fist radiance shot out instantly. Below the fighting ring, everyone was stunned. They felt an extremely oppressive aura. So powerful. Everyone retreated. Even the 1,000 severing hands automatically dodged. Crack! A simple punch had sent Wang Yi flying. When everyone came to their senses, there was a sentence in the air. If you want to challenge me, cultivate for a few more years. 1,000 severing hands, who was in the air, saw the scene below and smiled bitterly. He had tried to persuade Wang Yi, but the latter did not listen. Wang Yi, who was lying on the ground, spat out blood. How is this possible? He could not believe that there was such an expert to become a Han Tianxin. Furthermore, this person was an earth-opening realm cultivator. He was unwilling to give up, so he had bitterly cultivated for dozens of years, all for the sake of becoming famous in absolute Thunder City. But now he had ended up like this. That punch just now was at most 1/10 of his true strength, said Yi Futian. 1,000 severing hands glanced at Wang Yi indifferently and left. In the square, countless shocked eyes looked at Wang Yi. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. Very soon, the news spread throughout Juele City. Countless martial artists said that Feng Chen was invincible among the Han Tianxin. Wang Yi, who was an expert, could not withstand a punch from him. One could imagine how strong he was. Night covered the land. At the edge of Juele City, two figures suddenly appeared below the city wall. "Young master, be careful. This is Juele City," an old man said in a low voice. "Don't worry. It's just a Hun Tianshan. I, Lei Sanju, have ways to kill him." Lei Sanju smiled. Soon, the two disappeared into the darkness. Early the next morning, Lei Sanju and his servant disguised themselves as ordinary people and hid in Juele City. If they did not use their thunder cultivation technique, no one would notice them. Even if they did not have a residence token, they could stay in Juele City for 7 days. As long as they killed Fang Qin and retreated within 7 days, it would be fine. "Young master." Early in the morning, the servant heard the news and hurriedly told Lei Sanju. Yesterday, Wang Yi set up an arena and challenged all the Hun Tianshan. He defeated 99 Hun Tianshan in a row. The 100th Hun Tianshan was challenged by Fang Qin. What happened? In the end, Wang Yi was sent flying by Fang Qin with a single punch. At that time, even the 1,000 severing hands appeared. He personally told Wang Yi that Fang Qin was an invincible god, the servant said. Huh. Lei Sanju's body surged with violent power, but soon he restrained his aura. Lightning flashed in his dark eyes. He said coldly, "Although Wang Yi is weak, he can be ranked among the top in the absolute saint realm." But he couldn't even withstand a punch from this kid? At this moment, Lei Sanju finally felt how powerful Fang Qin was. The invisible pressure in his heart increased. "I didn't expect 1,000 severing hands to enter the profound heaven realm." Wang Yi and 1,000 severing hands were from the same generation as Lei Sanju. The two of them were quite famous among the Hun Tianshan in the innate realm. "Young master, do we need to change the plan?" the servant asked. Lei Sanju shook his head. His dark eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "I'm well prepared. Let this kid be my stepping stone and help me enter the profound god realm." After saying that, Lei Sanju disappeared. At night, in the elegant courtyard, Ying Xiao was still in seclusion. In order not to disturb her, Fang Qin had set up a few array chains around her. He, on the other hand, was cultivating with his eyes closed. Recently, although his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck, his primordial spirit was growing rapidly. He even felt that the innate soul reversal technique was about to break through. Phew! Suddenly, Fang Qin opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately, his eyes glanced indifferently at a dark corner. Then the corner of his lips curled up and he revealed an eerie smile. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, the array model shot out and went into the darkness. Whoosh! Without any signs, the burning sky 9 changes array was set up. "Come out." At this moment, Fang Qin stood up and looked at a certain part of the void as he spoke, indifferently. Lei Sanju and the servant, who were hiding in the void, were shocked. "He found me." Lei Sanju's eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "Young master, the Highlight clan is very good at hiding. I don't believe that an Earth Expansion realm martial artist can find us. It's very likely that he's just testing us," the servant said. Hearing this, Lei Sanju restrained his body. "You're not coming out?" In the courtyard, Fang Qin stood quietly and waved his hand. The burning sky 9 changes array was exposed instantly. A violent explosion swept across the land and lit up the dark corner. A terrifying fireball flew towards Lei Sanju. "Get lost!" Lei Sanju let out a low growl and threw out a punch, blasting the fireball away. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of Fang Qin. "Lightning element technique. Are you from the Highlight clan?" Fang Qin saw through the lightning attribute in Lace and Divine Art's fist with a single glance. "Highlight clan, Lei Sanju," Lei Sanju said coldly. You're Lei Sanju?" Obviously, Fang Qin had heard of Lei Sanju from Ying Xiao. "Where's Xiao?" Lei Sanju asked. "What does that have to do with you?" Fang Qin said, "She's my woman. Although she betrayed the Ying clan, she's still my fiancée. How can she leave with a stranger?" Lei Sanju said calmly. His calm words contained a shocking thunderstorm. One could imagine that once Lei Sanju exploded, everyone would be terrified. The so-called engagement is just a joke. Ying Xiu has her own choice, and everyone should respect her choice, Fang Qin said. If it was before, he wouldn't care about this. But now it was different. He saw Ying Xiu as his younger sister, especially after learning about Ying Xiu's experience in the Ying family. She felt even more indignant for her. Now, Lei Sanju actually came to ask for him. How ridiculous! You! Lei Sanju's face gradually turned cold. You dare to touch my woman? Do you believe that I will wring your head off? Lei Sanju said in a domineering manner. Fang Qin shook his head. Lei Sanju, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can disregard the Black Thunder clan just because you've killed a Saint Realm Limit warrior? Lei Sanju walked towards Fang Qin step by step. The servant behind him took the lead and rushed towards Fang Qin, saying, Young master, let me take the lead for you. Boom! With just a single punch, the servant was killed. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2393. Lei Sanju was completely enraged. Although he was not the most outstanding disciple of the Hailai clan, he was still famous among the heaven gods in the innate realm. He had once competed with Thousand Severing Hands and the others. Although Thousand Severing Hands was ahead of him and had entered the profound heaven realm before him, he was not in a hurry at all. His body constitution and Ying Xiu's myriad formation body could completely awaken the bloodline of the Hailai clan. At that time, his strength would skyrocket as he possessed the purest bloodline. His potential would also increase as a result. However, the Hailai clan did not announce Ying Xiu's special body constitution to the outside world. If she was an ordinary girl, she would not have let Lei Sanju take the risk to come to Juele City. You're dead, Lei Sanju said coldly. Who do you think you are? You weren't even born when I was in the innate realm. Even now, the number of heaven gods who are more powerful than Lei Sanju in the innate realm could be counted on one hand. When one's strength reached a certain level, one's cultivation level was no longer that important. Lei Sanju had thought that Lei Sanju would obediently hand over Ying Xiu and kill himself if he came in person. Who would have thought that Lei Sanju would kill his servant in front of him? I want you dead. Lei Sanju let out a low growl, and a crackling sound of thunder could be heard from his body. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered with complicated thunder runes. These thunder runes formed an armor in front of his chest along with the sound of thunder. Thunder armor? Fang Qin was slightly startled when he saw this. The Hailai clan was indeed wealthy to be able to produce such a powerful thunder armor. Armor was the last thing that weapon forgers wanted to make. The crafting of each set of armor required a lot of time and a lot of precious materials. This thunder armor looks illusory, but it's actually very hard. Fang Qin said to himself, It's not inferior to my myriad sword body. No wonder Lei Sanju was so confident with such an armor. Boom! Fang Qin punched out and hit the thunder armor. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. The fist light exploded on the armor and was instantly swallowed up by the berserk aura of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the fist radiance dissipated. You want to break through my thunder armor with this little bit of strength? Lei Sanju sneered. He stomped his foot and charged toward Fang Qin. At the same time, a large halberd appeared in his hand, the thunder halberd. Mid-grade Ling, Tian-grade weapon, lightning halberd. Thunder descends, incinerate everything. Lei Sanju bellowed and waved his thunderbolt halberd in the air. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The thunderbolt halberd struck the void and shattered it. Then a ball of thunderbolt flame instantly spread out. Hissing sounds could be heard as the vast void was burned by the lightning flames. Thunderous flame, Fong Qin said softly. Although the lightning flames were strong, they couldn't pose a threat to Fong Qin. Pure strength can't break through the thunder armor's defense. Fong Qin grinned and took out the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword was at the chaos level. Even if it hid its aura, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Open, Fong Qin bellowed. The hidden star sword flew out and cut through the void as if it was cutting tofu. It then rushed into the thunderbolt flame. Humph, my thunderbolt flame was collected from the innate thunderbolt cliff. Its temperature is so high that even a profound heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to resist it. It was collected in the thunderbolt halberd and nourished with the blood of my Black Thunder clan for countless years. You want to cut through my thunderbolt flame with a mere weapon? Lei Sanju was very confident in his thunderbolt flame. His eyes were filled with disdain. It's useless. Lei Sanju could already see the scene of Fong Qin being burned by the thunderbolt flame. However, just as he was about to control the thunderbolt halberd to burn Fong Qin, a shocking scene appeared. Crack! The hidden star sword cut through the thunderbolt flame as if it was cutting tofu. This, Lei Sanju was dumbfounded. It cut through the scorching thunderbolt flame with brute force? His weapon? Lei Sanju looked at the hidden star sword and exclaimed in his heart. Supreme grade sky surmounting weapon. Lei Sanju's eyes were filled with greed. Humph, even a supreme grade sky surmounting weapon can't break through my thunderbolt armor. After pondering for a moment, Lei Sanju snorted and calmed down. The energy in his body surged, and he continued to swing the thunderbolt halberd at Fong Qin. Crack! Without the support of the thunderbolt halberd, the thunderbolt flame instantly shattered and was completely dispersed by the hidden star sword. Afterward, the hidden star sword didn't stop. It carried a violent Ashura sword chi and swooped down, colliding with Lei Sanju's thunderbolt halberd. Dong! A shocking power surged out from the point of impact. Lei Sanju felt his blood boil and his hand hurt. A shocking force came from the thunderbolt halberd, causing Lei Sanju's body to stagger. Break! Lei Sanju stared at the hidden star sword, thinking that it would break after being hit by the thunderbolt halberd. However, his wishful thinking didn't work out. Cracks suddenly appeared on the powerful thunderbolt halberd. Then the energy in the thunderbolt halberd dissipated. Impossible! Lei Sanju roared and channeled the energy in his body into the thunderbolt halberd. However, it didn't help. The thunderbolt halberd had broken. Crack! The hidden star sword pressed down again. The thunderbolt halberd finally couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered. Pieces of broken metal fell to the ground. Every sound was like a hammer that pounded on Lei Sanju's heart. How is this possible? He had nurtured the thunderbolt halberd for a long time with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan. Although the thunderbolt halberd was a middle-grade sky-surmounting weapon, it could unleash the power of an upper-grade sky-surmounting weapon when combined with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan. He couldn't believe that the thunderbolt halberd that had accompanied him for his whole life would shatter. That is... Finally, Lei Sanju discovered the uniqueness of the hidden star sword. Crash! A red light flashed on the hidden star sword. Suddenly, Lei Sanju's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. Chaos level? Lei Sanju cried out. Unfortunately, it was too late. His body was shrouded by the aura of the hidden star sword. He was imprisoned on the ground and couldn't move. He looked flustered and wanted to escape. Pucci! The hidden star sword chopped down on his head, immediately splitting it into two halves. Crack! Lei Sanju's body fell to the ground. The thunderbolt armor that he was so proud of had already shattered under the powerful attack of the hidden star sword. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief and kept the hidden star sword. If the hidden star sword wasn't at the chaos level, it would be difficult to kill Lei Sanju. Fang Qin said to himself. At this moment, he had a deeper understanding. Those big clans with a deep foundation were not comparable to those ordinary clans. Lei Sanju was only a relatively good disciple among the younger generation of the Black Lightning clan, but he had such powerful combat strength. Thunderbolt Flame, Thunderbolt Halberd, and Thunderbolt Armor. With these three combined with the bloodline of the Black Lightning clan, he could erupt with unimaginable power. With Lei Sanju's strength, he could even protect himself against a real profound heaven realm martial artist. Unfortunately, he met the freak Fang Qin. Chaos grade that was in existence above Ling Tian grade. Even a real profound god would be afraid of it, let alone a chaotic sky god. It was not an unjust death to die under the chaos level weapon. He put away Lei Sanju's Summer Ring and burned the two bodies. The courtyard returned to its peaceful state as if nothing had happened. In the dark, the vice pavilion master of the extreme Thunder Pavilion glanced at the courtyard and then disappeared. This kid has great potential. No wonder the pavilion master asked us to treat him well. This was the vice pavilion master's thought. He could imagine that the Black Lightning clan would be furious when they learned that Lei Sanju had died in Extreme Thunder City. However, with the pavilion master of the Extreme Thunder Pavilion, even the Black Lightning Star King had to be cautious. After Lei Sanju's ferment in the peaceful Black Lightning clan, the storm finally came. The Thunderbolt Destruction 3 arts was a slap to the Black Lightning clan's face. Big clans could ignore other things, but they could not ignore their face. Not long after, the Black Lightning clan sent out a message. They must kill Fang Qin. Chapter 2394. The Black Lightning family's must-kill order quickly reached Fang Qin's ears. Some of the more well-informed forces had already heard about Lei Sanju's death. Fang Qin's name had truly spread among the various forces in the innate world. Many people were guessing who this person was since he dared to kill Lei Sanju of the Black Lightning family. There were many forces in the innate world, and the Black Lightning family had the legendary Mystic Light, Realm Expert, Ancestor Black Lightning. It could be said that they were one of the top forces. One had to know that there were only 7 peak Mystic Light Realm Experts in the entire innate world. Mystic Light Realm Mystic Gods had the ability to protect themselves in the chaos void. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, they wouldn't be in any danger. Even in the starry sky, they were considered experts. A normal sect wouldn't dare to offend a force with a Mystic Light Realm Expert. Even though Ancestor Black Lightning hadn't appeared in the innate world for thousands of years, he was still a force to be reckoned with. This was the power of a Mystic Light Realm Expert. Over the countless years, there would often be small conflicts between the forces, but they didn't dare to openly kill a force that had a Mystic Light Realm Expert in it. Fang Qin's name instantly spread throughout the innate world. Extreme Thunder City, Elegant Courtyard. Big Brother Fang Qin, the Black Lightning family, is too despicable. Yingxiu only learned that Lei Sanju had been killed by Fang Qin after she finished cultivating. Thinking about how she had almost married Lei Sanju, a complicated expression appeared on Yingxiu's face. At the same time, she was worried about the Black Lightning family's revenge. She knew that the Black Lightning family was very protective of their own. Now that they had given the must-kill order, they would definitely hunt down Fang Qin. Don't worry. No matter how strong the Black Lightning family is, they won't dare to cause trouble in Extreme Thunder City, Fang Qin said softly. But Yingxiu blamed herself. Fang Qin didn't have to get involved in this. Xiu, focus on comprehending the array. Don't think too much, Fang Qin said as he patted Xiu's shoulder. With his current strength, even if he faced a profound Heaven Realm martial artist, he had the ability to protect himself. Once the Heizhen golden armor was successfully refined, he would have the courage to fight even against a Xianqi realm expert. If they wanted to kill him, the Highlight clan would have to pay a high price. In the vast innate world, the core area was the innate district. All the experts in the innate world were gathered here. Apart from the sect, there were also some dangerous places. However, no danger zone could pose a problem for human martial artists. The wisdom of the human race was boundless. 3,000 miles north of Jewelay City, there was a huge mountain range. Within this mountain range, there were several towering mountains that reached into the clouds. This place was shrouded in smoke, and the environment was extremely harsh. Under normal circumstances, very few martial artists would come here. Even if there were occasionally some exploration teams, they were all formed by profound God. Today, in an open space in the Savage Mountains, whoosh! The leader of the group was a man with a face full of stubble. He took a deep breath, looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. How can a mere savage mountain trouble us? The stubble-bearded man sneered, not putting the savage mountain in his eyes at all. Brother Tan, don't be careless. The blue-clothed man's eyes flashed as he reminded him. Everyone says that the Savage Mountain is the absolute death zone of the innate world. Profound God will definitely die if they enter it. However, I came in unscathed. This means that the Savage Mountain doesn't live up to its name. Brother Tan sneered, not putting the Savage Mountain in his eyes at all. When the others saw this, they wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, the blue-clothed man shook his head and said, Brother Tan, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry up and climb the mountain. Okay, Brother Tan said. After a short rest, they continued to climb the mountain. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound. Dust flew up from the peak of the Savage Mountain as a black mass swooped down. What is that? One of them noticed this, and his body began to tremble. That is, Brother Tan also raised his head. When he saw that shocking scene, his heart was filled with fear. Run! Brother Tan was the first to run down the Savage Mountain, wanting to escape. However, it was too late. Rumble! Puny humans! How dare you invade the Savage Mountain? This is unforgivable. An enormous, monstrous beast spoke the human language. Following its command, the densely packed monstrous beasts completely engulfed Brother Tan and the others. In the blink of an eye, Brother Tan and the others were killed. It's time for the Savage Mountain's beast race to come out. The huge demonic beast in the lead looked down with its eyes as big as gongs. Soon the news spread. The Savage Mountain in the north of the innate world had a beast race. An unprecedented number of beasts had all come out. The entire Savage Mountain was in danger. When the major forces received the news, they were all shocked. The Savage Mountain's beasts are moving. Could it be that a treasure has appeared? It must be. It's said that every time there is a beast race in the Savage Mountain, there will be a shocking treasure. This is an opportunity. We must seize it. In just 3 days, the news of the beast race in the Savage Mountain had spread throughout the innate world. Even the Hylai family and other major forces had made corresponding countermeasures to deal with the beast race. A beast race in the Savage Mountain? Hylai City, Hylai family's territory. A strange look flashed in the Black Thunder Star monarch's dark eyes. When he heard the news, his heart trembled a little. Patriarch, it's been a long time since a beast race has appeared in the Savage Mountain. This time, a treasure must have appeared. Elder Hylai knew very well what kind of earth-shattering treasure had appeared the last time there was a beast race in the Savage Mountain. I remember that the last time there was Verdant Wood Chi. The Hylai Star King suppressed the excitement in his heart and tapped his finger on the wooden table beside him. Verdant Wood Chi was a very pure wood elemental energy. After a wood elemental martial artist absorbed it, his strength would increase to an unimaginable level. Moreover, the wood elemental cultivation technique he cultivated would reach perfection in an instant. This was the best temptation for wood elemental martial artists. That's right. The last time there was a beast race in the Savage Mountain, Reverend Kanglin was lucky enough to obtain the Verdant Wood Chi, said Elder Hylai. The major forces in the innate world fought each other and blood flowed like a river. However, in the end, Reverend Kanglin was the one who got what he wanted. Reverend Kanglin was a wood elemental martial artist. His cloudy orchid butterfly hand was a top wood elemental cultivation technique. After obtaining the verdant wood chi, his strength skyrocketed and his cloudy orchid butterfly hand reached perfection. In the final battle, he slaughtered his opponents and became a reverend. After that battle, peace returned to the savage mountain. The beast race was over. Reverend Kanglin's reputation rose, and he became one of the best among the profound gods. After so many years, the beast race in the savage mountain reappeared. Not only the Hyli family, but the other minor forces were also tempted. The beast race has just started, and the profound heaven realm and profound chi realm demonic beasts have only appeared. This is the best time to train our troops. The Hyli Star King said lightly, "Tell Lei Qianjue to lead the younger generation of the Hyli family to the outskirts of the savage mountain. They will hunt profound god-level demonic beasts and increase their strength as much as possible." "Yes, Patriarch," Elder Hyli replied. At the same time, the major forces were scrambling to make preparations. The younger generation of the major sect began to move toward the savage mountain. On the other hand, the profound chi and profound star realm experts didn't make a move. They were paying attention to the movements of the beast horde. Under normal circumstances, the beast race would last for a while. At the beginning, the beast race was weak. However, as the beast race grew stronger, the treasure would appear. Therefore, the top overlords were watching the beast race from the shadows, in the elegant courtyard of the great Thunder City. Beast race? Fong Qin furrowed his brows as he pondered. This was the first time he had heard of the beast race, so he didn't know much about it. The Vice Pavilion Lord of the Great Thunder Pavilion came to visit Chen Fan and said, "The beast race in the Savage Mountain happens every once in a while. Every time it happens, there will be a treasure appearing. Danger and opportunity coexist. Although the beast race is powerful, if you can find some treasure, it will be a great gain. What do you think, Pavilion Lord?" Fong Qin looked at the Vice Pavilion Lord and asked. "The Pavilion Lord is in seclusion and no one is allowed to disturb him. I am only here to remind you. Don't go out during this time. Also be prepared. When the Pavilion Lord comes out of seclusion, the younger generation of the Great Thunder City will form a team and head to the Savage Mountain to train." Chapter 2395 Black Thunder Star Kings Trick the Beast Tide soon swept through the entire innate world. Many forces were taking this matter seriously. The destructive power of the demonic beasts was very strong. While many forces were searching for treasures, they were also trying their best to destroy the demonic beast army. Otherwise, once all the demonic beasts in the barbaric mountains came out, they would occupy the innate realm, and the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. On a mountain peak thousands of miles away from the barbaric mountains, through the void, the Black Thunder Star King looked at the towering savage mountain in the distance. It's a black mass. The beast tide this time is more ferocious than before. Black Thunder Star King said, "Patriarch, what do we need to do?" Elder He Lei asked. Lei Qianjue has led the younger generation and the profound heaven state cultivators to the barbaric mountain. They should have reached the foot of the mountain by now. When the Black Thunder Star Monarch was about to speak, a light suddenly flashed through his mind. Soon after, a sinister smile flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Within the territory of the wild mountains in a certain forest, roar! The cries of the demonic beasts continued. Groups of demonic beasts left the savage mountains in batches to explore the human territory. Strictly speaking, they were the vanguard. After the exploration was completed, he would report the information back. Move out. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the middle of a small group of demonic beasts. Bang! With a fierce punch, he sent one of the demonic beasts flying. In an instant, the other demonic beasts roared in anger and released their violent energy to besiege the black figure. Voila! Lightning flashed in the sky, and the black shadow revealed its true appearance. Black Thunder Star King. Stupid guy. The Black Thunder Star monarch deliberately disguised his aura and killed a demonic beast. After successfully enraging the other demonic beasts, his figure flashed and quickly left. Roar! The demonic beasts were enraged, and they chased after him in a frenzy. The Black Thunder Star monarch purposely slowed down, allowing the demonic beasts behind him to chase after him unhurriedly. 3,000 li. The Savage Mountain was only 3,000 li away from Extreme Thunder City. To an expert like the Black Thunder Star King, it was a matter of a blink of an eye. However, in order to lure the small group of demonic beasts, he deliberately slowed down. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The demonic beasts' eyes were red from the killing. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill this despicable human in front of them. Damned humans, how dare you barge into the desolate mountains and kill my clansmen? Hoo! Thunder City was already in sight. The Black Thunder Star King suddenly increased his speed and instantly disappeared into the void. The few demonic beasts that were chasing madly had lost their target, so they could only vent their anger on the Thunder Jewelry City in front of them. Roar! His angry roar spread into Jewelry City, causing a great panic. Bang! The bodies of these demonic beasts were very large. They directly jumped over the city wall and entered Jewelry City. Poochie! Wherever they passed, their large claws would stretch out. With a ripping sound, ordinary cultivators would die at their hands. In the blink of an eye, the streets were covered with blood and corpses. Hurry up and call the people from the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. Fear spread in their hearts, and everyone retreated one after another. At the same time, they went to invite the cultivators from the Jew Thunder Pavilion. What's that? Where did these demonic beasts come from? Why do they dare to barge into Jewelry City and start a massacre? Damn it, they are too cruel. They did not give face to the pavilion master at all. In the midst of the discussion, the cultivators from the Jew Thunder Pavilion finally arrived. Evil creatures. The deputy pavilion master leaped and floated in the air. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the head of one of the demonic beasts. Crack! With a strong twist, the demonic beast's head was directly crushed. Roar! When the remaining demonic beasts saw this, they fell into a state of madness and rushed towards the deputy pavilion master crazily, courting death. The deputy pavilion master was very strong. The demonic beasts in front of him were no match for him at all. In the blink of an eye, the demonic beasts were killed by the deputy pavilion master. Clean up this place. The deputy pavilion master took the corpses of the demonic beasts away and left such a sentence. On the 9th floor of the Jew Thunder Pavilion, under the lead of the deputy pavilion master, Fong Chin came here again. After seeing the pavilion master, Fong Chin was a little surprised. Pavilion master, what did you find? The deputy pavilion master asked straight to the point. Several demonic beasts' corpses were lying on the ground. They were killed by the deputy pavilion master previously. A beast tide appeared in the Savage Mountain. Presumably, these demonic beasts should be from the Savage Mountain. The pavilion master stroked his beard and said faintly, but the Savage Mountain is a full 3,000 miles away from Savage Mountain. It's impossible for them to come here in such a short time. Every time there was a beast tide riot in the Savage Mountain, the advance troops would explore carefully. The initial exploration range was just around the Savage Mountain. The pavilion master was somewhat puzzled. Why would they cross 3,000 miles and attack Savage Mountain? Could it be that this beast tide is different from before? The deputy pavilion master asked. The peerless Thunder Pavilion master shook his head as his gaze landed on Fong Chin. Fong Chin shrugged his shoulders, not understanding the pavilion master's meaning. Black Thunder Clan, the pavilion master suddenly said. Senior, Are you saying that the Beast Tide is related to the Black Thunder clan? Fong Qin frowned and said with a gloomy face. The Pavilion Master shook his head and sneered. How can a mere Black Thunder clan be related to the Beast Tide? What I'm saying is that these demonic beasts are related to the Black Thunder clan. I just sense carefully. There's a trace of lightning aura on their bodies. The Pavilion Master analyzed. When the Beast Tide starts as the advanced troops, they definitely won't rashly attack Savage Mountain that's 3,000 miles away. In addition, they have the lightning aura of the Black Thunder clan. There's only one explanation. The people of the Black Thunder clan deliberately led these demonic beasts outside Savage Mountain. Moreover, they are forcing you to panic and leave Savage Mountain. The Pavilion Master and the Black Thunder clan had been at odds for so long. He knew them like the back of his hand. Black Thunder clan. Fong Qin clenched his fist and said coldly. The Pavilion Master didn't dwell on this matter. He waved his hand and said, I called you here to tell you about the Beast Tide in the Savage Mountain. Pavilion Master, are you sending the younger generation to the Savage Mountain to gain experience? Fong Qin asked. He had already learned about the situation from the Deputy Pavilion Master. However, after this incident, Fong Qin was a little worried. What if the experts of the Black Thunder clan were hiding in the Savage Mountain and ambushing him? The Pavilion Master seemed to have seen through Fong Qin's worries. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Every time the Beast Tide starts, the major forces of the innate world have an unwritten agreement. The strong can't attack the weak. Only by working together to repel the Beast Tide will this rule be nullified. If during this period the strong don't care about their reputation and attack the weak, they will be jointly punished by the other forces. Hearing this, Fong Qin was instantly relieved. Even the Black Thunder Star King wouldn't dare to ignore the joint punishment of the high-level experts of the innate world. The appearance of the Beast Tide is an opportunity for the human clan. From today on, you and Thousand Severing Hands will lead the young warriors of the extreme Thunder City and the profound Heaven Realm warriors to the Savage Mountain to hunt the demonic beasts and gain experience, the Pavilion Master said. Fong Qin had already known the Beast Tide like the back of his hand. After hearing the Pavilion Master's words, he was overjoyed. During this period, his cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. He needed to seek a breakthrough in a life-and-death battle. Fong Qin, you are representing the extreme Thunder City this time. Don't embarrass the extreme Thunder City. There are no restrictions among the younger generation. You can fight at will, the Deputy Pavilion Master said. However, the Savage Mountain is very large. When you enter, the first thing you have to be careful of is the Beast Tide. Unless it is a last resort, don't attack the human clan warriors. The Beast Tide was the first. If the powerful demonic beasts in the Savage Mountain revived, it would be a crisis that swept across the innate world. Therefore, while looking for opportunities and treasures, they had to kill as many demonic beasts as possible. The more demonic beasts you kill, the more credits you will get. When the Beast Tide is over, the high-level experts of the innate world will jointly judge. The top 100 disciples with the most credits will be rewarded, the Deputy Pavilion Master continued. After a brief discussion, the Pavilion Master continued to refine the Black Thunder golden armor. The Deputy Pavilion Master summoned Thousand Severing Hands and asked him and Fong Qin to lead the team to the Savage Mountain. Rumble. Just when Fong Qin and the others gathered and were ready to set off, all of a sudden, a shocking aura spread out. Someone had broken through to the profound Heaven Realm. Chapter 2396. On the 15th day of the Beast Tide, Fong Qin finally arrived with the people from the Thunder City. What a terrifying aura! Standing in front of the Savage Mountain, the towering Savage Mountain had already become a black mass, occupied by countless demonic beasts. This is just the early stage of the Beast Tide. The later stage, the stronger the monsters, Qian Jusho said. This time, he and Fong Qin led the team together. Although the latter's cultivation was only at the earth-splitting realm, He did not dare to underestimate him. In his mind, what the Thunder Pavilion Master said to him vaguely echoed. Fang Chen's strength was not below his. If it was someone else who said that, he would definitely ignore it. But the Thunder Pavilion Master was different. His strength was so strong that Qianju Shou looked up to him. Moreover, Qianju Shou was able to break through the bottleneck and become a profound god because of the Thunder Pavilion Master. Every time the beast tide starts, the disciples of the sect in the innate world will come here to train. Qianju Shou explained, "The closer we are to the top of the savage mountains, the stronger the monsters are. It is said that in the late stage of the mysterious star realm, there will be a large number of monsters. If we don't exterminate them before the beast tide completely breaks out, there will be profound god realm monsters." Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a strange light. "But Brother Fang, you don't have to worry. We just need to train at the foot of the savage mountains. Don't go too deep. Generally, there will be no problem." While the two were chatting, Wang Yi, who was dressed in black, quickly flew over from the distance without any expression on his face. When he came to Fang Chen, he said in a low voice, "I found out that the younger generation of the sect has gathered on the lesser immeasurable mountain to discuss how to deal with the beast tide." Lesser immeasurable mountain? Hearing this, Qianju Shou's face showed a strange look. He immediately looked at Fang Chen and said, "The lesser immeasurable mountain is a famous mountain in the innate world. 1,000 years ago, Ancestor Black Thunder and the Thunder Pavilion Master had a duel on this mountain." Qianju Shou said slowly. Fang Chen nodded and said nothing. "Brother Fang, I think we should also go to the minor immeasurable mountain to meet up with the other sect's geniuses," Thousand Severing Hands suddenly said. Fang Chen was puzzled and asked, "Why?" The beast tide was imminent, and they were only the vanguard, killing the demonic beasts in the periphery and improving their own strength. There was no need to discuss anything important about fighting against the beast tide. It's said to be a meeting to discuss how to deal with the beast tide, but in reality it's just a stage for the young geniuses of each sect to show off their skills, Thousand Hands said. Every once in a while, the geniuses of the various forces of the innate world would gather together at the lesser immeasurable mountain to discuss Tao and spar with each other. However, only they knew that they were not convinced of each other's superiority and wanted to step on each other's heads. They gathered together and fought against each other to determine the ranking and so on. The younger generation was high-spirited. No matter what it was, they always wanted to be number one. Over time, the immeasurable small summit received the recognition of the experts of the innate realm and gradually grew into a large-scale event. I just didn't expect that they would hold a summit at this time. Thousand Hands said seriously, "Our Thunder City is one of the most powerful forces in the innate world. Although we are not as powerful as those top forces, we have the support of the Thunder Pavilion Lord. If we don't go, people will gossip about us." Fang Chen understood what Thousand Hands was trying to say. "Will the Black Thunder family be there?" Fang Chen asked. Of course, the Black Thunder clan was the one who proposed the immeasurable mountain meeting. "They are the hosts," said Qianju. "If I'm not mistaken, Lei Qianjue will be the host of the meeting." Lei Qianjue? This was the first time Fang Chen had heard of Lei Qianjue's name, so he didn't know much about him. Lei Qianjue, the man you killed, was considered an elite in the Black Thunder family. However, Lei Qianjue was the most talented genius of the Black Thunder family in the last 10,000 years. He is very powerful. You will understand when you meet him. Lei Qianjue of the Black Thunder family. Fang Chen murmured the name. A moment later, a murderous glint flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. He said, "If that is the case, let's go and have a look." The immeasurable small mountain was located near the barbaric mountains. Standing at the top of the mountain, one could clearly see the situation in the barbaric mountains. With the presence of an overlord, the beasts in the barbaric mountains didn't dare to come out. However, as time went by, the beast tide would become stronger and stronger. One day, the beast tide would come out of the barbaric mountains and fight with the humans. At the peak of the immeasurable small mountain, the younger generation of the sect had gathered. Some of the weaker sect members sat not far from the peak of the mountain and talked with each other. Meanwhile, the top prodigies stood at the peak of the mountain. Lei Xing, why are you the host of the immeasurable small mountain summit? Suddenly, a man walked up to Lei Xing and asked with a smile, My brother, Lei Qinjue, has gone deep into the barbaric mountains to kill the beasts. But he has already told me that he will be here soon. Lei Xing said with a smile. Lei Xing was tall and burly. He exuded a powerful thunder chi. He was the second most powerful overlord in the Lei family after Lei Qinjue. He had entered the profound heaven realm a long time ago. However, he was still at the early stage of the profound heaven realm. In the blink of an eye, many prodigies came to visit. As the host, Lei Xing kept greeting them. 6 hours later, Fang Chen and the others arrived and attracted many people's attention. 1,000 hands? Even the Thunder City is here? Ha ha ha, this is going to be interesting. Everyone knew that the Black Thunder family and the Thunder City had a bad relationship. Every time the immeasurable small mountain summit was held, they would fight with each other. Let's go. Let's go up. Qianju Shou walked at the front. A violent power radiated out from his body, instantly scaring off many people. What? 1,000 hands has entered the profound heaven realm? Some of the martial artists who wanted to pick a fight with 1,000 hands quickly backed away. They didn't expect 1,000 severing hands to step into the profound heaven realm after so many years. It seemed like absolute Thunder City came prepared this time. Hey, isn't that Wang Yi behind 1,000 hands? Someone recognized Wang Yi and was shocked when he found out that Wang Yi had also entered the profound heaven realm. Even he has entered the profound heaven realm? 2 profound heaven realm cultivators are leading the team. No wonder the Thunder City is so confident. If Lei Qinjue doesn't show up, Lei Xing alone won't be able to control the situation. The sound of discussion spread halfway up the mountain. Lei Xing, who was greeting everyone at the top of the mountain, also heard the discussion. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood at the edge of the mountain. He looked down and his eyes fell on 1,000 hands. 1,000 hands, Wang Yi. Lei Xing said lightly. 2 profound heaven realm cultivators? Are they trying to pressure the Black Thunder family? Although Lei Qinjue wasn't here yet, Lei Xing had the Black Thunder family behind him. Besides, even if both 1,000 hands and Wang Yi had entered the profound heaven realm, he was confident that he could defeat both of them. Lei Xing, they are not friendly. Many elites looked at Lei Xing curiously, wondering how he was going to deal with the aftermath. Who is that guy behind Lei Xing? When the people of Thunder City were halfway up the mountain, someone finally noticed Fang Chen. He was only an Earth realm cultivator, but he was able to walk behind 1,000 hands. This proved that he had a high status in the Thunder City. Soon, someone found out Fang Chen's identity. He killed Ying Hua and Elder Ying Shan of the Ying family in the Cloud District and Fang Chen, who stole the Black Thunder family's Black Thunder ores. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Is he Fang Chen? I heard that with his earth-splitting realm cultivation base, he killed 3 absolute saint stage martial artists with a single punch? Are you serious? No matter how powerful an earth realm cultivator is, he can't be that powerful. I don't believe it. Many people didn't believe it because the news came from Thunder City. On the mountain peak, Lei Xing was very clear about Fang Chen's identity and strength. He squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He is Fang Chen? Young Master Lei Xing, he is Fang Chen. One of his subordinates said with a smile. Although no one could prove that Fang Chen was the murderer of Lei Sanji's death in Thunder Jewelry City, the Black Thunder family had placed the blame on Fang Chen. This is truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Since you are here to seek death, Then don't blame me, Lei Xing, for being impolite. Lei Xing's face revealed a sinister smile. Halfway up the mountain, there are some powerful sects blocking the path of Thousand Severing Hands and the others. Thunder City is not qualified to step on the mountain peak. If you want to participate in the immeasurable mountain gathering, stay here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Either stay here or get out of the immeasurable mountain. The Thousand Severing Hands heard the reprimanding voices one after another. The latter snorted coldly. Anyone who was hostile to the Thunder City was just a lackey of the Black Thunder Clan. Let them come up. Just as Thousand Hands was about to make a move, Lei Xing suddenly spoke. Thousand Hands raised his head and exchanged a glance with Lei Xing. Behind Lei Xing, Fang Qin did not look at Lei Xing at all. There was no expression on his face, and he looked very calm. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. Lei Xing sneered. Stop pretending. I want to see if you can still be as calm as you are now. After Lei Xing spoke, no one stopped them. The people of Thunder City successfully stepped on the mountain peak. Thousand Hands, long time no see. Thousand Hands, you have also stepped into the profound heaven realm. Many sky prides greeted Thousand Hands and Wang Yi. After all, stepping into the profound heaven realm at such a young age meant that he was qualified to be on the same level as them. You are Fang Qin? Lei Xing ignored the Thousand Severing Hands and looked straight at Fang Qin. Fang Qin remained silent. Lei Xing was furious and said, I'm talking to you. Lei Xing, be more respectful. Brother Fang is here on behalf of our absolute Thunder City, Thousand Severing Hands said with a frown. Humph! I'm giving you guys face by allowing you to come here. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Yi. Lei Xing, do you dare accept my challenge? Wang Yi was a straightforward person and did not like to talk. Lei Xing's words had deeply provoked Wang Yi. The latter did not hesitate to issue a challenge. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2397. Wang Yi had just broken through to the mysterious heaven realm and was still in a stable state. However, as a member of Thunder City, he could not tolerate Lei Xing's humiliation. Hence, he challenged the latter directly. Wang Yi, are you challenging me? Hearing Wang Yi's words, even Lei Xing was a little surprised. He looked at Wang Yi as if he was looking at an idiot. Are you kidding? Lei Xing laughed out loud with a mocking look on his face. Cut the crap. Wang Yi said coldly with a gloomy face. Boom! Suddenly, Lei Xing's body exuded an extremely violent energy. His dark eyes stared at Wang Yi with murderous intent. You're courting death. Lei Xing attacked. He clenched his fist, and a crackling sound was heard. In the next moment, he leaped and turned into an afterimage, charging towards Wang Yi. Bang! A deafening sound suddenly came from the peak of the lesser immeasurable mountain. Dust flew up, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. At this moment, Lei Xing was still standing in the same place as if nothing had happened. He glanced at Wang Yi, who was in a sorry state in the pit, and his face was full of disdain. If everyone in Thunder City is like this, then get out of the lesser immeasurable mountain. Lei Xing said, the lesser immeasurable mountain summit is a summit for the top geniuses of the innate world. You're not welcome here. As Lei Xing spoke, he looked at Qianju. In Thunder City, only Qianju was worthy of his attention. The others were not worthy of his attention. Qianju frowned and was about to attack when a voice suddenly entered his ears and stopped him. Brother Qian, you don't have to do anything. I'm enough. Fang Qin said casually. Qianju's expression changed when he heard that. In the end, he stopped in his tracks. Fang Qin looked at Lei Xing and said with a smile, Brother Qian is the leader of the younger generation in Thunder City. Lei Xing, you are not qualified to challenge him. After a pause, he continued, Defeat me and you will be qualified to challenge Brother Qian. In fact, Fang Qin said that to provoke Lei Xing. He could tell at a glance that Lei Xing had just entered the profound heaven realm, which was the same as Wang Yi's. With his strength, he still had a very high chance of defeating Lei Xing. Imagine an earth-opening realm martial artist fighting against a profound heaven realm martial artist. Only such a shocking scene would be able to slap the Black Thunder Clan's face. Of course, the most important thing was that if the Highlight Clan wanted him dead, they would have to pay the price. You. Lei Xing sneered. If it were someone else, he would not have cared at all. However, the person in front of him was Fang Qin, the one who had killed Lei Sanju. He vaguely remembered that the Black Thunder Star King had once said that if he met Fang Qin in the Savage Mountains, he should kill him without hesitation. From a certain point of view, Fang Qin and the Highlight Clan were mortal enemies. That's right, just me. Fang Qin said indifferently, without any expression on his face. I'll let you know what death feels like. Lei Xing's face was ferocious as he slowly approached Fang Qin. Boom! The aura of thunder filled the air. Thunder runes flickered on Lei Xing's body as violent energy swept over. Everyone was astonished. Lei Xing was furious. Is this guy courting death? Humph. Does he think that he can fight against Lei Xing just because he killed Lei Sanju? The Saint Realm will always be the Saint Realm. There is an insurmountable gap between the profound heaven realm and the profound heaven realm. This guy is too arrogant. I really hope that Lei Xing can kill him with one palm. While everyone was talking, Lei Xing had already made his move. Fury of Thunder. Lei Xing roared as he waved his palm. The violent aura of thunder in the air surged. In the blink of an eye, enough thunder aura had gathered in his palm. The thunder aura was so dense that it turned into liquid. Drops of lightning liquid flowed between his fingers. A cold-killing intent flashed across Lei Xing's eyes. Shortly after, he stomped his feet, causing the void to tremble. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed by, and Lei Xing appeared above Fang Qin's head. Die! Lei Xing roared. All the thunder liquid turned into raindrops and rushed towards Fang Qin with terrifying energy. At this moment, Fang Qin stood quietly at the peak of the lesser immeasurable mountain and muttered to himself, Fury of Thunder? It's just a facade. Fang Qin saw through Lei Xing's attack method at a glance. To put it bluntly, his thunder's fury materialized the aura of thunder, turning it into droplets of rain. They formed friction with the air to attack. This kind of attack was nothing to Fang Qin. Bang! Fang Qin found an opportunity and punched at Lei Xing. Crack! Lei Xing's abdomen was hit by Fang Qin's fist. Crack! All the raindrops in the air dissipated. Lei Xing's attack disappeared before it could get close to Fang Qin. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed. They knew how powerful the Fury of Thunder was. They didn't expect that an earth-splitting realm martial artist could break it with one punch. Even Lei Xing was a little stunned after stabilizing his body. It's full of loopholes, and you dare to call it Fury of Thunder? Ridiculous. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back like a master and said indifferently, I don't believe it. Lei Xing didn't believe that the latter could see through his weakness. He roared and attacked again. However, the result was exactly the same. Bang! Lei Xing's body kept retreating and staggered. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. At this moment, his face turned solemn. Can he really see the loopholes in my cultivation method? Lei Xing was shocked. When he was cultivating Fury of Thunder, the Black Thunder Star King had told him about the loopholes in this cultivation method. Moreover, the Black Thunder Star King also said that unless it was a mysterious star realm expert, no one could see through it. However, the guy in front of him was obviously an earth-splitting realm martial artist. What's going on? The Patriarch wouldn't lie to me. Lei Xing shook his head hard and comforted himself. It must be a coincidence. The surrounding people also looked at Fang Qin in surprise. It's just a fluke. In front of absolute strength, everything is fleeting. Lei Xing finally made a move. His body seemed to have turned into a thunder dragon and rushed towards Fang Chen. One move to determine the winner. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The hidden star sword had already appeared in his hand. Swoosh! The sixth move of the Azura sword art whizzed out. The aura released by the hidden star sword was at the level of supreme sky soaring grade. When it came into contact with Lei Xing, the aura inside was at the level of chaos. Kacha! Lei Xing's palms wanted to block the hidden star sword, but they were directly cut off. Puchi! Blood splattered in the sky. The hidden star sword cleanly cut off Lei Xing's palms. He screamed miserably. His eyes were scarlet and his face was ferocious. I want you to die. At this moment, Lei Xing had completely gone mad. Lei Xing, a man in a white robe, grabbed Lei Xing and said in a low voice, "This man's weapon is at the level of supreme sky soaring grade. You are no match for him. Lei Xing, don't be rash." Those who tried to dissuade Lei Xing were on good terms with him. Everyone stared at the hidden star sword in shock. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, they didn't act rashly. The minor immeasurable mountain summit is just SOSO. Fang Chen said lightly, "We don't care about this kind of summit." Then Fang Chen led Qianju and the others away from the minor immeasurable mountain. Lei Xing roared to the sky, but he was stopped by the others. Where there's life, there's hope. Everyone tried to dissuade him. At the foot of the minor immeasurable mountain, Qianju was about to speak to Fang Chen when the latter's face darkened. "Let's go." With that, the group of people left. Not long after Fang Chen and the others left, a group of elites arrived. Lei Qianjue is here. Lei Qianjue's arrival attracted the most attention. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lei Qianjue was dressed in a black robe. He tapped the ground with the tip of his toes and arrived at the peak of the minor immeasurable mountain. Along the way, many people greeted him. At the peak of the mountain, Lei Qianjue saw Lei Xing and asked, "What happened?" It was Fang Chen. Lei Xing gritted his teeth and said, "That kid had a supreme tier sky-surpassing level weapon and plotted against me." Lei Qianjue didn't even listen to the rest of the conversation. He only noticed the words supreme tier sky surpassing level weapon. A glint of surprise appeared in his eyes. An earth expansion level cultivator with a supreme tier sky surpassing level weapon? Interesting, Lei Qianjue said. It seems that Fang Chen is highly valued by the Pavilion Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forged such a powerful weapon for him. Lei Qianjue was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Black Thunder family. He had just reached the profound heaven state, but he was already able to defeat a late-stage profound heaven state elder. Many years had passed since then. Some people said that Lei Qianjue was already powerful enough to challenge a profound Qi state martial artist. However, these rumors had never been proven. Whoosh! 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 His black robe fluttered in the wind as Lei Qianjue stood quietly. "Brother Lei, you have to avenge me," Lei Xing shouted. After a while, Lei Qianjue nodded and said, "Don't worry, he will die." In a corner of the barren mountain. "Brother Fang, why are you in such a hurry?" Qianjue Shou asked. "Lei Qianjue is here," Fang Chen said. With his current strength, he was not afraid of Lei Qianjue at all. However, if he were to let others know what he was capable of, he would become a target for everyone. Therefore, when the artifact spirit of the Black Heaven Cone Nail sensed Lei Qianjue's presence, he left without hesitation. He had severed Lei Xing's hand to serve as a warning to the Black Thunder family. If they dared to come again, he wouldn't mind killing them all. After reaching the Earth Branch, he still had one more chance to use the Black Heaven Cone Nail. With the help of the Bear King in the Beast Pagoda, Lei Qianjue was nothing to him. However, the most important thing right now was to increase his own strength. after raising his cultivation to the limit of the earth-opening realm. He would consume the Flower King core and the inner core of the six-clawed beast. Only then would he be able to deal with profound heaven realm cultivators more easily. Upon hearing this, Thousand Severing Hands was a little shocked. He found it harder and harder to see through Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin sensed Lei Qianjue's presence. The only explanation was that his primordial spirit was so powerful that he could only look up to it. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2398. In the southwest of the barbaric mountains, a fire spirit beast was being besieged by Fong Qin and the others. The fire spirit beast's body was filled with intense flames, and the surrounding temperature was extremely high. Roar! The fire spirit beast roared and attacked Fong Qin. It thought that Fong Qin was the most threatening person. If it could kill him, it still had a chance to escape. Brother Fong, be careful. Qian Ju reminded him from the side. At the same time, his fist whizzed out and smashed hard on the fire spirit beast. Crack! The fire spirit beast risked being hit by Qian Ju's fist. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Fong Qin. Flames surrounded Fong Qin in an instant. The fire spirit beast lives up to its name. Its control of flames has reached such an incredible level. Fong Qin looked up in the flames and said to himself, "Hiss, hiss, hiss." The huge flames in the fire spirit beast's mouth were burning Fong Qin's myriad sword physique. Fortunately, it's an initial stage profound heaven realm fire spirit beast. If it's a profound chi realm, I can only run away. Fong Qin curled his lips. He did not expect the fire spirit beast's flames to be so powerful that it could burn his myriad sword physique to the point of pain. Under such intense burning, the myriad sword physique's defense would collapse directly if it lasted for too long. Keep. Fong Qin's mind moved, and the beast pagoda appeared in his palm instantly. Immediately, he controlled the beast pagoda with his spiritual consciousness and shouted softly. The next moment, the fire spirit beast suddenly disappeared. The fire spirit beast raised its head and roared. It was unwilling to give up. Oh no, the fire spirit beast is angry. Qianju and Wang Yi were worried. They displayed powerful attacks to attack the fire spirit beast. However, before their attacks could reach it, the fire spirit beast suddenly disappeared from the void. Crash! When the flames dissipated, Fong Qin stood there quietly. There were some tattered marks on his clothes. Where's the fire spirit beast? Qianju Shou widened his eyes and stared at Fong Qin. At the side, Wang Yi's hand was still raised in the air, and his body stood stiffly on the spot. How could the massive fire spirit beast suddenly disappear and evaporate into thin air? He called out to Qianju and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock. With them here, it was impossible for the fire spirit beast to disappear into thin air. The only explanation was that Fong Qin had destroyed the fire spirit beast with his bare hands. Moreover, he had annihilated it with one blow. Their hearts trembled. Just how powerful was this? Could it be that Fong Qin's strength had already reached the point where he could casually kill a profound heaven stage expert? That was a fire spirit beast. Even the Thousand Severing Hands and Wang Yi couldn't kill it in one strike, let alone destroy its corpse. This was a terrifying discovery. When the two of them looked at Fong Qin, their eyes revealed a trace of reverence. To be able to do this, it was enough to show that Fong Qin's strength was comparable to a warrior in the profound Qi realm. It was unimaginable that an earthly split realm warrior could unleash such power. The two of them suppressed the shock in their hearts, shook their heads, and looked at Fong Qin. The latter could tell what the two of them were thinking at a glance. He simply didn't want others to know about the existence of the beast pagoda. Let them think so. Fong Qin said to himself, "Brother Fong, did you destroy the fire spirit beast?" Qian Ju swallowed his saliva and asked, annihilated the fire spirit beast with one blow. The two of them couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked, "Although the fire spirit beast is powerful, it also has a weakness. I just happen to know its weakness." Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly. This was true. He did know the fire spirit beast's weakness. After that, Fong Qin told everyone about the fire spirit beast's weakness. Everyone's admiration for Fong Qin could not be any higher. Next, everyone continued to move forward. As time passed, the beast tide in the barbaric mountains became more and more serious. Almost every once in a while, they would encounter a group of beasts. They were at the outermost area, and the beasts they encountered were basically at the profound heaven realm. Half a month later, in an open space, Fong Qin and the others encountered the spies of the Hailai clan. "Brother Fong, what should we do with the spies of the Hailai clan?" Qian Jushou asked. At this moment, Qian Jushou was extremely impressed with Fong Qin. Therefore, he had to ask the latter about everything. "Wang, you remained silent, as usual. You guys can decide. I just need to kill the enemies." "Kill them?" Fong Qin didn't even lift his eyelids. He had already heard about the Hailai clan's kill order. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for him to be patient. Although he wasn't qualified to fight against the Hailai clan for the time being, he would kill as many as he could. "We are from the Hailai clan. You can't kill us." The three spies fell to the ground with wounds all over their bodies. Hearing Fong Qin's words, they cried out in panic. "Puchi!" Qian Jushou reached out and crushed the head of one of them. The remaining two were pale and trembling. "The Hailai clan has been enemies with my Thunder City since ancient times. If I don't kill you, do you want me to wait for you to kill us?" Qian Jushou said coldly. With a Puchi, another person fell. In the end, there was only one spy left. When Qian Jushou's attack was about to land, the spy suddenly said, "Don't kill me. I have important news that I can tell you." Hearing this, Qian Jushou paused and said, "It's useless." Seeing Qian Jushou continue to attack, the spy was in despair. "Brother Qian." At this moment, Fong Qin stopped Qian Jushou. "Brother Fong, don't be deceived by his flowery words." Qian Jushou said. Fong Qin's cold eyes stared at the spy from the Hailai clan. "Tell me everything you know." "Will you let me go after I tell you?" the spy asked. Fong Qin nodded, and the spy heaved a sigh of relief. Exchanging a piece of information for his life was clearly worth it in his eyes. The spy adjusted his breathing and said slowly, "The Hailai clan found a six-feathered sky sparrow 300 miles away from here." "Huh." Hearing this, Fong Qin's face changed. "Are you sure?" Fong Qin asked again. The spy nodded and said, "I am sure. The Hailai clan has sealed off that area. The three of us are heading to the lesser immeasurable mountain to inform Lei Qinjue. Due to the beast tide, once inside the barbaric mountain, no one could use their immortal will or use their communication jade pendant. This was the beast tide's tactic. They were trying to prevent humans from contacting each other and killing them." "Tell me everything you know," Fong Qin said. The spy told Fong Qin the details. The top elders of the Hailai clan had sealed off that area, so no one knew about it. Fong Qin nodded lightly, then turned and left. "Die!" Qian Jushou growled and grabbed the spy's head. "I said you have to fulfill your promise and let me go." The spy screamed. "I said I would let you go, but they didn't promise you anything." Fong Qin shrugged and said, "Crack." The spy's head cracked open. "Brother Fong, are you saying that we should rob the Hailai clan?" Qian Jushou's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. The Hailai clan was too powerful to be trifled with. "That is a six-feathered sky sparrow," Fong Qin said. His voice was filled with excitement. The six-feathered sky sparrow was a powerful beast tide in the void dimension. It was a rare beast, and its feathers were as sharp as an abstruse god realm overlord's body. More importantly, the six-feathered sky sparrow could be used as a mount to enhance a martial artist's strength. There was one more thing that Fong Qin cared about the most. The six-feathered sky sparrow could evolve continuously. When it evolved into a nine-feathered sky sparrow, its attack power would be terrifying. When it flapped its wings, the void would tremble. Many experts in the void dimension had captured the six-feathered sky sparrow alive and kept it in captivity. However, it was rare for a nine-feathered sky sparrow to appear. The most powerful one was an eight-feathered sky sparrow. Fong Qin was tempted by the six-feathered sky sparrow. He was more than happy to destroy the Highlight clan. But they have a few top mysterious Heaven Realm experts. We're no match for them. Qianju Shou smiled bitterly. You don't have to go. I will act alone. Fong Qin made a decision instantly. Qianju Shou and the others would be a burden to him. If he went alone, he had countless ways to take the six-feathered sky sparrow from the Highlight clan. You will go alone. Qianju Shou shook his head and said, Let's not talk about whether you can escape from the Highlight clan. Brother Fong, have you ever doubted this? Qianju Shou continued. The spy of the Highlight clan made up a piece of news in order to save his own life. In other words, this is a way for the Highlight clan to deal with you. Their purpose is to lure you to the place where they have set up a trap and kill you. It was not that Fong Qin had not thought about this. However, he believed that if the Highlight Star King did not come, no one could stop him. He had many trump cards in his hands, which were enough to protect himself. He wanted to try. What if it was true? Seeing Fong Qin's firm attitude, Qianju Shou did not try to dissuade him. He only warned, Brother Fong, don't act rashly. If there is anything unusual, contact us immediately. I will leave a mark that only you can recognize along the way. Thank you, Brother Qian. Fong Qin cupped his fists and said, Wang Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. He wanted to go with Fong Qin, but he gave up in the end. He could not compete with the Highlight clan. His top priority was to kill more demonic beasts and improve his strength. After saying goodbye to the people of Juele City, Fong Qin quickly went deep into the barbaric mountains according to the spy's instructions. Soon, he arrived at the place mentioned by the spy. Fong Qin hid in the void and looked ahead. He suddenly found the people of the Highlight clan. It seems that the news about the six-feathered sky sparrow is true. Buzz! Suddenly, a loud chirp came from the mountainside, which made Fong Qin's eardrums ring. The six-feathered sky sparrow? Fong Qin was overjoyed and said excitedly, For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2399. The loud chirp contained the unique aura of the six-feathered sky sparrow. This aura could not be changed. It was deeply imprinted in the bloodline. It's a pity that this is not a pure-blooded, six-feathered sky sparrow. The weapon spirits, Sai came from the mysterious heaven cone nail. The six-feathered sky sparrow had a unique position in the beast world. Because of its strength, it was considered a rare existence in the chaotic void. If it was a pure-blooded, six-feathered sky sparrow, even a mystic god powerhouse would be envious. That's right. It's already amazing that a six-feathered sky sparrow appeared in such a desolate place. How could there be a pure-blooded one? The weapon spirit continued. It had followed great Emperor Su Xian for its entire life. It had seen countless rare treasures and many powerful beasts. It had even seen existences on the same level as great Emperor Su Xian. When it first heard about the six-feathered sky sparrow, the weapon spirit was very excited. However, now that it thought about it, it had high expectations of the six-feathered sky sparrow. However, even if it's not a pure-blooded, six-feathered sky sparrow, it's still a rare treasure to you now. The weapon spirit continued. If you can subdue it and cultivate it into a nine-feathered sky sparrow, it's very likely that your bloodline will revert to its ancestor and awaken the purest bloodline. Fong Qin was not thinking about whether it was a pure-blooded, six-feathered sky sparrow. He was thinking about how to subdue the six-feathered sky sparrow. Through the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's weapon spirit, he already knew about the Black Thunder Clan's Mystic Heaven realm martial artists. He was confident that he could lure away a few top Mystic Heaven realm martial artists, but he did not have the confidence to subdue the six-feathered sky sparrow. Legend had it that the six-feathered sky sparrow was the noblest bloodline of the Sparrow clan. They were extremely powerful and looked down on the beast world. Their strength was unprecedentedly strong. Even if they were in the same realm, they were far superior to human martial artists. Moreover, the six-feathered sky sparrow had a powerful innate ability. Feather Fall Ceiling Sky. When the six-feathered sky sparrow entered battle mode, all the feathers on its body would fall off and surround its body, forming a sealed space. This space was called the six-feathered space. Within the six-feathered space, the six-feathered sky sparrow was the absolute king. Once a human martial artist fell into it, his primordial spirit would be attacked. Only those with primordial spirits above the 9th origin stage would be able to resist the invasion of the six-feathered space. Most importantly, the six-feathered sky sparrow's attainments in the Tao of space were very strong. If human martial artists fell into their space, it would be akin to falling into a deep swamp, unable to move at all. If outsiders were to know that an earth-splitting realm martial artist actually dared to have designs on the six-feathered heavenly sparrow, that was simply courting death. However, with the vessel spirit of the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail and the powerful beast taming pagoda, Fang Chen was confident that even if he could not win, he could still escape unscathed. Are you sure the beast pagoda can absorb the six-feathered sky sparrow? Fang Chen repeated his question. The Beastmaster Pagoda was his greatest trump card against the six-feathered sky sparrow. If he failed, he would suffer the cruelest pursuit of the six-feathered sky sparrow. If this six-feathered sky sparrow's cultivation is only at the profound god level, it will definitely not be able to withstand the Beastmaster Tower's attack. The artifact spirit said, besides, even if it can create the space of six feathers, Master can break it open. Break the space of the six feathers? Fang Chen's eyes widened. The space of the six feathers was renowned. How could he, an earth-splitting realm martial artist, break it open? Could it be that he had to use the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail to break it open by force? Even the star concealing sort of the chaos level could not break it open, right? The space of the six feathers was erratic. If the star concealing sword wanted to break it open, it must grasp its lifeline, and it was precisely this point that was the most difficult. However, as the vessel spirit of the great Emperor Su Xian, how could he not know? Old Master once fought with the nine-feathered sky sparrow. The artifact spirit said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart shook. The nine-feathered sky sparrow was the ultimate goal of the six-feathered sky sparrow's evolution. Any nine-feathered sky sparrow was an existence that could dominate the chaotic void, equivalent to the human race's great Emperor Su Xian. Countless six-feathered sky sparrows' evolution failed in the end. For hundreds of billions of years, only a few six-feathered sky sparrows successfully evolved into nine-feathered sky sparrows. Who would have thought that great Emperor Su Xian actually fought with one of the nine-feathered sky sparrows? What was the outcome? Fang Chen asked curiously, Humph, how can a mere nine-feathered sky sparrow do anything to Old Master? The artifact spirit's words were filled with disdain. The nine-feathered sky sparrow was very strong. Its innate divine ability had already reached the limit. The nine-feathered space made countless human race martial artists despair. However, great Emperor Su Xian wasn't an ordinary person. His means exceeded everyone's imagination. Even a mystic god realm powerhouse was like an ant in front of him. But speaking of which, that nine-feathered sky sparrow was really powerful. Back then, that battle was fought until the sky turned dark and almost blasted a piece of the sky into dregs. In the end, Old Master's skill was a notch higher and suppressed the nine-feathered sky sparrow. However, he was also injured by the nine-feathered sky sparrow because of this. The artifact spirit continued. In that battle, I followed Old Master to participate in the battle and experience the entire process. Hence, I'm very clear about all of the nine-feathered sky sparrow's lifelines. Speaking up to here, Fong Chen already understood, revealing a brilliant smile on his face. Even the loophole of the nine-feathered space could be discovered. What was a mere six-feathered space? You mean to use the loophole to break open the six-feathered space and use the beast taming pagoda to tame the six-feathered sky sparrow? Fong Chen asked. The six-feathered sky sparrow is very cunning. It has been here all this time. I think it must be luring more human race martial artists here so that it can capture them all. The artifact spirit said, "Don't do it yet. Those idiots from the Highlight clan will pay for their stupidity." Okay. Fong Chen chose to believe the artifact spirit unconditionally. Not far from Fong Chen, there was a dark cave halfway up the mountain. Outside the cave, several top profound Heaven Realm elders of the Highlight clan were guarding the cave. Many of the younger generation of the Highlight clan were surrounding the cave. Elder He, according to the time, Lei Qianjue should have received the news by now, right? One of the elders glanced at the dark cave and then asked, "Don't worry. The six-feathered sky sparrow seems to be injured and can't move. When Qianjue arrives, we will do it." Elder He's eyes were filled with excitement. That was the legendary six-feathered sky sparrow. If he could tame it, the Dark Thunder Star King would reward him handsomely. He might even be recognized by the Dark Thunder Ancestral Patriarch who had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Others might not know, but as an elder of the Highlight clan, he knew that the Dark Thunder Ancestral Patriarch had been in seclusion since 1,000 years ago, preparing to break through to a higher level. Buzz! A loud noise came from the dark cave again. In the next moment, Elder He and the others' faces changed drastically. The mountain shook and rocks fell. The cave seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. As the six-feathered sky sparrow's cry spread, countless beastly roars came from the distance. Oh no, it is calling for its friends. Elder He suddenly realized what was going on and shouted, "What should we do now?" Now that things had come to this, there was no time to waste. "Let's do it!" Without another word, Elder Black charged straight into the pitch-black cave. Bang! However, just as the other elders were about to follow him into the cave, Elder He's body suddenly flew out of the cave. "Hurry! Let's go!" Elder He spat out blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He used his last bit of strength to shout, "Elder He!" The other elders rushed over when they saw the situation. "Don't worry about me. Let's go." Elder He panicked. His heart was greatly frightened. He urged the others to quickly leave this place. "Elder He, what happened? Elder He, what's inside?" The other elders were confused and asked. Dong! The pitch-black cave collapsed, and dense white feathers suddenly appeared in the sky. After the feathers appeared, they quickly surrounded the people of the Highlight clan. Crack! The six-feathered space appeared. When Elder He saw this, his face darkened. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's over." As expected, the six-feathered sky sparrow appeared after he finished speaking. It was like a rooster with its head held high. Its body was the size of a small hill, and there was a phoenix crown on its head. Its eyes looked down with a disdainful look. When Fong Chen saw this from afar, he was also shocked. To be honest, he was not shocked by the six-feathered sky sparrow, but the legendary six-feathered space. "Is this the six-feathered sky sparrow?" Fong Chen asked. Chapter 2400. This six-feathered sky sparrow is not yet an adult. It was severely injured and its cultivation has dropped. Otherwise it wouldn't be here, the weapon spirit said. If the six-feathered sky sparrow wasn't injured, it would be on the peak of the barbaric mountain. enjoying the attention of everyone. "How is it? Shocking, right?" The weapon spirit said with a smile. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he spat out a few words. "Like a rooster. What do you know? How can a chicken-type demonic beast be compared to the noble six-feathered sky sparrow?" The weapon spirit said. "What a joke. Only Fang Chen would compare the six-feathered sky sparrow with an ordinary chicken-type demonic beast." In fact, that was what Fang Chen thought. He originally thought that the six-feathered sky sparrow was superior, but now it was just like a rooster on earth. Thinking that the weapon spirit wanted him to use the six-feathered sky sparrow as a mount, he was filled with resentment. "It's starting to attack." Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the six-feathered sky sparrow started to kill the people of the Hailai clan mercilessly. In the six-feathered space, the top profound Heaven Realm martial artists of the Hailai clan looked at the six-feathered sky sparrow in horror. "What's going on?" Everyone panicked. Elder He was injured and had lost his backbone. Their bodies trembled slightly as they kept retreating. "Lowly humans," the six-feathered sky sparrow spoke in human language as it stared at the people of the Hailai clan. Whoosh! The six-feathered sky sparrow flapped its wings, and a wild, killing force instantly rushed towards them. The people of the Hailai clan wanted to escape, but they were shocked to find that their bodies were restrained and they couldn't move. Hiss! 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 Their bodies kept disintegrating in the six-feathered space. Pucci! The weaker profound Heaven Realm martial artists were all killed in the blink of an eye. The remaining top profound Heaven Realm martial artists were barely holding on. Die! As the six-feathered sky sparrow attacked, the people of the Hailai clan were all killed. Whoosh! A black shadow leaped through the air and entered the space of the six feathers. The six-feathered sky sparrow was surprised that someone would come to the six-feathered space to die. Do it! Fang Chen didn't dare to hesitate. He acted swiftly and decisively. He brandished the hidden star sword in his hand and stabbed 6 times in 6 directions. Hoo! The arm-thick Shura sword Qi pierced through the six-feather space and found a hole in it, directly overturning it, courting death. At this moment, the six-feathered sky sparrow finally noticed the abnormality. It flapped its wings and arrived beside Fang Chen, wanting to kill him. Crack! After the space of the 6 feathers shattered, Fang Chen felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Seeing that the six-feathered sky sparrow was about to reach him, he hurriedly took out the Beast Pagoda. Beast Tower? The six-feathered sky sparrow exclaimed and retreated. A ray of light came out of the beast taming pagoda and enveloped it. With the help of the mysterious Heaven Cone Nail's tool spirit, the six-feathered heavenly sparrow was sucked into the beast taming pagoda. Dong! The tremors here attracted the attention of the demonic beasts on the savage mountains. Many demonic beasts were rushing over. Fang Chen felt countless sharp auras. He performed the space-time collapse technique and quickly disappeared. After he disappeared, a swarm of demonic beasts appeared. When they saw the corpses of the human martial artists, they gritted their teeth and tore them apart. In a secluded place, Fang Chen sat on a green rock and used his consciousness to enter the Beast Pagoda. He was communicating with the six-feathered sky sparrow. There were only 3 demonic beasts on the first floor of the Beast Pagoda. They were the three-eyed bear king, the fire spirit beast, and the six-feathered sky sparrow. Among them, the six-feathered sky sparrow's bloodline was the noblest. It stood at the top of the pyramid in the demonic beast world. As for the three-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast, although their races weren't weak, they couldn't be compared to the six-feathered sky sparrow. In the spacious first floor of the Beast Pagoda, the six-feathered sky sparrow transformed into a human and sat cross-legged on the ground. The three-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast were guarding beside it. Whoosh! After Fang Chen came in, the six-feathered sky sparrow opened its eyes and glanced at him. Master! The three-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast greeted. Fang Chen nodded lightly and came to the side of the six-feathered sky sparrow. What method did you use to break the six-feathered space? The six-feathered sky sparrow stared straight at Fang Chen. The six-feathered space was the six-feathered sky sparrow's strongest technique and its biggest reliance. It didn't expect Fang Chen to break it directly. There's a loophole in your six-feathered space. Fang Chen carefully told the six-feathered sky sparrow what he believed from the artifact spirit. How did you know? This was the six-feathered sky sparrow's secret. All along, because of their bloodline, it couldn't be changed. Under normal circumstances, the only way to cover up the flaw was to use thunderous means to suppress all enemies. It didn't believe that this guy in the earth-splitting realm could see through the six-feathered space. Fang Chen moved his mind, and the mysterious sky cone nail appeared in his hand. This is the mysterious sky cone nail. The three-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast might not know, but the six-feathered sky sparrow knew very well. How is this possible? The six-feathered sky sparrow's heart was in a mess as it shook its head in disbelief. Why is the weapon of great Emperor Su Xian in your hands? Could it be that the legend is true and great Emperor Su Xian has fallen? The six-feathered sky sparrow said with a complicated expression. The fall of great Emperor Su Xian was only known by the top existences in the chaotic void. The others were only guessing and weren't sure. You can treat me as the successor of great Emperor Su Xian, Fang Chen said. Now, can you tell me about the situation in the barbaric mountain? The six-feathered sky sparrow had a high status in the beast world. It should know some details. Fang Chen's goal was to hunt more mysterious heaven realm beasts to strengthen his strength. He had a treasure like the beast-taming pagoda and was the successor of great Emperor Su Xian. Thinking of this, the six-feathered sky sparrow lowered its head. Perhaps it would have a brighter future if it followed such a master? After a long time, the six-feathered sky sparrow completely submitted. A year later, the beast tide in the barbaric mountain will really erupt. At that time, there might even be a mysterious true realm revered beast. The mysterious true realm was the fifth stage of the mysterious god realm. Martial artists at this stage had the Tao of soul, physical body, and martial Tao combined into one to reach the true self realm. They could hold the sun, moon, and stars in their hands and step on the stars. The strongest martial artist in the innate world was only at the mysterious light realm. Furthermore, there were only a handful of them. As if it saw Fang Chen's shock, the six-feathered sky sparrow continued. There are a total of 3 mysterious true realm revered beasts. The beast races of the barbaric mountain have been planning for hundreds of millions of years for this plan. What plan? To revive the demon tiger and beast, the six-feathered sky sparrow said. Demon tiger and beast? Fang Chen didn't know how strong the demon tiger and beast was, but the three-eyed bear king and the fire spirit beast opened their eyes wide in shock. The three-eyed bear king swallowed and said, "Could it be the legendary strongest, revered beast of the barbaric mountain range?" "Yes, it's him. If it wasn't for the demon tiger and beast, the beast races of the barbaric mountain range wouldn't have survived until now. We might have been wiped out by the human race," the six-feathered sky sparrow said. After hearing the six-feathered sky sparrow's words, Fang Chen trembled. The limit of the mysterious god realm. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. That was an existence on par with the honorable soldier marshal. He didn't expect the beast races of the barbaric mountain range to have such a powerful ancestor. If it was really revived, not only the innate world, but the entire astral sky would be in danger. With the cultivation of the mysterious god realm, it could fight against an existence that surpassed the mysterious god realm. The demon tiger and beast was on par with the honorable soldier marshal. There's still 1 more year. Fang Chen realized the severity of his loss of composure. He had to spread the news. Otherwise, when the innate world fell, he would be in trouble too. After that, the six-feathered sky sparrow and Fang Chen talked for a long time. "By the way, Give me a few of your feathers, Fong Chen suddenly said. The six-feathered sky sparrow was stunned. You want to use my feathers to refine your primordial spirit? Fong Chen nodded. The six-feathered sky sparrow reminded. Even the primordial spirit of a mysterious heaven realm martial artist will be injured by my feathers. He couldn't understand where an earth realm martial artist got the courage to use his feathers to refine his primordial spirit. I have my reasons. After Fong Chen took a few feathers, he put away the Beastmaster pagoda. Whoosh! The burning sky 9 changes formation appeared and enveloped Fong Chen. Then Fong Chen sat cross-legged on the green stone and let the six-feathered sky sparrow's feathers float in front of his chest to increase the strength of his primordial spirit. Let's begin. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Fong Chen closed his eyes and entered a deep level of cultivation. Chapter 2401. The Soul Tao was even more mysterious than the martial Tao. Fong Chen's Soul Tao could only be considered as a beginner. A true Soul Tao powerhouse could destroy a part of the world with a thought, move mountains and seas, and was omnipotent. After his primordial spirit reached the 7th Yuan realm, Fong Chen's Soul Tao realm had also improved. However, he had been stuck at a bottleneck after cultivating the innate soul reversal technique to the 3rd level. The more he cultivated, the more he could feel the power of the innate soul reversal technique. It was an unprecedentedly powerful ancient martial art. Fong Chen only had the first 5 layers of the ancient martial art. He had no idea where the remaining 4 layers were. He even had a strong premonition that when the innate soul reversal technique was cultivated to perfection, his primordial spirit would reach a very perfect state. Buzz! His body was surrounded by a rich Soul Tao aura, and there were pure white feathers lying in his palm. They looked ordinary, but they were actually taken from the 6-feathered sky sparrow. Every single feather contained a unique Soul Tao power. This Soul Tao power was something that humans could not control. Fong Chen simply used them to hone his primordial spirit. Absorb! With a low shout, the majestic Soul Tao power swept away a pure white feather. Immediately, the vast power in the feather was completely absorbed. Dong! His primordial spirit clearly felt that the innate soul reversal technique's incantation was circulating in his body. Layers of ripples formed a majestic scene in Fong Chen's mind. He was chanting an incantation non-stop as the number of feathers in his palm decreased, one by one. When the last feather disappeared, his primordial spirit finally underwent a transformation. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out in his mind. The 7 golden figures stood up one after another and moved quickly. On closer look, their movements had a clear trajectory, as if they were working together to condense the 8th golden figure. Break! When all the power in the 6-feathered sky sparrow's feathers gathered together, a brand new golden figure was condensed in an instant. Whoosh! His primordial spirit reached the 8th Yuan realm. In the next moment, Fong Chen set his sights on the innate soul reversal technique. The most important part of the cultivation of the connate soul reversal technique is to master the golden figure in the nascent soul so that it can mobilize more soul power. Fong Chen pondered. Previously, he had a crazy idea. What if he engraved a formation in his primordial spirit? Just think about it. If the convergence array formation was engraved in the essence soul and controlled by the 8 golden figurines, with the activation of the formation, the absorption of Soul Tao energy was much faster and stronger than before. In this way, his Soul Tao attacks would definitely increase exponentially. It was just that it was extremely difficult to achieve this. It is said that in ancient times some Soul Tao almighties carved formations into their primordial spirits. There were even some powerful people who carved the strongest talismans into their primordial spirits. In Fong Chen's mind, he recalled some ancient books about the power of the Soul Tao that he had read before. These were all things he had read in the ancient books. At that time, Fong Chen's heart trembled. He thought that this was something that humans could not do. But now, as his attainments in the Soul Tao increased, he realized that this method was the direction of the development of the Soul Tao. Engraving a formation in the primordial spirit requires the support of a majestic power. Feng Qin said, "In the past, my Soul Tao power was insufficient, and I could not engrave it. Now that I have the support of the power in the six-feathered sky sparrow's feathers, I can give it a try." But a hint of melancholy appeared on Feng Chen's face. What if he failed? Yes, what if he failed? Feng Chen had not thought about this problem carefully. If he failed, would his primordial spirit be severely injured or even destroyed? The primordial spirit was the most fundamental and important part of a martial artist. Once it was severely injured, his future martial career would be severely damaged. He shook his head hard and threw these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. His unswerving eyes looked up at the blue sky. If he asked himself honestly, he pursued the peak of the martial Tao in order to protect his family. But now, not only was he unable to protect them, he was even forced to leave illusory star sky. A few years had passed, and he did not know how the Wuji sword sect was doing. Thinking of this, Feng Chen's heart became even more determined. If he did not succeed, he would die trying. To pursue the martial Tao, he had to have a heart that could die at any time. "I'll do it." Feng Chen gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. If he could succeed this time, his Soul Tao attack would far surpass ordinary people, and even be invincible in the same realm. A moment later, "Master, everything is ready." The artifact spirit said, "I can only do this for you." As the artifact spirit of the mysterious sky cone nail, although it was injured, it had followed Great Emperor Su Xian to fight in the chaotic void and had come into contact with many Soul Tao cultivators. He poured some of the Soul Tao information he saw into Feng Chen's mind. After Feng Chen's screening, he found some useful information. To engrave the formation, you first have to completely control the 8 golden men. I have already done this. Next is to engrave a small formation and inject it into the mind. Feng Qin said, this was also the most difficult step. Begin. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and immediately began the final sprint. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His fingers quickly pointed in the void, and suddenly rays of light flashed. In the blink of an eye, a small formation was formed in the void. Compress. He began to compress the array formation to the smallest size possible. After 3 breaths, the formation was compressed. Feng Chen began to carefully inject the thumb-sized formation into his mind. Buzz! When the formation entered his mind, it was severely rejected by the Soul Tao power. Break! Feng Chen shouted in a low voice and forcibly controlled the 8 golden men to attract the formation. It must succeed. The 8 golden men left the primordial spirit and entered the formation. They quickly propped up the 8 foundation of the formation. Then, Feng Chen took the opportunity to place the core of the formation in the center of the primordial spirit. Buzz! The formation began to operate, and the violent Soul Tao power was absorbed into the formation. In the blink of an eye, the power in the primordial spirit was drained. Feng Chen's heart was in his throat. Boom! At this moment, the 6-feathered sky sparrow's feather showed a strong power. The power in the feather burst out from the primordial spirit like a flood and quickly occupied the entire core of the formation. A deafening sound came from the core of the formation. It succeeded. When the Soul Tao power filled the core of the formation, Feng Chen revealed an excited smile. According to the records, this should be considered a success. Hiss! A layer of halo enveloped the formation. The 8 golden men sat cross-legged in the 8 corners of the formation. They looked at each other and then controlled the formation. Close! After the last trace of Soul Tao power entered the core of the formation was completely closed. Phew! Seeing this scene, Feng Chen heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the ground weakly. At this moment, he realized that it was already late. One day, It seemed short, but in fact it took a day. During this period, too much Soul Dao power was consumed. Fortunately, the power in the six-feathered sky sparrow's feather supported it. It succeeded. There was a trace of fatigue on Fang Chen's face. Although there were some accidents in the end, he succeeded in the end. At this moment, he felt that the power in his primordial spirit was abundant and he wanted to vent it out. Gather. With a thought, the 8 golden men suddenly opened their eyes. The formation was instantly activated and an extremely violent Soul Dao power erupted. Just the aura alone made Fang Chen's heart palpitate. Crack! The innate soul reversal technique that had been stuck at a bottleneck finally showed signs of loosening. Breakthrough! Fang Chen seemed to have sunk into a sea of formations. He was originally roaming aimlessly, but he suddenly found the shore of the other side and stepped onto it. Dong! The innate soul reversal technique broke through to the 4th level. A vast amount of energy circled around the array, and layers of halos flashed. However, this was not the end. Fang Chen's understanding of the soul Dao improved rapidly, and the innate soul reversal technique also broke through to the 5th level. His body shook like a bell. This was a sign that the Soul Dao power had reached a certain level. The 5th level of the innate soul reversal technique. This was something that Fang Chen didn't even dare to think about before. He didn't expect to do it. The 5th level of the innate soul reversal technique was enough to cause damage to a mystic heaven realm martial artist. At this moment, Fang Chen could be considered a mystic heaven realm soul master. Chapter 2402. The Soul Dao was a separate Dao from the martial Dao. The Soul Dao was unpredictable and unpredictable. Soul Masters, on the other hand, had their own independent cultivation system. However, as one's cultivation level increased, the difference between a Soul Master and a martial artist became less obvious. Right now, Fang Chen should be a Mystic Heaven Soul Master. A Mystic Heaven level Soul Master was equivalent to a Mystic Heaven level martial artist. However, a Soul Master was much more powerful than a martial artist. Now that his Essence Soul had reached the 8th Essence Realm and the array formation was engraved in his Essence Soul, Fang Chen's Soul Dao strength had increased exponentially. Now he could defeat a Mystic Heaven level martial artist with just his Soul Dao power. The innate soul reversal technique has reached the 5th level. Fang Chen grinned. With the innate soul reversal technique and his Soul Dao power, he could easily defeat a Mystic Heaven level martial artist. That is, unless he met those prodigies at the limit of the profound heaven stage. For example, Lei Xing. If he encountered him now, he could kill him in a matter of minutes. As for Lei Qianjue, Fang Chen could defeat him if he used his full strength. Phew! Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stood up. Outside of the burning sky 9-change array, a few members of the Hailai family were peering into the array. The leader was Lei Qianjue, and behind him was Lei Xing, brother Lei. Are you sure Fang Chen is here? Lei Xing's eyes glinted as he asked. After the end of the small, immeasurable mountain gathering, they entered the barbaric mountains and found some corpses of the Hailai family along the way. After searching for clues, they found the place where the 6-feathered sky sparrow appeared. After that, Lei Qianjue and the others used a secret technique to track down the 6-feathered sky sparrow. He must be inside. Lei Qianjue said lightly as if everything was under his control. But this array is too strange. We have been attacking it for so long, but we still can't break it. Lei Xing said. Lei Xing was furious when he saw his broken hand. He swore to himself that he would crush Fang Chen into ashes. However, the array in front of them was a problem. All of you step back, Lei Qianjue said. He opened up his palms and placed them in front of his chest. Dazzling lightning runes covered his palms and thunder rumbled in the air. Seeing this, Lei Xing and the others were shocked and quickly retreated. Thunderblade. It had been a long time since Lei Qianjue had last used the Thunderblade, and he had never thought that he would use it against an array formation. Whoa! When his palm was completely covered by the thunder mark, the aura of thunder gathered to the extreme. Lei Chinjue clenched his fists and then loosened them. A series of crackling sounds filled the air. Then he slammed his palm toward the burning Heaven Nine Change formation. Rumble! A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas roared. The thunderbolt chi in the void turned into a war saber. This was the Thunderblade. When the thunder saber came out, ghosts and gods were shocked. The Thunderblade was one of the main reasons why Lei Chinjue was able to stand above the rest of the innate world. Once his Thunderblade was unleashed, it would definitely see blood. Otherwise, it would not have collapsed. Break! Lei Chinjue grunted as he thrust the Thunderblade into the 9 times burning array. Hiss! Hiss! The fiery energy in the array formation tried to melt the Thunderblade, but before it could even get close, it was repelled by the Thunderblade. SSS! The Thunderblade spun in the air as blinding light flashed. The burning Heaven Nine Change formation was unable to withstand the attack and shattered into pieces. Fang Qin had just gotten to his feet when he saw what was happening. Huh! Someone is attacking the array formation? Fang Qin furrowed his brows. The Thunderblade is coming from the Black Thunder family. With that thought in mind, Chen Fan's murderous intent surged. Swoosh! After he put away the array formation, Fang Qin saw Lei Chinjue and the others. They are here. Lei Xing's face twisted in anger as he charged toward Fang Qin. Die! Casting the innate soul reversal technique, a long spear condensed from the power of the soul, Dao appeared in the sky. SSS! The long spear tore open the void and thrust toward Lei Xing. Watch out! Lei Chinjue's voice came from behind. Lei Xing felt something tugging at his body, and then he lost his sense of direction. With a loud thud, his body fell to the ground as blood spurted out from his body. A blood-curdling scream came out of his mouth. Half of his body was directly turned into minced meat, no longer resembling a human. Brother Lei, help me! Lei Xing screamed as he sensed danger was approaching. Meanwhile, Fang Qin flashed across the void and came to Lei Xing's side. He formed another long spear and thrust it toward Lei Xing. You are courting death! Lei Chinjue sneered and threw out another Thunderblade. Dong! The Thunderblade and the Soul Dao spear collided and exploded. Die! Lei Chinjue controlled the Thunderblade and tried to crush the Soul Dao spear. However, he was shocked to find that the power of the Soul Dao spear was no less than his Thunderblade. Crack! The Thunderblade cracked, but the Soul Dao spear was only partially damaged. You can't stop me. Fang Qin didn't even look at Lei Chinjue as he said coldly, SSS. The broken Soul Dao spear pierced through Lei Xing's head. Lei Xing's eyes were wide open as he died. He refused to believe that Fang Qin could kill him right under Lei Chinjue's nose. Lei Xing! Lei Chinjue was enraged. He took a step forward and appeared next to Lei Xing. After a quick examination, he looked up and glared at Fang Qin. I have underestimated your power, Lei Chinjue said coldly. I didn't expect you to be a powerful soul master. Lei Xing is a member of the Black Thunder family. You killed him in front of me. You are provoking the Black Thunder family. Lei Chinjue said, When I get my hands on you, I will skin you alive and make you beg for death. First of all, you have to be strong enough to do it. Fang Qin said coldly. Then he cast the innate soul reversal art again. At the same time, he cast the Shura sword art. The hidden star sword burst out with a blinding light and created a hole in the sky. Whoosh! Lei Chinjue's body flickered as he dodged the Soul Dao spears. At the same time, he threw out the Thunderblade. Lei Chinjue had formed 10 Thunderblades in one go, and that was his limit. 10 Thunderblades is enough to kill you, Lei Chinjue said with bloodshot eyes. Lei Qianjue's cultivation has not reached the limit of the profound heaven realm. He is no match for me, Fang Chen thought to himself. With his current strength, unless a true peak profound heaven realm martial artist appeared, it would be impossible to defeat him. Lei Qianjue's Thunderblade was powerful, but unfortunately his opponent was Fang Chen. He had many ways to counter the Thunderblade's attack. The Soul Dao spears are enough to counter the Thunderblade, Fang Chen said. But how are you going to counter my hidden star sword? The battle continued. A few moments later, Fang Chen had gained the upper hand over Lei Qianjue. Suddenly, a group of martial artists appeared not far away. The leader of the group was Yun Shanha, the disciple of the Cloud Demon sect who had defeated Wang Yi on the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain. Senior Brother Yin, look. A disciple of the Cloud Demon sect pointed to the front and shouted. Yun Shanha looked over and was shocked by what he saw. Isn't that Lei Qianjue from the Black Thunder family? Who is he? How can he suppress Lei Qianjue to this extent? As a disciple of the Cloud Demon sect, Yun Shanha knew Lei Qianjue very well. He was even more shocked when he saw that Lei Qianjue's Thunderblade had failed to turn the tide. I think there are only a few people in the Khanate realm who could push Lei Qianjue to this extent. Yun Shanha murmured to himself. Senior Brother Yin, that man looks familiar. A disciple asked curiously. Familiar? After being reminded by his disciple, Yun Shanha started to study the person who was fighting with Lei Qianjue. He was stunned by what he saw. Fang Chen? How is that possible? He shook his head and looked again. The result was the same. His face paled as he backed away from Lei Qianjue. Suddenly, Lei Qianjue unleashed his most powerful attack. The Thunderblade suddenly expanded in size and then hacked at Fang Chen with all its might. The earth shook violently. Whoosh! While Fang Chen was blocking the mutant Thunderblade, Lei Qianjue cast an escape art and fled the scene. Crack! The giant Thunderblade was shattered by Fang Chen's attack. Lei Qianjue stood in the middle of the storm. Run! Yun Shanha's legs turned to jelly as he hurried away. He swore that he would never mess with Lei Qianjue again. Lei Qianjue was not a human being, he was a demon. A few days later, Fang Chen had defeated Lei Qianjue with absolute power. The news shocked all the elites of the Khanate realm. Chapter 2403. The latest news from the barbaric mountain shook the entire innate world. Many people began to dig into Fang Chen's background, and soon, someone had revealed a shocking piece of information. Lei Sanju of the Black Thunder clan was also killed by this man. Suddenly, everyone was shocked by the news. Who was this man that dared to challenge the Black Thunder clan? Ever since the disappearance of the Black Thunder clan's patriarch 1,000 years ago, the Black Thunder clan's power had been greatly diminished. However, the Black Thunder clan was still a force to be reckoned with. An Earth Expansion realm martial artist dared to challenge the Black Thunder clan. What was even more shocking was that he had killed Lei Sanju and Lei Xing and forced Lei Qianjue to retreat. Who is this Fang Chen? Is the news true? Why do I feel like it's fake? He killed Lei Xing and Lei Sanju and forced Lei Qianjue to retreat. How powerful would he need to be? Lei Qianjue alone was enough to make all the elites in the innate world bow their heads before him. For a moment, everyone was discussing the news. At the foot of the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain, many elites of the sect were on their way to the barbaric mountain. What? Lei Xing was killed and Lei Qianjue escaped with serious injuries? A man in luxurious clothes asked in disbelief with his eyes wide open. This guy really made a mistake. The news came from Yun Shanha of the Cloud Demon sect. I heard that he was scared out of his wits. He is not to be trifled with. At the barbaric mountain, Fang Chen had become famous after the battle and many people avoided him. He was searching for dark heaven realm beasts and absorbing them into the beast pagoda. As his strength increased, his control over the beast pagoda had also reached the point of perfection. "Retrieve!" Fan Chin shouted in a woodland. The Beastmaster Pagoda emitted a dazzling light and instantly took away a profound Heaven Realm beast in front of him. Phew! Fan Chin heaved a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. In the past 3 months, he had captured 30 beasts. If these beasts attacked together, even a Dark Chi realm martial artist would be no match for them. However, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to control so many beasts at once. The bottleneck seems to be loosening. Fong Chun muttered to himself. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to push his cultivation to Dimension Shatter Realm. By then, he would be able to consume the Flower King pill together with the inner core of the six-clawed beast, and he would be able to push for a breakthrough to Saint Realm. With his great potential, once he broke through to the absolute Saint Realm, he would definitely be able to reach the Extreme Realm. By then, Chun Fan would be able to kill Lei Qinjue without breaking a sweat. He even dared to challenge a warrior in the profound Qi Realm. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a year since the Savage Mountains opened. While he was hunting for demonic beasts, he had already successfully spread the news. As long as the experts of the innate world weren't fools, they would definitely join forces to fight against the beast tide. Just as Fong Chin had expected, the experts hidden in the innate realm came out one after another. Black Thunder Clan's territory. Rumble. On this day, the sky was filled with dark clouds covering the entire territory of the Highlight Clan. Somewhere in the territory, the ground cracked and trembled slightly. Crack! Suddenly, a large pit appeared on the ground, and the broken stones sank deep into it. The members of the Highlight Clan were shocked. But soon, the Black Thunder Star King hurried over, his face full of excitement. The Ancestral Patriarch has finally come out? Subsequently, a piece of shocking news spread throughout the innate world. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan, who had disappeared for thousands of years, had reappeared in the innate world, in a luxurious mansion of the Highlight Clan. Welcome, Ancestral Patriarch. With the Black Thunderstar King as the leader, many family members stood behind him to welcome the Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan was wearing a black robe. There were faint wrinkles on his face, and his hair had turned white. His body emitted little thunder runes, and there was a mole under his hooked nose. He was full of majesty. The Black Thunderstar King stood beside him, feeling a little uneasy. Ancestral Patriarch, have you broken through? The Black Thunderstar King asked cautiously. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan was so powerful that it made the Black Thunderstar King tremble. There was only one explanation for this. The Ancestral Patriarch had broken through. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan shook his head and said, I haven't broken through yet, but I'm not far from it. Hearing this, the Black Thunderstar King was slightly disappointed. How's the beast tide in the Savage Mountains? The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan asked. The Black Thunderstar King told the Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan about the beast tide. Ancestral Patriarch, the last piece of news came from the Jewelay City. I suspect that it's fake, the Black Thunderstar King said. The Jewelay Pavilion Master has a grudge with the Highlight Clan. His words can't be trusted. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan waved his hand and said, This news should be true. Although the Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan hadn't broken through yet, his cultivation was still at the Mystic Light Realm. According to what he said, he wasn't far from the Mystic True Realm. This meant that he had reached the limit of the Mystic Light Realm. The Savage Mountains beasts have been trying to revive the Demon Tiger and Beast for a long time. The Ancestral Patriarch of the Highlight Clan said, Once they are revived, the innate world will be bathed in blood. At this time, someone should stand up and rally the entire innate world to fight against the beast tide. It's time to meet an old friend. On this day, news after news shook the entire innate world. The Mystic Light Realm expert of the Highlight Clan, the Black Thunderstar King, had reappeared after 1,000 years. Someone saw the Cloud Demon Sect's Old Man Cloud Demon and the Beast Tamer Shadow Snake heading to the Putuwa Temple. Not long after, the Putuwa Temple shone with Buddhist light. Many people guessed that Lord Putuwa had been revived. Some people even saw the Vulture King, the Moon Demon, the Flying Flower Formation King, and many other experts. The Mystic Light Realm was already one of the top experts in the innate world. Normally, no one would hear any legends about them. However, now that the Savage Mountains Beast Tide was coming, they had no choice but to stand up and do something for the innate world. At the peak of the Little Immeasurable Mountain, the 7 old men stood shoulder to shoulder. Their gazes were fixed on the desolate mountain. At this moment, Savage Mountain was already shrouded in demonic chi, making it impossible for people to see what was happening inside. At the bottom of the Little Immeasurable Mountain, the Black Thunderstar King and the other leaders of the sect were all waiting for their ancestral patriarch's orders. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes when fighting against the Beast Tide. Otherwise, a calamity would befall them. On the peak of the mountain, "Old Ancestor Black Thunder, I thought you died 1,000 years ago." The old man, surrounded by black and white demonic chi, laughed. "Even you, the Cloud Demon Old Man, aren't dead. How can I die before you?" Old Ancestor Black Thunder said. The 7 of them were the 7 strongest people in the innate world. They were also the only Mystic Light Realm experts. They didn't dare to be careless when facing the Beast Tide. There will be 3 Mystic True Realm Sovereign Beasts in this Beast Tide. Lord Putuwa put his hands together. The Beast Tamer Shadow Snake had a small green snake crawling on his body, giving off a creepy feeling. "What are you afraid of? Can't we just kill them?" Due to the environment, the Mystic True Realm Sovereign Beasts can't use the strength of the Mystic True Realm. With the 7 of us working together, even if a true Mystic True Realm expert comes, what is there to be afraid of? The Beast Tamer Shadow Snake was the ancestral patriarch of the Imperial Beast Sect. He had a fiery temper and was very good at controlling beasts. The Imperial Beast Sect was also the force that the innate world didn't want to offend the most. There were many powerful and strange beasts guarding their sect. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. "Shadow Snake, you haven't changed even after so many years," the Moon Demon of the Moon Demon Palace said. "Shadow Snake's plan is feasible. We can't just sit here and wait for death. It's best to take them down one by one. I'll set up the array while you guys attack," the Flying Flower Formation King said. The arrays of the Green Formation Alliance were the best in the innate world and were even famous in the star sky. As the ancestral patriarch of the Green Formation Alliance, everyone knew what the Flying Flower Formation King was capable of. In the end, everyone's gazes landed on the Vulture King. Of the 7, the most unpredictable was the Vulture King of the Red Vulture Mountain. A few hundred years ago, he was already able to defeat the Cloud Demon Old Man and the Moon Demon by himself. No one knew how strong he had become 100 years later. "Vulture King, what do you mean?" Old Ancestor Black Thunder asked. The Vulture King pondered and said, "Take them down one by one. If you want to read a novel, please visit Chapter 2404. The 7 Mystic Light Realm Overlords came up with a plan and went deep into the Barbaric Mountain. Suddenly, all the beasts in the Barbaric Mountain went crazy. The 7 Overlords killed their way to the top of the mountain. On this day, the Barbaric Mountain was in an uproar. Many forces were waiting for news. Only Fong Chen was still hunting beasts at the outskirts of the Barbaric Mountain. Roar! The roars of the beasts filled the sky. Fong Chen was dealing with a group of fire spirit beasts when they suddenly charged towards the mountain peak as if they had gone mad. What is going on? Fong Chen was puzzled. Why did the beasts give up on attacking him and charge toward the top of the Barbaric Mountain? Could it be? Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the top of the mountain with concern. If the beasts were behaving strangely, it meant that something was wrong at the top of the mountain. It was very likely that the human overlords were attacking the beasts in the barbaric mountain. It was also possible that the 3 beast lords of the arcane true realm were about to come out. Regardless, it was not a good place to stay. I need to leave now, Fang Qin said to himself. Then his body flashed and disappeared into thin air. At the edge of the barbaric mountain, the exit was only a step away. However, for Thousand Severing Hands and the others, this step was harder than reaching the heavens. It was Lei Qianjue from the Black Thunder family that was threatening them. A few months ago, Fang Qin had beaten Lei Qianjue to a pulp and forced him to use the blood escape art to escape. Now, Lei Qianjue was doing the same thing to the people of the Thunder City. Lei Qianjue, you! Thousand Severing Hands blocked Lei Qianjue's Thunderblade as he was pushed back. After he regained his balance, Thousand Severing Hands looked at Lei Qianjue with bloodshot eyes. In just a few seconds, a few people had died under Lei Qianjue's Thunderblade. Looks like the rumor is true. Wang Yi, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What rumor? Lei Qianjue had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He had run into the people from Thunder City as soon as he came out of seclusion, so he knew nothing about the outside world. Rumor has it that a few months ago, Fang Qin had killed Lei Xing and you, Lei Qianjue, all by yourself. You had no choice but to flee like a stray dog. Wang Yi said. What? Lei Qianjue's voice was so loud that it forced everyone to back away. He glared at Wang Yi and said coldly, I, Lei Qianjue, am invincible. Fang Qin is nothing to me. The angrier Lei Qianjue was, the more it proved that the rumors were true. Wang Yi couldn't believe it when he heard the news, but now he believed it. Ha ha ha! Wang Yi laughed out loud, his eyes full of mockery. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well fight to his heart's content. You have lost your mind, Wang Yi said. You can't accept that you were forced into a corner by an earth-splitting realm martial artist. How can you still call yourself the elite of the Hailai family? You are courting death. Lei Qianjue couldn't take it anymore. He let out a roar and charged at Wang Yi. Crack! Lei Qianjue's hand landed on Wang Yi's neck. You said that Fang Qin is no match for me. Are you trying to comfort yourself in this way? I didn't expect you to be so weak. Wang Yi said mockingly. Crack! Lei Qianjue tightened his grip on Wang Yi's neck. Blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth as his life force weakened. Tell me, Lei Qianjue shouted. Stop! The Thousand Severing Hand charged at Lei Qianjue with all his might. Voila! Countless hands appeared in the air, and each of them carried a powerful force as they charged at Lei Qianjue. Get out of my face! Lei Qianjue had lost his mind. He didn't even turn his head as he punched the Thousand Severing Hand away. Then he continued to tighten his grip on Wang Yi's neck. You, Lei Qianjue, will never be able to surpass Fang Qin. Wang Yi continued. Fang Qin is destined to be the hero of this era, and you will always be suppressed by him. Hearing Wang Yi's words, Lei Qianjue became even more enraged. Bang! He clenched his fist, and Wang Yi's head exploded. He held Wang Yi's essence soul in his hand and said coldly, Do you want to die? It's not that easy. Since you said that I am no match for Fang Qin, then I will show you who is going to be the final victor, Lei Qianjue said. However, before that, I will kill every single person in the city. Lei Qianjue's killing spree was so intense that even the Thousand Severing Hand couldn't stop him. Wang Yi could only watch as his friends died in a pool of blood. There was nothing he could do. Pucci! One after another, Lei Qianjue killed his disciples. Finally, it was the Thousand Severing Hand's turn. Fang Qin's speed was fast, and in a blink of an eye, he could see the outside world. Almost there. The tremors were getting louder and louder. Something must have happened at the top of the barbaric mountain. If he stayed any longer, he would die. He had to get out of here as soon as possible. Huff, huff, huff. He had already seen the outside world and was only one step away. However, just as he took the first step, he saw Lei Qianjue attacking the thousand-severing hand. Fang Chen furrowed his brows and flicked his finger. The soul, Tao energy, formed a finger aura and shot it at the thousand-severing hand. Bang! The finger aura exploded and forced Lei Qianjue to back away. Fang Chen? Lei Qianjue steadied himself and glared at Fang Chen. The latter walked over to the thousand-severing hand and helped it up. Are you all right? Save Wang Yi. The thousand-severing hand said weakly. Only then did Fang Chen notice that Wang Yi's body had been destroyed. Only his essence soul was left in Lei Qianjue's hand. Didn't you say that Fang Chen is invincible? Today, I will show you how Lei Qianjue, will kill him. Lei Qianjue shouted madly. Don't worry about me. Avenge our fallen brothers. Wang Yi shouted as if he had seen through Fang Chen's hesitation. Lei Qianjue, I spared your life, but now you are even more vicious than before. Fang Chen, I want you dead. Lei Qianjue had already lost his mind, and he didn't care about anything else. He leaped into the air and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then he swung the thunder blade. Bang! The hidden star sword collided with the thunder blade and shattered it. Then Fang Chen cast out the burning sky 9-change array and trapped Lei Qianjue inside it. Whoosh! Chun Fan cast out the Ashura sword art and a blinding blade aura shot out toward Lei Qianjue. While Lei Qianjue defended himself with the thunder blade, Fang Chen cast out the innate soul reversal art. Lei Qianjue was caught off guard and was forced to back off. At the same time, Wang Yi's primordial spirit was released from Chun Fan's hand. Whoosh! Fang Chen appeared out of nowhere and retrieved Wang Yi's primordial spirit. After saving Wang Yi, Fang Chen had nothing to worry about. Innate soul reversal art materialize. Chun Fan grunted and cast out the 5th level of the innate soul reversal art. An explosive spear appeared in the air and shot toward Lei Qianjue. Lei Qianjue's scalp tingled. You weren't this strong last time. Lei Qianjue's eyes lit up as he swung the thunder blade. Over the past few months, I, Lei Qianjue, have also become more powerful. As soon as he finished his sentence, he raised both of his arms in the shape of a cross. The terrifying lightning and the thunder inscriptions on his body merged together and formed an explosive energy. Have a taste of my Thunderblade cross / Whoosh! Lei Qianjue swung both of his arms. Kaboom! A Thunderblade cross / tore through the air and collided with the Ashura blade aura. Crack! A crack appeared on the Ashura blade aura. The Thunderblade contains the energy of the monster clan? Fang Chen furrowed his brows and seemed to have realized something. You betrayed the human race and absorbed the energy of the monster clan. So what? If I kill you, no one will know that I have absorbed the energy of the monster clan. Lei Qianjue laughed maniacally. The Thunderblade cross / was the most powerful attack Lei Qianjue had created after he absorbed the energy of the monster clan. The power of this attack had reached the limit of the profound heaven state and was close to that of the profound chi state. So far, this was his most powerful attack. Even Lei Qianjue himself believed that the Thunderblade would never reach a new height after this. Thunderblade cross / destroy everything. The Thunderblade cross / split into 2 Thunderblades after it collided with the Ashura blade aura. With a powerful corrosive lightning aura, it corroded the sword light in the blink of an eye. After that, the 2 Thunderblades intersected again, turning into a cross Thunderblade. With an indomitable aura, it rushed toward Fang Chen. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2405. The Thunderblade Cross Slash was Lei Qianjue's most powerful attack. It was also the strongest saber slash formed by combining the Thunder Saber, his comprehension of the martial Tao, and his comprehension of lightning. Now, Lei Qianjue had unleashed the ultimate benevolence attack. In the sky, the Thunderblade Cross Slash carried with it a vast amount of energy. It shattered the air around it and caused the towering trees to fall to the ground. Bang! The stones on the ground were swept up by the wind and shattered by the Thunderblade Cross Slash. Innate Soul Reversal Art. Fong Qin executed the Innate Soul Reversal technique once again. The majestic soul Tao aura condensed into a powerful spear in the void. Dong! The soul Tao spear collided with the Thunderblade Cross Slash. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the air as a crack appeared on the Thunderblade Cross Slash. Die! Lei Qianjue stomped his feet on the ground and took a step forward. As he closed in on Fong Qin, he threw out a punch. The punch was earth-shattering. However, it didn't send Fong Qin flying. Instead, Lei Qianjue was pushed back. Let's end this here, Fong Qin said calmly. Then he gripped the Hidden Star sword tightly and made another slash. Hiss! 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 A vast amount of energy burst out from the Hidden Star sword. The realm of sword and the realm of 10,000 swords worked together to imprison Lei Qianjue's body. Then, the god-confining lock locked Lei Qianjue in the air. Thunderblade Slash! Lei Qianjue's face darkened. He let out a roar and cast the Thunderblade Cross Slash again. However, this time, Fong Qin was prepared. The Hidden Star sword unleashed the chaos-level energy and split the Thunderblade Cross Slash open. Then, the sword slashed at Lei Qianjue. This is a chaos-level weapon. Lei Qianjue's face was filled with shock. He struggled to break free, but to no avail. His heart was pounding. No one would be able to remain calm when faced with a chaos-level weapon. Lei Qianjue was no exception. The heaven-surpassing level was not on the same level as the chaos level. Previously, he thought that Fong Qin's weapon was of the Ling Tian grade, so he had nothing to fear no matter how strong it was. But now, the Hidden Star sword had erupted with an aura that he was powerless to resist. Under this kind of aura, he felt that death was so close. No, you can't kill me. Crack! The Hidden Star sword carried an unstoppable force as it broke through the Thunderblade Cross Slash and appeared right in front of Lei Qianjue. By then, Lei Qianjue's defense had been completely shattered. He screamed and tried to stop Fong Qin. It's too late. Pucci! The Hidden Star sword turned into a beam of light and pierced through Lei Qianjue's body before it flew back to Fong Qin's hand. He stood quietly on the ground and stared intently at Lei Qianjue. The latter's eyes widened and his face was filled with horror. He tried his best to turn his head, but he realized that his body was out of his control. Bang! His head fell to the ground and blood gushed out. Just like that, Lei Qianjue, the most powerful warrior among the younger generation of the Black Thunder family, and one of the top elites of the Khanate world, had fallen. Lei Qianjue's strength is not bad. If I didn't have the Hidden Star sword, I wouldn't have been able to withstand his Thunderblade Cross Slash. Fong Qin said lightly. It was as if killing Lei Qianjue was a trivial matter to him. With a flick of the sword, Chun Fan pocketed Lei Qianjue's summer ring. Not far away, Qianju was completely stunned. He stood there with his mouth agape. How could he be so powerful? Qianju shook his head and said in disbelief, Brother Qian. Fong Qin's voice snapped Qianju out of his daze. Thank you, Brother Fong, for saving my life. Qianju cupped his fists and thanked Qin Fan. If it weren't for Fong Qin, he would have been killed by Lei Qianjue. After this battle, he knew that Fong Qin's strength had far surpassed his own. Fang Chen was one of the most powerful warriors among the younger generation of the Khanate world. Every time he saw Fang Chen's face, he would shake his head in disbelief. How could there be such a prodigy in the world? Let's go, Fang Chen said. Rumble. Suddenly, the barbaric mountain started to shake violently. Countless beasts roared from the top of the mountain. Fang Chen stopped and looked at the top of the mountain with furrowed brows. He could feel the pressure in the air. Have they started? He guessed that the disturbance was caused by the top overlords of the Khanate world. At the top of the barbaric mountain, 7 overlords joined forces and destroyed a primordial spirit light that was still in the process of hatching. The entire barbaric mountain shook violently. That's the second one, Moon Demon said joyfully. They had already killed 2 of the arcane, true realm beast lords. There was only one left. If they could kill it, the beast tide would come to an end. Let's end this quickly. The 7 overlords looked at each other and moved quickly to find the last beast lord. Roar! The beast lord had just hatched, and its strength had not reached its peak. It was enraged that it was besieged by the humans. Damn humans! You're all going to die. The beast lord felt the threat from the humans. It tried to awaken the demonic fox beast lord. Oh no! Stop it! The Flying Blossoms formation master roared. At the same time, he waved his hand and set up a series of formations to trap the venerable beast. The other 6 overlords joined forces to attack. A deafening sound came from the top of the barbaric mountain. The Khanate world would not be peaceful on this day. In order to defeat the beast tide, the 7 overlords joined forces and tried their best to kill 3 beast lords. In the end, after 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting, the 3rd beast lord fell. The beasts that were scattered in every corner of the barbaric mountain retreated to the top of the mountain. A void gate appeared on the top of the mountain. All the beasts swarmed into it. In the blink of an eye, the beast tide that threatened the humans had retreated. The 7 top experts were all sighing in amazement as they watched the battle. This beast tide is over. But I have a feeling that the next beast tide will be extremely fierce. We have to be prepared in advance. Lord Putua put his palms together. That's right. It's time for the Khanate world to begin. Demonic Cloud, old man said. When Fang Chen and the 1,000 severing hands were about to leave, a laser beam suddenly shot down from the top of the mountain. The laser beam was so fast that even Fang Chen could not see it clearly. Moreover, it was hidden in the void. Even the 7 overlords did not notice it. What's that? Fang Chen felt a powerful aura approaching. He turned his head and frowned. That's the incomparably hot clump of light shot over at lightning speed. Even if Fang Chen wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Whoosh! The light quickly disappeared when it got close to Fang Chen. Where did it go? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He could feel that the beam of light was filled with a frightening power. However, why did it suddenly disappear beside him? What was going on? Brother Fang? What's wrong? The 1,000 severing hands asked. Fang Chen shook his head and did not say anything. At the same time, deafening roars of beasts came from all over the barbaric mountain. The roars of these beasts contained a terrifying power. What are they doing? On the top of the mountain, the 7 overlords frowned. The demonic beasts that had rushed into the void gate actually let out a long howl towards the sky. Is the demon tiger and beast going to be resurrected? The flying flower formation master's face changed slightly. The vulture king and the others' faces changed when they heard the words demon tiger and beast. Quickly, seal the void gate. The 7 top powerhouses acted at lightning speed, forcibly sealing the void gate. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the void gate was sealed by the 7 overlords. The beast tide was completely over. The demon tiger and beast has completely fallen back then. It's too difficult to resurrect him. Yes, for countless years, the savage beast tribe has tried to resurrect the demon tiger and beast more than once, but they all failed in the end. Ha ha ha, no matter what, this beast tide is over. Have you noticed that as time passes, the threat of each beast tide is much greater than the previous one? Lord Putah said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Lord Putah, what do you mean? The beast tide is getting stronger, which means that the savage beast tribe has not given up. If this continues, the savage beast tribe will resurrect the demon tiger and beast one day. Lord Putah put his palms together and said, The innate world is our home. We have to be careful. After hearing Lord Putah's words, the others also felt the seriousness of their loss of composure. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 2406. While the 7 top overlords were talking, old Ancestor Lay's face suddenly changed. He cursed and took a step forward, disappearing from the barbaric mountain. Where did Lay go? Vulture King asked curiously. I see. The beast tamer's shadow snake smiled and said, Someone killed a member of the Lay family. No wonder he was so angry. What? Lay Chinjua is dead? Almost everyone present had heard of Lay Chinjua. Who is it that killed Lay Chinjua? At the edge of the barbaric mountain, Fong Chin was about to leave with 1,000 severing hands. Kid, you are courting death. A furious roar sounded. In the next second, Fong Chin felt an earth-shattering power rushing toward him. Shit! Fong Chin cursed inwardly. He hurriedly pushed the 1,000 severing hands out of Savage Mountain. As for himself, he executed space-time collapse in an attempt to escape. Die. Old Ancestor Lay was so powerful that he could easily defeat the time collapse spell. Bang! Old Ancestor Lay struck out with his palm and Fong Chen's body was sent flying. Poochie! Blood spurted out of his mouth as his face paled. It was already impressive that Fong Chen could withstand the attack of a mystic light realm martial artist. Huh! Even old Ancestor Lay was surprised. He stared at Fong Chen with his black eyes. You are just an earth-splitting realm martial artist. No wonder you were able to kill Chinjua, old Ancestor Lay said. However, no matter how weak Lay Chinjua was, he was still a member of the Lay family. How dare you kill him in public? Old Ancestor Lay was furious. He had only met Lay Chinjua once, but he already knew that the latter's black lightning bloodline was almost as pure as his. Lay Chinjua was the hope of the Lay family. He had even decided to take Lay Chinjua as his disciple after the beast tide ended. However, he didn't expect to find out that Lay Chinjua had been killed right after the beast tide ended. Old Ancestor Lay walked toward Fong Chin with murderous intent. The 6 experts on the mountain peak looked down and discussed Fong Chin. This kid is a sword Dao seedling. What a pity. Demonic cloud, old man said. Old Ancestor Black Thunder actually lowered his status to deal with an earth-opening realm cultivator. Vulture King said sinisterly, his face filled with disdain. Let's go. This kind of battle was too boring. They couldn't be bothered to watch it. Dong! Just as they were about to leave, a trembling sound made them stop in their tracks. That is Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master? Has he also reached the Mystic Light realm? Everyone present knew the Pavilion Master of the Absolute Thunder Pavilion. He had fought against Patriarch Black Lightning, who was at the Mystic Light realm 1,000 years ago. If old Ancestor Black Thunder didn't rely on his cultivation to suppress the other party, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to the other party. For 1,000 years, the Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master had been bitterly cultivating in Absolute Thunder City. Unexpectedly, he actually appeared this time. There's going to be a good show. The 6 of them stopped and looked at the great Thunder Pavilion Master with interest. Old Ancestor Black Lightning, we meet again. The great Thunder Pavilion Master wore a white robe with a blazing lightning drawn on it. At the crucial moment of life and death, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had appeared and blocked Patriarch Black Lightning's attack. Voila! The Great Thunder Pavilion Master waved his hand and helped Fang Chen up before sending him out of the desolate mountain. "Send him back first," the Great Thunder Pavilion Master said. "Stay." Patriarch Black Lightning thrust out his palm once more. Lightning flashed and waves surged. Black lightning. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master frowned and punched out, blocking Patriarch Black Lightning's lightning palm. "I wonder how much your strength has increased after being in seclusion for 1,000 years. You'll know when I wring your head off." Patriarch Black Lightning spun his hand as a terrifying aura of lightning gathered in his palm. A battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. Therefore, the two didn't attack. Although Patriarch Black Lightning was at the peak of the mystic light realm, his instincts told him that the Great Thunder Pavilion Master wasn't simple. What kind of trump card does this fellow have? Patriarch Black Lightning pondered. As the two faced off, their Yuan spirits left their bodies and fought intensely. Crack! After a while, Patriarch Black Lightning's Yuan spirit was pushed back. His body flashed, and crackling sounds came from around him. Lightning flashed, and his entire body was like a lightning dragon as he swooped down. Boom! Facing Patriarch Black Lightning's powerful attacks, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master was able to block them with ease. Black Lightning Apocalypse. Finally, after an intense battle, Patriarch Black Lightning used his trump card, Black Lightning Apocalypse. When the black lightning appeared in the sky, the expressions of the six on the mountain changed dramatically. This Black Lightning Apocalypse is probably close to the mystic true realm, right? I didn't think that Patriarch Black Lightning would be able to comprehend such a terrifying attack. Patriarch Black Lightning's mastery of lightning is too strong. Once he breaks through to the mystic true realm, he might surpass us. The six were curious as to how the Great Thunder Pavilion Master would block this Black Lightning Apocalypse. Black Lightning Apocalypse, destroy the world. Patriarch Black Lightning's body turned into a lightning dragon as he charged toward the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. So powerful, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had to admit that there was still a gap between him and Patriarch Black Lightning in terms of strength. However, if it was in the past, he would not dare to attack blindly. But it was different now. He grinned and took out a wooden ruler from his bosom. He waved his hand, and the wooden ruler instantly grew to a size of 10 feet. There were spots of light on the wooden ruler. It was the Great Thunder Pavilion Master's personal weapon. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Seeing this, Patriarch Black Lightning sneered. "Let's see how you're going to block my attack after I break your Great Thunder Pavilion Master." Having said that, the lightning dragon's tail slammed onto the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Dong! A deafening sound rang out as a brilliant light burst out from the demonic stalemate ruler, which was 10 feet long. A spot of black light quickly wrapped around the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Crack! Everyone was stunned as the Great Thunder Pavilion Master cut off the lightning dragon's tail as if it was tofu. Plop! The lightning dragon's tail fell to the ground and dissipated into lightning aura. Drip! The area was dead silent, and one could only hear the lightning aura dissipating. I have infused a bit of black, vibrantly gold into the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master is extremely sharp. How can the lightning dragon block it? The Great Thunder Pavilion Master thought to himself. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master was his trump card and also his trump card. He was a powerful blacksmith, and when he was forging Fang Chen's armor, he had infused a bit of the remaining black, vibrantly gold into the Great Thunder Pavilion Master to increase the power of the Great Thunder Pavilion Master to the maximum. A bit of black, vibrantly gold was enough for him to enter the Mystic Light realm and fight against a peak Mystic Light realm expert. One could only imagine how strong black, vibrantly gold was. That is, black, vibrantly gold. A furious voice came from old ancestor Black Lightning. His eyes opened wide as he stared at the Great Thunder Pavilion Master's Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The 6 experts on the mountain peak also flew over to this place, one after another. Black, vibrantly gold. It is black, vibrantly gold. No wonder he is the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Everyone sighed. Only the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had the ability to infuse black, vibrantly gold into his weapon. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master has already become a killing weapon with black, vibrantly gold. With this weapon, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master is qualified to fight alongside us, Lord Putois said. He was highly respected and had great prestige. His words were very authoritative. His words meant that he had acknowledged the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The 8th Mystic Light Realm expert of the innate world had been born. Damn it. Patriarch Black Lightning clenched his fists as he stared at the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. He wanted to tear him into pieces. However, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master had the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. Even if he used his full strength, both sides would be severely injured. Why don't the 2 of you take a step back? Lord Putois tried to persuade them. Although Patriarch Black Lightning is strong, the Great Thunder Pavilion Master also has the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. In the end, both sides will be severely injured. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master remained silent while Patriarch Black Lightning fell into deep thought. The battle between the innate worlds is about to begin. You 2 should think about it carefully. Lord Putois didn't say anything else. After thinking for a while, Patriarch Black Lightning flung his sleeves and snorted coldly as he turned around and left. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master cupped his fists at the 6 and left. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master is not simple. He is very skilled in forging, King Vulture said. Black, vibrantly gold. If I can get it, I will be able to suppress the others. The 6 experts all had their own thoughts. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master had proven to the world that even if Patriarch Black Lightning's strength increased, he would still be able to fight against him. This battle had also made the Great Thunder Pavilion Master the 8th giant of the innate world. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master had become one of the top forces in the innate world. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2407, Magnificent Thunder City, Elegant Courtyard. After Qian Ju brought Fong Qin back to Magnificent Thunder City, he brought him to the Elegant Courtyard. Brother Fong, are you all right? Qian Ju asked. Fong Qin shook his head. I'm fine. Send Wang Yi's Yuan spirit to the Magnificent Thunder Pavilion first. Wang Yi's physical body was destroyed. Although his Yuan spirit was saved, it was still heavily injured and needed to be treated. Then I'll be leaving first. Contact me if you need anything, Qianju said. Fong Chen had saved his life, and he saw the former as his savior. He was very grateful. After seeing Qianju leave, Fong Chen sat down and waved his hand. The burning sky 9 change formation covered the courtyard and started to heal. Big brother Fong Chen, what's wrong? At this moment, Ing Xiu appeared. Ah, Xiu, help me control the burning sky 9 change formation, Fong Chen said. Ing Xiu had great potential in the Tao of Arrays. After cultivating for a year, her attainments in the Tao of Arrays had reached an extremely high level. Although she wasn't as good as Fong Chen, she could still control the burning sky 9 change formation. The difference between having someone controlling it and not was too big. Big brother Fong Chen, don't worry. I'll protect you. Ing Xiu nodded quickly. She started to control the burning sky 9 change formation. Old ancestor Black Lightning was an expert at the peak of the mystic light realm. His full power attack could shatter mountains and rivers. Fortunately, Fong Chen's myriad sword body had reached level 5, and his defense was extremely strong. Moreover, he also had the myriad sword domain and the sword domain attached to the hidden star sword, which reduced the power of Ancestor Black Lightning's attack by a lot. This also meant that Fang Chen's injuries weren't as serious as they looked. Who? 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 He grabbed a bunch of pills and swallowed them all. Soon he was surrounded by a violent aura. 3 days later, the pavilion master of the magnificent Thunder Pavilion returned. The news of the 8th giant of the innate world quickly spread. When everyone in magnificent Thunder City heard the news, they cheered. The entire Juele city was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was celebrating. As for the extreme Thunder Pavilion master, he was paying attention to Fang Chen's movements at all times. 7 days later, Fang Chen's aura gradually dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Ingxiu's pretty face was filled with excitement. "Brother Fang Chen, how are you?" Fang Chen stopped cultivating and stood up. He stroked Ingxiu's head and said with a smile, "My injuries are basically healed." "That's good." Seeing Ingxiu's happy expression, Fang Chen also smiled. After recovering from his injuries, Fang Chen felt that he was getting closer and closer to reaching the pinnacle of Earth Opening Realm. "What exactly is bothering me?" Fang Chen frowned in contemplation. With his potential, it should have been impossible for him to be trapped at Earth Opening Realm Advanced Stage for such a long period of time. However, things really happened just like that. What was going on? He had already checked his body, and there was nothing wrong with it. Everything in his inner universe was normal, and the power of laws had also appeared one after another. Once he reached the Saint Realm, it would be able to fully form and infuse the power of heaven into his inner universe to prevent it from being separated from his body. "Brother Fang Chen, what is going on? Who injured you?" Ingxiu's voice pulled Fang Chen back to reality. He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it anymore. "The Black Thunder Clan," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. At the same time, he took out Lei Qianjue's Summer Ring. Lei Qianjue was known as the strongest young prodigy of the Black Thunder Clan. I wonder what good things are in his Summer Ring. After Lei Qianjue died, the Summer Ring became an ownerless item. Fang Chen opened it directly. Suddenly, everything in the Summer Ring became clear. "There's so many Source Stones," Ingxiu exclaimed. Origin stones were not of much use to Fang Chen. He looked at Ingxiu and asked, "Xiu, you have comprehended the Tao of formations. You need to constantly set up formations to temper yourself. Take these origin stones and use them." The origin source stone contained a dense amount of origin source energy. Using it to set up a formation would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, ordinary array masters wouldn't be able to do so. Brother Fang Chen, Ingxiu's head was like a broken wave drum, constantly shaking. Brother Fang Chen worked so hard to get these. "I can't take them." Ingxiu refused. She knew very well that these things were exchanged with Fang Chen's life. How could she take them for free? Fang Chen chuckled. "Ah, Xiu, you're my younger sister. Since I told you to take it, you should take it. Besides, these things aren't very useful to me." Xiu still wanted to say something, but when she saw the determination in Fang Chen's eyes, she finally nodded and agreed. "Thank you so much, Brother Fang Chen." Xiu put all the source stones in the Summer Ring into her own Summer Ring and went into her room with a smile. She continued to study array formations. After nearly a year of comprehension, she had fallen deeply in love with the Tao of formations. She wanted to enrich herself and improve her array formations. "These source stones are enough for Xiu to use for a year," Fang Chen said. Then, his eyes fell on Lei Qianjue's Summer Ring. "The materials for refining weapons and alchemy are good." Fang Chen took all of them. Soon he found a book with the words Thunderblade written on it. The Thunderblade of the Black Thunder Clan? Seeing this, Fong Qin shrugged. Although the Thunderblade was useless to him, he could use it as a reference. Thinking of this, he threw the book into his sumo ring. Suddenly, Fong Chen found 3 thumb-sized seeds in a corner of the sumo ring. What is this? His intuition told him that these 3 seeds were not ordinary, but he had no idea what they were. Boss, this is good stuff. The artifact spirit said. Do you know what it is? Fong Chen asked. The artifact spirit replied. These 3 seeds are called Bodhi seeds. They can grow into a Bodhi ancient tree. Is this the legendary enlightenment treasure, the ancient Bodhi tree? A hint of urgency flashed across Fong Chen's eyes. It is just a fake Bodhi ancient tree. Although these 3 seeds look the same as the real Bodhi seeds, there are still some differences. This Lei Qianjue is quite capable. He was able to get the fake Bodhi seeds. The artifact spirit said lightly. Compared to the real Bodhi seeds, the fake Bodhi seeds were not worth mentioning. However, the Bodhi seeds were rare in the world. It was good enough to get the fake Bodhi seeds. Do you want me to plant them? Fong Chen asked as he looked at the fake Bodhi seeds carefully. The artifact spirit snorted and said, Master, you don't need to plant them. I want you to feed them to the 3-eyed bear king. Fong Chen was speechless. The artifact spirit wanted him to feed the 3-eyed bear king such a precious fake Bodhi seed. Find out what the light that shot down from the barbaric mountain is. The artifact spirit added. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was attacked by the patriarch of the Black Thunder Pavilion and saved by the master of the Peerless Thunder Pavilion. They escaped and were brought back to the Peerless Thunder City by the 1,000 severing hands. He had almost forgotten about it. Fortunately, the artifact spirit reminded him. What is that light? Fong Chen asked himself. Then his eyes flickered and he opened the beast tower. On the first floor of the beast tower, a group of beasts stood on the ground. In the middle of them was a ball of light that was emitting a faint light. The ball of light was emitting a daunting aura of the demon clan. After Fong Chen came in, the 6-feathered sky sparrow and the others greeted him. Boss, you're finally here. The 3-eyed bear king chuckled. Boss, you brought this ball of light to the beast tower. Do you know where it came from? Fong Chen shook his head and shrugged. I was just about to ask you. This ball of light shot down from the top of the barbaric mountain and came in by itself. Hearing this, the 6-feathered sky sparrow's eyes flickered. It had confirmed its guess. If I'm not wrong, this ball of light probably contains a trace of the demon tiger and beast's blood essence. The 6-feathered sky sparrow's words were shocking. What? Many beasts were shocked. Even Fong Chen was surprised. A trace of the demon tiger and beast's blood essence. Fong Chen could not believe it. The demon tiger and beast was an expert at the peak of the abstruse god realm. There were not many who could fight against him in the entire stellar sky. Why would a trace of his blood essence enter the beast tower? Chapter 2408. The 6-feathered sky sparrow frowned, as if it knew something. What do you know? Fong Chen asked. The 6-feathered sky sparrow had a high status in the savage wilderness and should know some secrets. When I was young, I followed my ancestor and saw the demon tiger and beast. Therefore, I am very familiar with its aura. The 6-feathered sky sparrow said. Although many years have passed, I can still feel that there is a trace of the demon tiger and beast's aura in this ball of light. How can this be? The beast horde is over. The 7 top experts took action and killed 3 mysterious, true, realm-revered beasts. Their plan has failed. The desolate beasts have retreated. Fong Chen was puzzled. Perhaps the problem lies with the 7 top experts surrounding the 3 mysterious realm-revered beasts. The 6-feathered sky sparrow analyzed carefully. He was sure that the ball of light contained a trace of the demon tiger and beast's essence blood. Then it must be a mysterious realm revered beast that was using its essence blood to revive the demon tiger and beast. But it was suddenly interrupted by the 7 top experts, and the plan failed. The essence blood disappeared. The 6-feathered sky sparrow did not know why it went into the beast pagoda. After listening to the 6-feathered sky sparrow's analysis, Fong Chen's heartbeat quickened. Although it was only a trace of essence blood, the demon tiger and beast was an unparalleled expert that was on par with soldier marshal honorable. The power contained in a drop of essence blood was enough to increase his strength by several times. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck. This was indeed a good solution. Fong Chen licked his dry lips and looked greedily at the ball of light. Master, the 6-feathered sky sparrow suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Fong Chen asked. Master, do you want to absorb the demon tiger and beast's essence blood? The 6-feathered sky sparrow asked. Fong Chen nodded. The 6-feathered sky sparrow hurriedly shook its head and said, Master, please listen to me. The demon tiger and beast's essence blood is extremely rare. If it is used properly, it may be able to breed a new revered beast that is not weaker than the original demon tiger and beast. Don't you want to give it a try? If you directly absorb the blood essence like this, your strength will increase temporarily. But think about it. If you have a profound god realm sovereign beast as your servant, is there any place in this vast stellar sky that you can't go? Besides, even if you don't need sovereign beast protection, your family and friends, as well as the universe you've created, should still need a guardian, right? The 6-feathered sky sparrow was well aware of just how intimidating the demon tiger and beast was. You mean to say that you want me to use this drop of blood essence to nurture the demon tiger and beast? Fong Chen asked with a frown. The 6-feathered sky sparrow nodded. What if I give birth to it and it starts a massacre? The 6-feathered sky sparrow shook her head and said, Master, as long as you sign a master-servant contract with him, even if the demon tiger and beast is reborn, he won't betray you. A master-servant contract was usually signed between a demon and a human. Once the contract was signed, even if one's strength surpassed the owner's, one would not be able to betray the owner. Otherwise, one would be punished by the power of the heavenly Tao. Can I? Fong Chen asked. Of course you can. Fong Chen pondered. In reality, he was communicating with the mysterious heaven cone nail. After receiving the latter's confirmation, Fong Chen finally nodded. The 6-feathered sky sparrow didn't lie to you. This drop of blood essence can nurture a brand new demon tiger and beast. These were the artifact spirit's original words. However, the artifact spirit also said that the reason why the 6-feathered sky sparrow advised him to nurture the blood essence was also because of her own selfishness. During the nurturing process of the blood essence, the demon tiger and beast's aura was constantly emitted. This was the aura of the desolate demon clan's supreme aura. Any demon beast's cultivation base would increase day by day if it absorbed for a long time. I see. Seeing through the 6-feathered sky sparrow's selfishness, Fong Chen did not expose it. According to the artifact spirit's guidance, Fong Chen bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood into the light ball. Hiss! Within the light ball, the demon tiger and beast's blood essence seemed to be resisting and struggling. Suppress. Fong Chen controlled the beast pagoda to suppress the blood essence and finally succeeded in signing the contract. In his mind, a series of complicated messages appeared. He vaguely felt the restraint of the way of the heavens. Phew! After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Follow me, and I won't treat you badly. Fong Chen threw out the 3 pseudo-bodhi seeds. Immediately, the light ball vibrated and absorbed them, breaking them down. Buzz! After digesting the pseudo-bodhi seeds, the aura emitted by the light ball had obviously increased by a lot. All right, you guys stay here and cultivate, Fong Chen said and left the beast pagoda. If he did not enter the profound god realm, he would not be able to completely control the Beast Pagoda, let alone command the many demon beasts in the Beast Pagoda to fight for him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. As for the demon tiger and beast's blood essence, according to the artifact spirit, it would take at least a few million years to nurture another profound god realm demon tiger and beast. There was no need to think about it now. Swoosh! What Fong Qin did not know was that when he left the Beast Pagoda, a blood-red light shot out from the light ball and quietly entered his body. While he was deep in thought, the blood-red light in his body suddenly exploded. A vast amount of energy surged forth and instantly invaded Fong Chen's entire body. He felt his body expand as if it was going to explode. Am I going to break through? Rumble. The universe in his body expanded rapidly. The sky, mountains, and oceans were constantly forming. Mountain peaks, mountain ranges, and dangerous lands appeared one after another. The growth of the universe in his body also indicated that Fong Chen's cultivation base would increase. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's aura had reached the peak. Without any hindrance, he directly reached the limit of the earth-splitting realm. Continue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Qin took out the Flower King pill and the inner core of the six-clawed beast. He first swallowed the inner core of the six-clawed beast and then the Flower King pill. Buzz! The powerful energy of the pill and inner core was released, filling the entire universe in his body. Not enough energy? Fong Qin exclaimed. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the second Flower King pill, the third, the fourth, and the fifth. In a few breaths' time, Fong Qin had swallowed 8 Flower King pills. One had to know that he only had 9 Flower King pills. He had swallowed 8 in one go, but he still hadn't broken through. Damn it, I'm not strong enough. Fong Qin cursed and swallowed the last Flower King pill. Rumble. A violent power erupted from the last Flower King pill. The explosive energy swept through his body, causing the entire universe in his body to tremble. The power of laws and rules appeared in the universe, one after another. The entire universe had layers and layers, and its structure was very stable. Dong! The bell rang. After the last bit of energy was absorbed by the universe in his body, Fong Qin finally heaved a sigh of relief. His body had become stronger, his aura had increased, and the functions of the universe in his body had returned to normal. This was the sign of the limit of the Saint Realm. He had reached the limit of the Saint Realm in one step. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for so long. Now that he had broken through, he had reached the peak. Fong Qin was overjoyed. The limit of the Saint Realm was one step closer to the profound God Realm. Looking at the universe in his body, the energy was shaking. Only the origin energy was slightly thin. There's still some time before the universe in my body grows. The lack of origin energy is only a temporary thing. It'll get better in the future. Fong Qin thought. The amount of origin energy determined the ultimate level of an expert in the universe. For example, the Star River universe had been invaded by outsiders. The origin energy was thin, causing the warriors to be unable to improve after reaching the God Emperor realm. It was impossible for them to reach the Cosmos God realm. Of course, his internal universe might have a short gestation period, but it was much stronger than the Star River universe. Who? He let out a sigh of relief and looked away from the universe in his body. The limit of one step. The current me can easily kill mysterious Heaven Realm warriors. As for mysterious Qi Realm warriors, I can defeat them with the Hidden Star Sword. Fong Qin said he had cultivated the innate soul reversal technique to the 5th level. The next 4 levels were temporarily out of his reach, and the myriad sword body was hard to improve. Azura sword technique. Fong Qin muttered to himself. It was time to create the follow-up sword moves of the Azura sword technique. Today, Fong Chen's comprehension of the Azura sword technique had reached an extremely high level. If he were to fight against the demon-killing sword technique, he would be able to suppress the other party just by relying on the aura of the Tao of Sword. When this matter was over, he would definitely return to the Void Star Heaven. There, his family and friends were waiting for him. Chapter 2409. The innate world was vast and boundless. Experts were as common as clouds and sect after sect. It had been half a month since the end of the beast tide, but the storm still hadn't dissipated. Ordinary people didn't know that 7 top experts had joined forces to eliminate 3 mysterious realm revered beasts. They only knew that the Pavilion Master had become the 8th giant of the innate world, and the Peerless Thunder Pavilion had become the top force. Fang Qin, who was only in the realm of Earth expansion, became famous in one battle. After the news of him destroying Lei Xing and slaying Lei Qinjue spread, the entire innate world was shocked. Everyone was cheering. Could it be that another Honorable Bingwu had appeared? They remembered that the Honorable Bingwu had appeared out of nowhere. With an invincible posture, he defeated martial artists in the same realm, and even killed enemies in a higher realm. Fang Chen's path of growth was exactly the same as the Honorable Bingwu, a prodigy with potential comparable to the Honorable Bingwu. Every force was fighting to recruit him. Countless forces rushed into the Peerless Thunder City, wanting to visit Fang Qin, but they were all rejected. During this time, he had been comprehending the Azura Sword Tao, wanting to create the follow-up sword moves of the Azura Sword Tao. Despite being rejected countless times by Fang Qin, they still didn't give up and clamored to see Fang Qin. Later, Fang Qin closed his door and didn't come out. Only then did it quiet down. Who would have thought that the Flying Flower Formation King and the other giants would appear one after another and invite Fang Qin to join their forces? In an empty courtyard of the Peerless Thunder Pavilion, 7 people sat on stone benches, and only Fang Qin stood in the middle of the courtyard. Fang Qin, come and sit down. The one who spoke was the Green Formation Alliance's ancestor, the Flying Flower Formation King. Hearing this, Fang Qin sat on the stone bench at the very end. Little friend Fang, your potential is amazing. Although we have cultivated for countless years, we still can't help but sigh that you have surpassed us. Demonic Cloud, Old Man laughed. All right, let me say it. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master looked straight at Fang Qin. Fang Qin, I'm sure you know why they're here. Your outstanding performance has attracted the attention of many experts. They all have top forces behind them. If you want to join them, feel free to do so. Devil Cloud, Old Man spoke as soon as the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master finished speaking. Little friend Fang, if you join my Cloud Demon sect, you can become my direct disciple. All of the sect's resources will be yours to use. I will also teach you often. The conditions offered by Demonic Cloud Old Man were very generous. However, Fang Qin directly refused. He did not have a good impression of the Cloud Demon sect. Back on the Lesser Immeasurable Mountain, the direct disciple of the Cloud Demon sect, Yun Shanha, had openly attacked Absolute Thunder City in order to curry favor with the Black Thunder clan. Young friend Fang, please reconsider. Demonic Cloud Old Man frowned, seemingly displeased. However, he did not lose his temper. Haha, kid, join my school of Imperial Beasts. I can teach you how to control beasts. My Scarlet Vulture Mountain can also provide you with everything. My Green Array Alliance can teach you the Tao of Arrays. Apart from Ancestor Black Thunder, the other 6 experts had all come. They all offered tempting conditions to rope in Fang Qin. However, after careful consideration, they were all rejected by Fang Qin. I appreciate your kindness, but I only want to stay in the Extreme Thunder Pavilion. Fang Qin said apologetically. Hearing this, the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master laughed. Although the other 6 were displeased, they could not get angry with the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master present. In that case, we will take our leave first. The 6 experts left one after another. With their status, they had already given Fang Qin face by condescending to rope him in. In their opinion, Even if he had the potential of honorable soldier Wu, he would need enough resources to support his cultivation. A mere absolute Thunder City did not have enough resources. It was impossible to cultivate an expert like Honorable Soldier Wu. Since he was unwilling, they would drop the matter. Fong Chen. The extreme Thunder Pavilion Master was pleased with Fong Chen's performance. Pavilion Master, is my armor ready? Fong Chen was most concerned about his armor. There is still one last corner. It will be ready in a while. The extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said, Very well, I will wait for your good news. In the vast Khanate realm, everyone was talking about Fong Chen. In the meeting hall of the Ying family in the Array Cloud District. Have you all heard the latest news? Ying Yuanxiong looked around and asked slowly. A hint of bitterness appeared on his face. The rumored Fong Chen, could he be the same person who killed Ying Hua and the others? Asked one of the elders. I don't believe it. How could an Earth Expansion realm martial artist kill Lei Qinjue? That's right. Lei Qinjue was the peerless prodigy of the Black Thunder clan. How could an Earth Expansion realm martial artist kill him? Many elders were skeptical. Enough, Ying Yuanxiong said. I called you all here to discuss countermeasures, not to debate the authenticity of the news. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words. Ying Yuanxiong had admitted that the two people were the same person. This was a terrifying piece of news. It had only been a short time, but this man was able to kill Lei Qinjue with ease. If he was given more time, even the Ying family would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Family Lord, as long as the Black Thunder clan is here, the Ying family will be safe. That's right. The Black Thunder clan will not let Lei Qinjue off the hook. If Fong Chen dares to leave the city, he will die. Hearing the clamor from the crowd, Ying Yuanxiong felt a little tired for the first time. Was the decision he made back then really wrong? Ever since Fong Chen appeared, the relationship between the Black Thunder clan and the Ying family began to deteriorate. Ying Xiu even left the Ying family, which made the Black Thunder clan unhappy. Now, Lei Qinjue of the Black Thunder clan was killed by Fong Chen. The root of all this was Fong Chen. Ying Xiu of the Ying family was the first person to form a relationship with Fong Chen. If the Black Thunder clan was angry, the Ying family would not be able to stop them. In fact, Ying Yuanxiong was right. Lei Qinjue's death had completely enraged the Black Thunder clan. They vented all of their anger on the Ying family. In just 3 days, the Black Thunder clan's cavalry had flattened the Ying family. The Ying family was wiped out of the Array Cloud District. No one survived. When Ying Xiu heard about this, she was only stunned for a moment. Then, she went back to her room and continued to study formations. Looking at Ying Xiu's lonely back, Fong Chen heaved a sigh. Although Xiu left the Ying family, the blood of the Ying family still flows in her body. Fong Chen said, The Highlight clan couldn't kill me, so they vented their anger on the Ying clan. Even though the Ying clan brought this upon themselves, the root of all this is me. Moreover, the Highlight clan and I are already in a situation where only one of us can live. If I have the chance, I will definitely avenge Jaxiu. After saying that, Fong Chen sat down cross-legged and started to study the Shura sword art. 3 months after the Beast Tide ended, the sky above Jule City was filled with sword chi that shook the city. On this day, Fong Chen created the 7th move of the Shura sword art. 6 months later, the sword chi materialized and formed a sword dragon in the sky above Jule City. The sword was like a dragon, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. The 8th move of the Shura sword art was born. However, Fong Chen didn't stop there. He was still studying it. A year later, the battle of the Xiantian realm was about to begin. Fong Chen created the 9th move of the Azura sword skill. At this point, the Azura sword art had become a supreme grade, heaven ascending divine art. Its attack power was so strong that it struck fear in the hearts of others. The battle of the Xiantian realm is about to start. I wonder if Fong Chen can defeat everyone. It's difficult. Even if he breaks through to the absolute Saint Realm, it's too difficult for him to defeat everyone. Some of the contestants have reached the profound Qi realm. It's impossible for Feng Qin to win. That's not necessarily true. In the past year, the sword Qi above Jule City was probably triggered by Feng Qin. His strength may have improved by leaps and bounds. Many people were discussing the extent of Feng Qin's strength. Although the beast tide ended a year ago, Feng Qin's name was still remembered. Hailai family. Ancestor, are we just going to let Feng Qin grow? Hailai Star King asked. Although he has great potential, he hasn't grown up yet. He won't be a threat to the Hailai family. Ancestor Hailai Star King said indifferently. However, he offended the Hailai family. If we don't kill him, it will be hard to convince the public. But he has been hiding in Jule City. Our people can't get in at all. Hailai Star King was distressed. Stop all actions against Feng Qin, Ancestor Hailai Star King said. Why? The battle of the Xiantian realm is about to start. I believe that the Pavilion Master will definitely send Feng Qin to participate. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him then. Chapter 2410. The battle between innate experts was known as the biggest event in the innate world. Since ancient times, those who could be called innate experts had a great impact on the innate world. The battle between innate experts was simply a battle between geniuses. However, the battle between geniuses held by the innate world was different from the ordinary battle between geniuses. Every time the battle between innate experts started, a group of exceptional geniuses would be born. The most outstanding of them could even enjoy the blessing of innate experts and be blessed with providence. This was the dream of all the warriors in the innate world. Unfortunately, the battle between innate experts had strict restrictions. Those who were over 1,000 years old could not participate. As a result, the strongest among the applicants was only in the profound Qi realm. A 1,000-year-old profound star realm cultivator had appeared in the history of the chaotic void, but not in the innate world. The battle between innate experts was to select outstanding geniuses for the innate world and nurture them to deal with the next beast tide. The savage wilderness demon clan was located in the north of the innate world. They had always been a threat to the innate world. The experts of the innate world had tried to eradicate them. However, the final result was not satisfactory. The beast tide made the 8 magnates realize that the savage wilderness demon clan was restless. Therefore, the battle between innate experts was brought forward. The heavenly Tao was a cycle of karma. The heavenly Tao energy was everywhere. Every region had its own providence. If this luck was attached to a martial artist, it would create a peerless powerhouse. It was said that Honorable Soldier Wu had received the providence of the stellar sky. Everyone saw his final achievement. Therefore, countless people were looking forward to the battle between innate experts. It had been a year since the beast tide ended, but the storm was still there. When Feng Qin created the 9th move of the Azura sword art, a piece of news that made him excited appeared. The great Thunder Pavilion Master personally came to the elegant courtyard to give him the black, vibrantly golden armor. In the courtyard, Feng Qin intimately caressed the pitch-black armor in his hand. Nothing could be seen from its appearance. It was no different from ordinary profound iron armor. However, when he held it in his hand, he could feel a strong power surging through him. Black, vibrantly golden armor. Feng Qin was excited. With a thought, he put it on his body. This black, vibrantly golden armor is my best work so far, the great Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile. The Absolute Thunder Pavilion Master smiled and said, "After you drip your blood on it, it will cover your skin or hide inside your body according to your will." Even a profound star realm expert wouldn't be able to break your black, vibrating golden armor with a full-powered attack. The great Thunder Pavilion Master paused for a moment before continuing. The means of a mysterious star realm cultivator are beyond your imagination. Although you can use the black vibration golden armor to block his attack, You can't fight against him. Profound star cultivators, the vibrantly golden martial experts. Black, vibrantly, they're black, vibrantly golden armor. Although the Heijun golden armor's defense is invincible, you still have to be careful of some of its methods. He said so much just to remind Fong Qin that possessing the Heijun golden armor did not mean that he was invincible. Furthermore, he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Otherwise, if a mystic light realm expert saw it, they would attack him. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Fong Qin clasped his fists in thanks. With the black, vibrantly golden armor, his defense had greatly increased. He only had a 30% chance of winning against profound Qi realm cultivators, but now it had increased to 70%. The combination of the chaotic space hidden star sword and the black, vibrantly golden armor had reached an insane level of offense and defense. Even some profound star realm cultivators didn't have such a combination. No need to thank me. If I didn't make the black, vibrantly golden armor for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the profound light realm so easily. The Pavilion Master was in a good mood. At the edge of the innate world in the Kanglin district, with Zhen Yuanzi's protection, the Shadow Moon celestial sect developed rapidly. It was now a true first-rate sect. Even the Black World sect and the Jin family didn't dare to mess with the Shadow Moon celestial sect. After a year, the news finally spread to the Kanglin district. The entire Kanglin district was in an uproar, especially the Jin family, the Black World sect, and the Black Cliff sect. They had once teamed up to kill Fong Qin, but now Fong Qin had made a name for himself in the innate world after disappearing for a few years. In the meeting hall of the Jin family's headquarters, Master of the Jin family, what do you think about the news about Fong Qin? The Black Cliff sect master asked. What else can I think? Everyone knows how we treated the Shadow Moon immortal sect back then. If we give that kid time to grow, it won't be long before the profound Qi realm warriors are no match for him. When he returns to the Kanglin district, our 3 sects will definitely be destroyed, the Black World sect master said in a deep voice, his heart filled with killing intent. The Jin family master pondered for a while and said, That's right. Send someone to Juelei City and kill Fong Qin immediately. They wouldn't be at ease if Fong Qin wasn't dead. A few days later, an old man appeared in Juelei City. There was a sword mark on his face, and he wore tattered clothes. He looked like a beggar. He seems to be here. The old man slowly walked to the front of the elegant courtyard and muttered to himself. He looked around and finally disappeared into the void. During the day, he first observed the terrain and waited for the night to take action. At night, Fong Qin was instructing Axiu to set up a formation. Axiu, the formation you just set up is just for show. It can't exert its power, Fong Qin said. You should do that. Under Fong Qin's guidance, Axiu's understanding of formations continued to improve. Buzz, what's going on? Fong Qin felt a subtle divine sense sweep past. He looked around and found nothing. Axiu, go back to your room first, Fong Qin said. Brother Fong Qin. Axiu wanted to speak, but was stopped by Fong Qin's gaze. She looked at Fong Qin with some worry and finally turned back to her room. Suddenly, Fong Qin looked into the darkness and said, Since you are here, why don't you come out and meet me? A hoarse chuckle came from the darkness. Rumor has it that Fong Qin killed Lei Qinjue when he was only at the earth-splitting realm. Now that I have met you today, I can see that you are indeed worthy of your reputation. The old man walked out of the darkness. His face was full of smiles. The sword mark on his face was wriggling and a terrifying energy surrounded him. Who are you? Fong Qin asked. The person who killed you. You don't even dare to say your name. I guess you are just a coward. Fong Qin stood with his hands behind his back and said with disdain, Humph, what a cunning guy. Are you trying to provoke me into telling you my name? The old man chuckled and said, According to our agreement, I am not allowed to say the name of my patron. However, seeing that you are about to die, I can let you die with a clear conscience. I am the king of assassins in the Kanglin district. People call me Rat King, the old man said. Rat King? Fong Qin was taken aback by the old man's words. He had never thought that the old man standing in front of him would be the legendary Rat King. He was the king of assassins in the Kanglin district. He was an ultimate overlord of the profound Heaven State and had killed a profound Chi State martial artist before. Humph! I have heard that the Rat King has always been a coward. That is why he gave himself the name Rat King. After a moment of surprise, Fong Qin teased. Buzz! Rat King unleashed his powerful energy and said coldly, Do you still think so? Profound Chi State? Fong Qin's face was still calm. So what if he was in the profound Chi State? He had the dark vibration golden armor and the hidden star sword. He was not afraid of profound Chi State martial artists at all. I guess it must be a powerful force that can hire the king of assassins in the Kanglin district. Fong Qin shrugged and said, Let me guess. Is it the Jin family, the Black World sect, or the Black Cliff sect? Rat King let out a sinister smile and said, You are not stupid. Since you know who I am, you can die now. Whoosh! The Rat King's figure flashed and turned into a black light, rushing towards Fong Qin. He had used his ultimate skill right from the start. Coupled with his cultivation in the profound Qi realm, his attack power had reached the pinnacle. Bang! The dagger in the Rat King's hand stabbed viciously into Fong Qin's body. Not dodging. Seeing that Fong Qin did not dodge, Rat King was a little surprised. Crack! However, to King Rat's surprise, his supposedly indestructible dagger was unable to pierce through Fong Qin's body. Wang! The black vibranium armor covered the surface of his skin and easily blocked the dagger. The Rat King's attack missed, and it quickly retreated. For the latest novel updates, please visit Chapter 2411. This was the first time Fong Qin had used the black, vibrantly golden armor since he had successfully refined it. This is... With a clang, the dagger sank into the black, vibrantly golden armor. It was then broken and fell to the ground. After King Rat steadied himself, his expression changed drastically and his heart trembled. His pitch-black eyes stared intently at Fong Qin's black, vibrantly golden armor. What is that? Rat King exclaimed. He had never seen such a powerful armor. The king of assassins is just SOSO. Fong Qin sneered. He used to be afraid of Rat King, but with the black, vibrantly golden armor, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if it was a profound Qi realm martial artist, he could still defeat them. Let's go. Rat King retreated immediately after his attack failed. This was the principle of assassins. Once they failed, they would not show off. Where there was life, there was hope. However, how could Fong Qin let Rat King escape just like that? Trying to escape? Fong Qin sneered, and the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. Shura sword principle, 7th move. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and the vast Shura sword Qi formed a sword light in the void. Under the guidance of the hidden star sword, the sword light quickly condensed into an icy long sword and whizzed toward Rat King. Block. Rat King used all his strength to block the 7th move of the Shura sword principle. However, Fong Qin had already used the 8th move. Whoosh! When the 8th move was used, heaven and earth were shocked. The sword light pierced through the void and penetrated Rat King's body. No! Rat King's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He still wanted to escape, but he was killed by Fong Qin. Whoosh! In the void, there was a strong fluctuation of energy. Strictly speaking, this was Fong Qin's first time killing a profound Qi realm martial artist. It was not that profound Qi realm martial artists were weak, but Fong Qin's black, vibrantly golden armor was too strong. A profound Qi realm martial artist could not break its defense. In other words, when fighting with a profound Qi realm martial artist, you don't need to defend. You only need to attack, mindlessly. With this, Fang Chen's chances of winning increased greatly. Moreover, he had created the 9th move of the Azura sword skill. Due to his carelessness, the Rat King was killed by the Azura sword skill's 8th move. Most likely, he wouldn't even know that his carelessness had led to his death. Frisia District? He put away the hidden star sword and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He then calmly looked at the starry sky. When the news reached Kanglin District, it caused a great sensation. This was especially true for the 3 major forces. After learning that the Rat King had died, they all panicked. The 3 powerhouses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Jean family head, do you know who killed the Rat King? The Black Cliff sect master asked with a solemn expression. This was very important. If he died at the hands of the extreme Thunder Pavilion master, then it was nothing. But if he died at the hands of Fang Chen, it would be a big problem. Although Fang Chen's strength is heaven-defying, it is impossible for him to kill a martial artist in the profound Qi realm. I suspect that someone from the absolute Thunder Pavilion has made a move, said the Black World sect master. The Jean family head pondered. We don't know the details. Now we only know that the Rat King has died. The Jean family head glanced at the 2 of them and said, the most important thing now is to continue to hire profound Qi realm assassins to spy on him. Jean family head, do you have a good plan? This was a matter of life and death for the 3 major forces. They couldn't be careless. Immediately, the 3 powerhouses discussed a countermeasure. They joined forces to hire an assassin who was slightly weaker than the Rat King to come to Juele City again to assassinate Fang Chen. This time they were well prepared. The Jean family head even took out the Jean family's heirloom, the Void Shuttle. Once they found that they were no match for the assassin, they would immediately use the Void Shuttle to escape from Juele City. The main purpose of this mission was to find out how strong Fang Chen was and whether the Rat King had been killed by Fang Chen. Juele City, gracious courtyard. The sky was dotted with stars. Fang Chen stared the void. Since the 3 major forces have made a move, they will definitely not let it go. Fang Chen thought to himself. He didn't expect that the 3 major forces would join forces to hire the King of Assassins to assassinate him. It was really a big deal. However, at this point, Fang Chen wasn't afraid of any forces in the Kanglin district. As long as the opponent wasn't a profound Star Realm expert, Fang Chen could deal with them. It's time to go back to the Kanglin district. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, Buzz. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. This gust of wind was very strange. Fang Chen immediately noticed it. It's coming. Fang Chen thought to himself. As soon as his voice fell, a crack appeared in the void beside him. A figure quickly walked out of it. In the next moment, the figure directly attacked Fang Chen without saying a word. You're courting death. Fang Chen growled. The Heijian golden armor covered his body, and he performed the Shura sword principle without hesitation. Puchi! A dazzling light burst out from the hidden star sword. It shattered the black figure's attack and forced him to retreat. How is this possible? The black figure exclaimed and immediately sent a message back. At the same time, he controlled the Void Shuttle and wanted to escape. Come back. Fang Chen stretched out his big hand and shattered the void, forcibly grabbing the person from the void. Bang! The Void Shuttle fell to the ground. The hidden star sword slashed out. With a crack, the black figure's body was split into 2. The latter's primordial spirit hurriedly fled, but Fang Chen was already prepared. He called out with the Soul Power Spear. In a moment, the assassin was killed by Fang Chen. Picking up the Void Shuttle on the ground, Fang Chen carefully observed it. His body exuded a cold chill. The Jean family's treasure, the Void Shuttle. He recognized the Void Shuttle and kept it in his summer ring. The hatred in his heart for the Jean family deepened. Kanglin District, Jean family's mansion. The three experts were shaken. They sat on the armchairs in a daze. The air was filled with an incomparably dignified aura. The three of them looked at each other with complicated expressions. After a long time, the Black Cliff Sect Master said with a wry smile, "What should we do now?" I really didn't expect that the guy who could be pinched to death would grow to this point. The Black World Sect Master also sighed. Only the Gene family's master looked crazy. He clenched his fists, thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Extreme Thunder City, elegant courtyard. Fong Qin had just disposed of the assassin's body when the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master came quietly. Not bad. The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master nodded with satisfaction. He had been hiding in the dark for a long time and saw Fong Qin make a move. "Pavilion Master, you flatter me," Fong Qin said modestly. "Black Surge golden armor, coupled with the Chaos-level weapon, plus your monstrous talent. If you go all out, your attack power is not inferior to any profound Qi realm martial artist." The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said with a smile, "You can represent the Extreme Thunder Pavilion in this innate battle." Innate battle? Fong Qin wondered. "I came to you this time for the innate battle." The Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master explained, "You have been in seclusion before, and I didn't want to disturb you. Now that you have come out, you should know some things." Next, the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master explained the so-called innate battle to Fong Qin. After listening, Fong Qin finally understood. The so-called innate battle was actually a battle of geniuses. What really attracted Fong Qin was that the genius who won the final victory would be able to get the luck of the innate realm, which was what martial artists dreamed of. Once the luck was on the body, it would be baptized by the power of the heavenly way, which was a great opportunity. Of course, if you want to get the luck, you must first win the final victory. The innate battle, originally only people under 100,000 years old from the seven forces could participate, but now the Extreme Thunder Pavilion was added. There were a total of 8 forces, and anyone under 100,000 years old could participate. However, there was also a minimum standard that was at least the cultivation of the profound heaven realm, or the combat power of the profound heaven realm. Fong Qin didn't meet the first requirement, but he met the second one so he could participate. Furthermore, with the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master's understanding of Fong Qin, if he participated, he would definitely be able to win the final victory. With the luck, it was a great opportunity for the Extreme Thunder Pavilion to develop. "When does it start?" Fong Qin asked. 3 months, the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said. Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master said, "Recently, many profound gods who have cultivated for less than 100,000 years have appeared. Their goal is the innate realm battle. Although your strength is strong enough to kill profound Qi realm warriors, there are some monstrous geniuses who have cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The methods they have created are unimaginable. Furthermore, he couldn't expose the hidden star sword and black, vibrating golden armor unless it was a critical moment. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if other profound light realm martial artists targeted him. During this period of time, I will collect all the information about the innate battle and send it to you. You should adjust your body's condition." The Great Thunder Pavilion Master said, "As for those clowns, they will never bother you again." Hearing this, Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the Extreme Thunder Pavilion Master was going to make a move. Chapter 24:12. In fact, Fong Qin had underestimated the attraction of the Battle of Innates. In just a few months, many experts in the vast Khanate world were waiting for the arrival of the Battle of Innates. The fact that it was called Innates was enough to show the importance of the Battle of Innates. All along, the humans of the Khanate world had been fighting against the demons of the Boorish wilderness. After much effort, they finally defeated the demons of the Boorish wilderness after countless casualties. Now that the demons of the Boorish wilderness were showing signs of revival, the experts of the Khanate world naturally did not dare to be careless. After some discussion, they even brought forward the date of the Battle of Innates. In order to deal with the changes of the demons of the Boorish wilderness, They tried everything. They only hoped to completely destroy the demons of the boorish wilderness. The various top factions were all recruiting and summoning back their disciples from the outside world. Red Vulture Mountain was an extremely strange mountain in the Khanate world. The reason why this mountain was called Scarlet Vulture Mountain was because its shape was exactly the same as a griffin. That was why it was called Scarlet Vulture Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a top faction, and the Vulture King was its patriarch. Red Vulture Mountain was surrounded by a sinister and terrifying aura all year round. Legend had it that the Vulture King's cultivation technique was a demonic cultivation technique. His personality was extremely violent, and he would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Once, because of a single sentence, he started a massacre and slaughtered an entire city. After becoming famous in one battle, he founded the Red Vulture Mountain, a top faction, and personally oversaw the Red Vulture Mountain. Now, the Red Vulture Mountain had developed to its most prosperous state. The Battle of Innates was about to begin, and the Red Vulture Mountain was extremely nervous. On this day, the Red Vulture Mountain welcomed a few distinguished guests. Lord. The leader was a man in white with a faint smile on his face. Behind him were 3 burly men. Ha ha ha! It's a great fortune for you to come and help my Red Vulture Mountain. The Red Vulture Mountain chuckled. He was very clear about the background of this man in white. He was terrifyingly powerful, and even the Vulture King did not dare to offend the faction behind him. Lord, I was passing by the Red Vulture Mountain and heard that the Battle of Innates in the Khanate world was about to begin. Hence, I came to take a look. The man in white smiled. Nephew, this way, please. The Red Vulture Mountain chuckled and invited the man in white into the meeting hall. Nephew Zongbai. Mountain Lord, just call me Zongbai, the white-robed man said. No, I have a close relationship with your father. It's only right for me to address you as my nephew. Mountain Lord Scarlet Vulture said, Nephew Zongbai, are you really going to represent my Scarlet Vulture Mountain in the Xiantian battle? Of course. Zongbai's eyes flashed as he nodded heavily. All right, with Nephew Zongbai's words, I can rest assured. The Sky Pillar Zong family's name shook the chaos void. It was simply not something a small faction like the Scarlet Vulture Mountain could compare to. This was also why Mountain Lord Scarlet Vulture was so courteous to a profound Qi realm practitioner. If it was any other time, Zongbai would definitely not even glance at Mountain Lord Scarlet Vulture. However, the latter had some friendship with his father. Coincidentally, he passed by the Xiantian realm when he was out training. Hearing that the Xiantian realm battle was about to begin, he decided to look for the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. As a member of the Zong clan, he had naturally heard of the battle between Xiantians. Other than Scarlet Vulture Mountain, many profound Qi realm practitioners from other powers had also come to visit. Some were rogue practitioners who had hidden themselves from the world, while others were leaders of small sect. They were qualified to participate in the battle between Xiantians and could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. Thus, they took the initiative to request to participate. The entire Xiantian world was basically in a lively period. In Juelei City, Fong Chen held a name list in his hand. On this name list, there were some names that basically covered the entire battle between Xiantians and the information of all the practitioners. Fong Chen was looking at it seriously. Illusory Star Sky, Demon City. On the mountain peak, Xiao Huang and the other 3 were gathered together. They looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Ever since the little mouse had left, the 4 of them had been hiding in the dark and constantly searching for inheritances. As time passed, not only were they not killed by their enemies, but they had also become stronger. Now, the 4 of them had already stepped into the absolute Saint Realm. Hee, who else in this demon city can be our match? Xiao Huang laughed loudly. With the 4 of them working together, even a peak absolute Saint Realm practitioner would not be their match. They even had a place on the demon god list. Those guys who chased us back then must all be killed. pangolin said gloomily. Behind our enemy is the guy who is ranked 5th on the demon god list, Xiaohai said. He had already found out that he had been waiting for this day for several years. Let's go. Today, the 4 of us brothers will kill that guy. In an instant, a piece of news spread out and shook the demon city. The sky-devouring quartet challenged Lu Wuhen, who was ranked 5th on the demon god list. In the entire demon city, all the experts went to the location of the battle. In a few days, on a mountain peak in the demon city, there was a sea of people. In order to commemorate the little mouse, Xiaohai and the other 3 were called the sky-devouring quartet. Look, the 4 of them are here. Soon, someone saw the 4 guys appear on the mountain peak. The 4 of them stood side by side, looking up at the blue sky, waiting for Lu Wuhen to appear. Whoosh! After a while, a shocking aura came and an afterimage appeared. Lu Wuhen had arrived. You want to challenge me? Lu Wuhen's dark eyes stared at the 4 of them and said coldly, Lu Wuhen, back then, your subordinates chased us and almost killed us. Now we are here to take revenge. Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. Humph, I've searched high and low for you, only to find you without any effort. Back then, I asked you to get rid of them. I didn't expect you to come to me now, Lu Wuhen said coldly. In his opinion, these 4 guys were simply courting death. Below the mountain peak, there was a discussion. Many warriors were supporting Lu Wuhen. After all, the latter was the guy ranked 5th on the demon god list. Cut the crap. Today you must die, Xiaohai said. After today, us 4 brothers will dominate the demon city, the old faker said. Boom! On the mountain peak, a battle broke out, and deafening sounds were endless. A wild storm swept over, and dust flew, blocking everyone's eyes. The sky was dark and gloomy, and pieces of gravel fell from the mountain peak. Although they couldn't see clearly, they could imagine how fierce the battle on the mountain peak was. Kacha! After a long battle, the mountain peak was blasted into 2 by a powerful force. Too strong. Many warriors retreated, and their hearts were filled with shock. They didn't expect the strength of the sky-devouring 4 to be so strong that they could fight with Lu Wuhen to such an extent. Lu Wuhen is going to kill them. Someone in the crowd said, Look, the sky-devouring 4 has been defeated. Seeing someone flying out from the mountain peak, someone exclaimed. Bang! A black shadow smashed down from the mountain peak and smashed into the ground, creating a big pit. Everyone quickly ran to the big pit. They wanted to see who in the sky-devouring 4 to fall down. However, when they saw the person's appearance, they were shocked. Their hearts were filled with shock, and their feelings couldn't be described with words. Lu Wuhen. How is it possible? He lost to the sky-devouring 4? Oh my God, what did I just see? Lu Wuhen was blasted into the ground. Did he lose? For a moment, everyone couldn't accept this result. The 5th on the demon god list, Lu Wuhen, was actually defeated. It was unbelievable. On the broken mountain peak, the sky-devouring 4 leaped and came to the big pit. Die. The 4 joined forces and killed Lu Wuhen. At this point, the 5th expert on the demon god list had fallen. The sky-devouring 4 was in the limelight for a while. In the following time, the sky-devouring 4 challenged the experts on the demon god list to their heart's content. In just half a month, almost half of the top 10 experts on the demon god list had been challenged. Their names were even more resounding. Everyone had already regarded them as the top 10 existences on the demon god list. However, this was just the beginning. Their goal was to dominate the demon city and dominate the demon god list. The 4th on the demon god list lasted 6 hours against the sky-devouring 4 before finally being defeated. The 3rd on the demon god list lasted 3 days and 3 nights before being defeated. The 2nd on the demon god list lasted 9 days before being defeated. In the 2nd month after killing Lu Wuhen, the sky-devouring 4 challenged the 1st expert on the demon god list. Chapter 24:13. Many people thought that Sky Devouring's team would be able to defeat the number one expert on the demon god list in one fell swoop. However, it turned out that Sky Devouring's team had their own unique means to be able to rank first on the demon god list for so many years. The battle was not made public. Everyone only knew that the battle caused a huge commotion and affected the entire demon city. After the battle ended, Sky Devouring's team left dejectedly. Everyone guessed that Sky Devouring's team had failed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. This made everyone even more shocked. How powerful was the number one expert on the demon god list? The next time we four brothers come out, we will definitely defeat the number one expert on the demon god list. These were the words Xiao Huang left behind before he went into seclusion. Fang Qin naturally didn't know what happened in Demon City. He didn't even know what had happened in the virtual star sky. At this moment, he was cultivating with all his might, waiting for the arrival of the innate realm battle. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The long-awaited innate realm battle had finally arrived. The innate realm battle is finally here. I will definitely win the final victory in this innate realm battle. The innate blessing, the blessing of providence, no cultivator would be able to resist such temptation. For a time, the entire innate realm was discussing this matter. After the discussion of the 8 magnates, they decided to hold the innate realm battle in the territory of the Black Thunder clan. In the huge square of Black Thunder City, there was a martial arts arena. This martial arts arena was where the innate realm battle would be held. As the innate realm battle was about to begin, more and more experts arrived at Black Thunder City. Elegant courtyard, magnificent Thunder City. Fang Qin were also leaving. Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder said with a smile. This time he would personally lead the team to Black Thunder City. In addition to you, we have 19 Xiantian realm warriors participating in the battle. Including Fang Qin, there were 20 people in total. The strongest one was only at the limit of the Xiantian realm. However, Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder was very confident in Fang Qin. With his current strength, defeating a Xiantian realm warrior wouldn't be a problem if he went all out. Have you read the booklet I gave you? The booklet mentioned by Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder was about the many outstanding geniuses in this innate realm battle. Some noteworthy warriors had been specially marked by Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder. Just a simple look. How do you feel? Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder asked. If nothing goes wrong, there's no problem. Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder City. Fang Magnificent Divine Realm. Magnificent Heavens Magnificent Thunder City. With the black vibration golden armor, the chaotic space hidden star sword, and his heaven-defying strength, it would not be a problem for him to obtain the final victory. Let's go. The Great Thunder Pavilion Master laughed out loud. The realm Tutuzes. So many experts. Hand couldn't help that. Magnificent S. Anan Realm. An innate realm grand this was the grandest event in the innate world. Even if they couldn't attend, they would still come to watch. 1. Martial Realm. That was Pavilion, Magnificent Pavilion. All of a sudden, thunder rumbled in the void. In the next moment, a loud voice sounded. Patriarch Black Thunder floated in the air and stared at Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder with his dark eyes. Is there no one else in Magnificent Thunder City? You let a Saint Realm kid participate in the Khanate Realm battle? Patriarch Black Thunder's words were full of disdain. He was openly mocking Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder. Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder shrugged and said, So what? Fang Qin could kill Lei Qinjue when he was at the Earth-splitting realm. Although he is only at the Saint Realm now, his real strength is comparable to a Xiantian realm cultivator. Humph! Patriarch Black Thunder snorted when he heard the name Lei Qinjue and left. See you in the Khanate realm. After Patriarch Black Thunder left, Pavilion Master Magnificent Thunder looked at Fang Qin coldly. Let's go. In just a few days, the entire Black Thunder City was packed with people. Many experts from different forces had arrived. Even some of the old monsters who had been hiding in the world came out. Finally, in front of everyone's eyes, the innate stage battle began. On the Black Thunder Plaza, 8 top overlords stood side by side on the platform. The Black Thunder family was the host, and Patriarch Black Thunder was in charge of the Khanate realm battle. Everyone, Patriarch Black Thunder waved his hand, and the noisy plaza suddenly quieted down. I think everyone here knows the importance of the Khanate realm battle, Patriarch Black Thunder said. The Khanate realm battle has always been about selecting the most outstanding disciples of the Khanate realm and training them to prevent the savage wilderness monsters from making a move. The humans of the Khanate realm have been fighting against the savage wilderness monsters for a long time, and the number of beast hordes has increased. Not long ago, the beast hordes appeared again. It was also this time that we discovered the savage wilderness monsters plan. Therefore, after some discussion, we decided to bring forward the Khanate realm battle. Patriarch Black Thunder paused for a second and then continued. The rules of the Khanate realm battle will be the same. The 8 top sect will have 200 people participating in the battle until the final winner is decided. The reason why the Khanate realm battle was so intense was because the other rankings didn't have any rewards. However, the reward for the first place was so great that even Mystic Light realm cultivators couldn't help but drool. If they could obtain it, breaking through to the Mystic True realm wouldn't be a problem. Last night, the 8 of us have already arranged the numbers of the participants. Everyone will fight in pairs according to the numbers. Patriarch Black Thunder said a lot, but Fong Qin only heard about the rewards. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he noticed some cultivators with strong auras. As long as there isn't a Mystic Star Realm cultivator, there shouldn't be any problems, Fong Qin thought. Soon the battle began. The first battle was between the Absolute Thunder Pavilion's 1,000 Severing Hands and a disciple of the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. Rumble. As soon as the battle began, the disciple of the Scarlet Vulture Mountain unleashed powerful attacks. The 1,000 Severing Hands didn't show any weakness and slammed his palm forward. Instantly, the sky was filled with palms. Dong! After a while, the 1,000 Severing Hands won with a slight advantage. The first battle is won by the Absolute Thunder Pavilion's 1,000 Severing Hands. Patriarch Black Thunder announced. Next, the battles continued one after another. It wasn't until the 71st battle that Fong Qin finally noticed. Zong family. Fong Qin frowned. When he found out that the man in white on the stage was called Zong Bai, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Fong Qin recalled what Jian Wuji had said to him. I remember that the sect leader once said that the Sky Pillar Ancient Tribe is just an abandoned branch. Their main tribe is the Sky Pillar Zong family. I wonder if Zong Bai is related to the Zong family. Dong! On the stage, Zong Bai threw out a punch and sent his opponent flying. Everyone on the main stage exclaimed, Vulture King! I didn't expect you to invite someone from the Sky Pillar Zong family. Yeah, the Sky Pillar Zong family is a superpower. I didn't expect the Vulture King to have such influence. Sky Pillar Zong family. Hearing this, Fong Qin clenched his fists tightly as a light flashed in his eyes. Back then, Tian Qing's remnant race had wreaked havoc in the Void Star Heaven and had been exterminated in the end. He had never thought that he would meet someone from the Sky Pillar Zong family in the Khanate world. The battles continued, and from time to time, there would be overlords that would amaze the crowd. Finally, it was Fong Qin's turn. He tipped his toes and stepped onto the stage. His opponent was a profound heaven-level martial artist from the Black Thunder family. Kid, did you kill Lei Qianjue? Lei Ting asked coldly. Fong Qin nodded and looked at Lei Ting calmly. Do you think you can touch a member of the Black Thunder family? Today, I will avenge Lei Qianjue. Lei Ting said. Are you as powerful as Lei Qianjue? Fong Qin asked abruptly. Lei Tung was enraged and attacked Qin Fan, although he was also a profound heaven-level martial artist he had cultivated for 10,000 years. Lei Qianjue was no match for him. Now that he was mocked by a kid, Lei Ting was enraged. Lei Ting has made his move. This kid is going to suffer. That was what many martial artists thought. Even the ancestral patriarch of the Black Thunder family sneered in his mind. Anyone who offended the Black Thunder family must be prepared for death. Among the 8 overlords, only the Great Thunder Pavilion Lord remained calm. Chapter 24:14. You have lived for so many years, but your attainment in Thunder Dao is no match for Lei Qianjue. No wonder you were abandoned by your family. Fong Qin said lightly. Lei Ting was enraged by Qin Fan's words. Lei Ting used to be one of the most talented young elites in the Black Thunder family. However, he was unable to comprehend the ultimate meaning of Thunder Dao and was stuck at a bottleneck. As time went by, he was abandoned by his family. Now that the Khanate spirit level battle had begun, he was only a sparring partner. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Lei Tung was furious. Thunder Blade. It was similar to Lei Qianjue's Thunder Blade, but it was more powerful. However, his mastery of the Thunder Blade was not as good as Lei Qianjue's. Even Lei Qianjue's Thunder Blade Cross / couldn't defeat me. Do you really think the Thunder Blade can defeat me? Even as he spoke, Fong Qin threw out a punch. I only need one punch to defeat an ant like you. As soon as he finished his words, his fist landed on Lei Tung's body. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the sky as Lei Tung's body was sent flying backwards. Bang! Qin Fan had sent Lei Tung flying with a single punch. This guy. A few overlords on the stage shook their heads. They had underestimated Fong Chen's power. The latter's potential was too great. It had only been a while since the end of the Beast Tide, and he had already grown to such a level. Fong Qin wins. By noon, the first round of the competition had ended. In this round, there were a few noteworthy sky prides. Lei Rin from the Black Thunder family, Yun Longha from the Cloud Demon sect, Zongbai and Chi Han from the Red Vulture Mountain, Heavenly Prison from the Imperial Beast sect, Lord Xiaoming from the Putua Temple, Little Demon King from the Moon Demon Palace, and Array Master Long from the Green Array Alliance. All of them were at the profound Qi state. Strictly speaking, this Khanate spirit level battle was their stage. Although Fong Qin was powerful and had defeated Lei Ting, he was still not favored by many. Regardless of his potential, his cultivation level was too low. Although he could defeat a profound heaven state martial artist, it didn't mean that he was able to defeat a profound Qi state martial artist. 100 people were eliminated in the first round. The second round of the competition was about to begin. In the second round, Fong Qin was the first to fight. When Patriarch Black Lightning saw his opponent, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Scarlet Vulture Mountain's Scarlet Chill. Absolute Saint Realm against Xianqi Realm. Would Fong Qin go all out, or would he be beaten back to his original form? On the martial arts stage, Chi Han looked at Fong Qin coldly. The other party was just a chaotic sky god, while he was a profound god. The two of them were not on the same level at all. There was no suspense in this battle. Admit defeat yourself. Chi Han wasn't even interested in making a move. Why didn't you admit defeat? Fong Qin asked. Hearing this, Chi Han's face gradually darkened. You are the most arrogant Han Tian god I have ever seen. You are also the stupidest profound god I have ever seen. Fong Qin confronted him head-on, not backing down in the slightest. This caused the atmosphere in the air to become extremely heavy. Ha ha ha! Chi Han laughed. He had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Had everyone forgotten about him? It seemed that it was necessary to show his strength to the world. Otherwise, they would think that he was a pushover. You are the first person I have killed after 1,000 years of seclusion. Chi Han said, You should be proud to die in my hands. Fang Chen looked indifferent and shook his head slightly. You have been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and you are only in the Xianqi realm. You have been feeding dogs for the past 1,000 years. Fang Chen was very sharp-tongued. Chi Han was furious. He stomped his feet, and an extremely cold aura appeared around him. Immediately, he clapped his palms together, and countless ice shards fell down. Ice of the cold sky dye. Chi Han shouted in a low voice as he grabbed the air with his hand. Immediately, he caught the ice shards in his hand and clenched his fist. Crack! The ice shards made a crisp sound. Then, Chi Han appeared behind Fang Chen. Get lost. Without even looking, Su Emo punched out and forced Chi Han back. Then he took out the hidden star sword. Whoosh! The 7th move of the Shura sword art was performed. A sword dragon appeared in the sky and pierced toward Chi Han with a terrifying aura. You are courting death. Chi Han sneered and grabbed the ice shards with both hands. The entire space was about to be frozen. He was trying to use the ice to freeze Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Crack! Chi Han's hands caught the hidden star sword. The ice shards quickly spread throughout the sword. Your sword has been frozen by me. What else can you do? Chi Han sneered. Is that so? Fang Chen said softly. He shook his wrist, and the ice shards on the hidden star sword quickly fell. Then a terrifying Shura sword chi burst out. That is, Shura sword chi? On the rostrum, the Flying Flower Formation King recognized the Shura sword chi. What? This guy is the successor of Demon Sword Venerable? The Shura sword art was created by Demon Sword Venerable. It was the top sword art among all the sword arts. It was famous in the Chaos Void. No one expected Fang Chen to have the Shura sword art. No wonder he could defeat a profound Heaven Realm expert so easily when he is in the Saint Realm. It seems that this guy is hiding a lot of secrets. Pucci. While the people on the rostrum were talking, the hidden star sword carried the powerful Shura sword chi and pierced Chi Han's arm. Chi Han stood quietly on the martial arts platform. Blood dripped to the ground. How is this possible? Chi Han stared at Fang Chen in disbelief and kept shaking his head. He, a profound Chi realm martial artist, was forced to this point by a Saint realm martial artist. I can't accept this. Chi Han roared in his heart. His eyes were scarlet. He stomped his feet and instantly shot in front of Fang Chen to launch his final attack. Fang Chen shook his head and performed the 8th move of the Shura sword art. How is this possible? Chi Han was shocked. He thought that the sword art that he had performed before was his strongest. He didn't expect that Suemo was still holding back. Bang! Chi Han was defeated. The entire Black Thunder Square was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had become famous after this battle. Before this, when the savage barbarians launched the beast tide, he had killed Lei Qinjue. After the shock, they regained their senses. However, things were different now. Han Tianxin had defeated a profound god who was at the profound Qi realm. Such a genius, even in the entire stellar sky, was an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, right? Many overlords thought to themselves. Murderous intent flashed in the Black Thunder ancestral patriarch's eyes. He was furious. Trash. The Black Thunder ancestral patriarch cursed. I lost? Even Chi Han felt like he was dreaming. He had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. When he came out of seclusion, he thought that no one was his match in the Khanate level battle. He didn't expect that he would lose in the second round. If he was defeated by Lei Rin, he would have nothing to say. But now, he was defeated by a Saint realm martial artist. However, the truth was in front of him. This young man's Shura sword art had reached a very high level. I lost. After a moment of thought, Han shook his head with a wry smile. You can't blame others for your weakness. After saying that, Han leaped and vanished into the void. When I come out of seclusion, I will challenge you again. Han's voice came up from the sky. The Vulture King didn't care too much about it. With Zongbai's participation, the Khanate level battle was in the bag. Han's defeat wouldn't affect anything. The Vulture King looked at Zongbei with sharp eyes. The latter nodded and said, "Don't worry, no one is my match." After a short moment of shock, the battle continued. As if they had been provoked by Fang Qin, the following experts all easily defeated their opponents. Other than Han from the Red Vulture Mountain, the other 8 profound Qi realm martial artists had all defeated their opponents. The second round of the competition ended. 50 people were eliminated, leaving only 50 people. These 50 people were the most powerful, profound Heaven Realm and profound Qi realm martial artists in the Khanate world. Brother Fang, be careful of Zongbei. Qianju Shou walked to Fang Qin and whispered in his ear. According to the information we received, Zongbei is from the Zong family of Tianqing. He has strange means and is very powerful. I know. Fang Qin was expressionless. He was looking forward to the battle with Zongbei. Since you can defeat Han, the others won't be a threat to you. If you want to win, Zongbei is the only one who can threaten you, Qian Jusho said. After seeing Fang Chen's battle, Qian Jusho was even more determined to support Fang Qin. Chapter 2415. After 2 rounds, Fang Chen's brilliance had already been revealed. Among the remaining 50 people, only the profound Qi realm warriors and Fang Qin were qualified to fight for the final victory. The biggest dark horse in this Khanate realm battle was undoubtedly Fang Qin. Han of the Red Vulture Mountain was defeated so easily. Thinking of this, the Hailai clan felt embarrassed. After Lei Tung lost, they were still arguing that Fang Qin had cheated. Now, Fang Qin had used the truth to teach them a lesson. The Hailai clan was ashamed. It's just a crooked practice. Lei Rin stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Even Prince Xiaoming of the Putua Temple couldn't help but say, if the Shura Sword Way is a crooked practice, then what is the Thunder Way of the Hailai clan? The others also looked at Lei Rin. The leaders on the rostrum were obviously dissatisfied. Ancestor Hailai, how dare a disciple of the Hailai clan disrespect Demon Sword Venerable? Demon Sword Venerable was famous in the starry sky and was feared by countless warriors. After that, Demon Sword Venerable disappeared and went to Emo Shatian to pass down the Shura Swordway. Although Demon Sword Venerable disappeared, everyone was still in awe of him. In fact, many of the ancestors of the people present had received grace from exalted Demon Sword. Lei Rin said that the Shura Swordway was a crooked practice, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Lei Rin! Ancestor Hailai scolded Lei Rin under pressure. Apologize quickly. Although Lei Rin was dissatisfied, he still apologized. Seniors, please don't be angry. It was a slip of the tongue. Lei Rin said, everyone knows that the Shura Swordway was created by Demon Sword Venerable. How could it be a crooked practice? I was talking about Fang Qin. I don't know what crooked method he used to get the Shura Swordway, and he is lying here. The Hailai clan is really as thick-skinned as you, Fang Qin said. Kid, you better pray that you don't meet me in the next round. Otherwise, Lei Ren threatened. Fang Qin shrugged and said, I really hope that we can meet in the next round. If that's the case, I will definitely send you flying with a single punch. No, I don't even need a punch to deal with you. I can suppress you with just a finger. Fang Qin was probably trying to provoke Thunderblade. The latter was enraged, but Ancestor Black Thunder stopped him. Enough. Ancestor Black Thunder said in a deep voice, the 3rd round begins now. There were a total of 25 matches in the 3rd round. Prince Xiaoming was the first to make a move. He clasped his hands together, and a golden radiance was emitted from the back of his head. It was extremely shocking. Truly worthy of being the Putuo Temple's Prince Xiaoming. His Buddhist methods are truly impressive. Prince Xiaoming was mumbling to himself as he clasped his hands together and struck out. Instantly, his opponent was sent flying. This move shocked everyone. The next few people also won their battles. To everyone's surprise, Fang Chen's opponent in this round was actually Thunderblade. Thunderblade, leaped onto the martial arts ring, exuding a cold, murderous intent. "Boy, are you still going to be so stubborn?" Thunderblade said coldly. "I have said that if I meet you, I will suppress you with just a finger." As he spoke, Fang Chen flicked his finger. In an instant, his finger abruptly grew in size and shot towards the lightning blade to suppress it. Fang Chen used a trace of the black, vibrantly golden armor to cover his finger. It was a good disguise that even the master of the Supreme Thunder Pavilion did not notice. Suppress. Following Fang Chen's shout, his finger pressed down on the Thunderblade's body. Bang! Thunderblade threw out both his hands and hit his finger, causing it to explode. A violent force surged, causing the entire martial arts ring to tremble. "Watch how I will cut off your finger." Thunderblade sneered and displayed the Black Thunder clan's unique skill. Just as he was about to show his skills, he suddenly realized that he could not move his body. What is this? A trace of dark force was running around in his body, crazily destroying his internal organs. Crack! Thunderblade wanted to force it out, but as soon as he used the force in his body, the dark force became more powerful. "You are only in the profound Qi realm. It is impossible for you to withstand the attack of my black, vibrantly golden armor," Fang Chen said to himself. The power in the black, vibrantly golden armor was wantonly destroying Thunderblade's internal organs, and his finger was firmly suppressing it. In the square, many warriors watched nervously. Why is there no movement? Lightning Blade couldn't have been suppressed by a single finger, right? Many people were whispering when they saw that Thunderblade was motionless. On the rostrum, the Vulture King and the others' faces instantly turned serious. This guy is not simple. His finger must be wearing a strong defensive armor. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to burst out such a powerful force. Master of the Supreme Thunder Pavilion, you have put in a lot of effort for this inborn battle. The few giants thought that the master of the Supreme Thunder Pavilion had personally prepared this for Fang Chen. Humph! Although he is strong, he can't stop Zhongbai. The Vulture King thought to himself. The outstanding disciple of the Tianqing Zhong family had extremely strange means and was almost invincible in the same realm. A mere saint realm was nothing to be afraid of. On the other hand, the Black Thunder sect patriarch's face turned pale. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. The reason he summoned the Thunderblade was to deal with the battle between the innate experts and to kill Fang Chen. Who would have thought that this guy's strength had increased to such an extent? Suppress. While everyone was thinking, Fang Chen shouted and pressed down with his finger. Thunderblade knelt down on one knee, and the sound of bones cracking came from his body. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes turned scarlet and his face twisted. He had fallen into a state of madness. "You can't suppress me." Thunderblade roared crazily and burned the thunder bloodline in his body, trying to fight back against Fang Chen. Bang! Seeing this, Fang Chen continued to press down with his finger, while the black, vibrantly golden armor covered his right leg and kicked out. Dong! Thunderblade was kicked away and fell onto the square. Did he lose? Everyone was shocked and looked at Thunderblade with their mouths agape. I didn't lose. Thunderblade jumped and rushed toward Fang Chen crazily. Black Thunder, Sect Patriarch. On the rostrum, the Great Thunder Sect Master stood up and said, Thunderblade has fallen out of the arena. According to the rules, he has lost. Great Thunder Sect Master, Do you think I'm blind? The Black Thunder Sect Master said coldly. Then he waved his hand, and a gentle force bound Thunderblade and took him away from the arena. Patriarch! Leyren felt ashamed and lowered his head in front of Ancestor Black Lightning. You didn't lose unjustly, the Black Thunder Sect Master said. Back off. Thunderblade had also lost. The Black Thunder Sect Master had no chance to get any rewards in this inborn battle. The Black Thunder Sect Master was furious and wanted to tear Fang Qin into pieces. However, there were many experts present, and he couldn't do it. The other giants also looked at each other. Fang Chen's threat had greatly increased. They, who were originally full of confidence, were now deeply worried. The martial artists on the square were all shocked, but the battle continued. When the third round was over, there were only 25 people left. It was getting late. The Black Thunder Sect Master announced that they would rest for the night and continue tomorrow. At night, in the meeting hall of the mansion, the Black Thunder Sect Master sat at the top. The Vulture King, the Beast Tamer, the Moon Demon, and the Cloud Demon Old Man sat on both sides. The 5 giants gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Fang Chen's appearance has seriously broken the balance of the inborn battle. The Black Thunder Sect Master spoke first. I suspect that he has an extremely powerful armor on him. The defense of this armor can only be broken by Xian Star Realm cultivators. Xian Qi Realm cultivators can't break it. The Vulture King said, That's right. His long sword is also of a high grade. If he uses his full strength, there is no doubt that he will be number 1. Even the Sky Sect Master can't do anything to him. The Beast Tamer said. The Moon Demon and the Cloud Demon Old Man nodded. The inborn battle was of great importance. They couldn't allow one family to dominate. Moreover, Fang Chen's armor was too powerful. It had seriously broken the balance of the battle. This was something that the giants didn't want to see. It must be the Great Thunder Pavilion Master. The Black Thunder Sect Master said, He has been hiding in Juele City. He wants to destroy the Black Thunder Sect. He has bet everything on Fang Qin in this inborn battle. We must stop him. That's right. Let's team up with the others and punish Fang Qin, the Cloud Demon Old Man said. Chapter 24:16. Fang Chen's armor was too strong. They could only defeat him if they worked together. Otherwise, even Zhong Bai of the Sky Pillar Zhong family might not be able to break through his defense. If they couldn't break through his defense, he would be the final winner. This was something Ancestor Lei didn't want to see. How? Demonic Cloud Old Man asked. That goes without saying. Think of a way to break through his armor, Yuemo said. Beast Tamering, she shook his head. They had also observed carefully. Without a mysterious Star Realm martial artist, it was impossible to break through Fang Chen's defense. Everyone's eyes fell on Ancestor Lei. He was the one who suggested this, so he should have a solution. Ancestor Lei smiled and said, For now, we don't know what his armor is. But without a doubt, a mysterious Qi realm martial artist can't break through it. At this point, Ancestor Lei glanced at everyone and said, I heard that there is an iron staff in Red Vulture Mountain that is said to be able to shatter everything. Red Dragon Staff? Yuemo and the others' eyes lit up. The Red Dragon Staff was a chaos-level weapon. It was the treasure of the Red Vulture Mountain. Vulture King, take out your Red Dragon Staff. It should be able to break through his defense, Ancestor Lei said. Vulture King's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and nodded. Haha, with the Red Dragon Staff, this guy will die no matter what armor he wears. The leaders were all smiling. The next day, after a night of rest, the competition continued. There were a total of 25 people. One mysterious heaven realm martial artist had by. The remaining 24 people would fight in pairs. Fang Chen's opponent was Yun Longha from the demonic Cloud Sect. He was Yun Shanha's brother. He was in the mysterious Qi realm and was proud of his stealth technique. Once he hid in the void, no one in the same realm could find him. Humph! Although he is strong, I will hide in the void and wait for an opportunity to strike. The enemy is in the open, while I am in the dark. I will definitely be able to injure him. Yun Longha sneered. He stomped his foot and instantly entered the void. Whoosh! A ripple appeared in the void, and then it returned to normal. Stealth. Fong Qin stared blankly for a moment, then chuckled. His attainments in the Tao of space-time had already reached an extremely high level. Playing concealment in front of him was truly laughable. You dare to use such a trashy technique in front of me? What a joke! With a sneer, Fong Chen's aura fluctuated. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the empty space. Suddenly, the space trembled, and a deafening sound rang out. Pucci! Blood splattered across the sky as a figure staggered to stand on the martial arts stage. Everyone looked over and saw that Yun Longha's clothes were in a mess. His clothes were stained with blood. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. The concealment methods of the Cloud Demon sect were unparalleled. Wasn't this Fong Qin too abnormal? He could actually see through it with a single glance. Yun Longha widened his eyes and stared at Fong Qin in disbelief. Your concealment technique is too weak. Fong Qin shook his head and shrugged. Yun Longha stared angrily at Fong Qin, but he still admitted defeat in the end. Since his concealment technique had failed, he would definitely lose. He might as well be considerate and admit defeat. What a lucky bastard. In the Red Vulture Mountain region, Zhongbai glanced at Fong Qin indifferently. Although you're slightly stronger, you're not worth mentioning in front of me. The Vulture King is too cautious. He actually took out the Red Dragon Staff. Zhongbai believed that he didn't need the Red Dragon Staff at all. He could kill Fong Qin with his own strength. However, the Vulture King reminded him not to underestimate his opponent. He had to keep the Red Dragon Staff on him, just in case. If I meet you, I'll make you wish you were dead, Zhongbai said. After 2 hours, the 12 battles had all ended. 12 people were eliminated in this round, leaving only 13 people. In this round, Fong Qin was the one who got a bye. In the 6 battles, Prince Xiaoming and the others who were in the profound Qi realm had won the competition with ease. In the end, only 7 people made it to the final round. Other than the 5 profound Qi realm martial artists, there was also Fong Qin and Duan Mo, who was at the limit of the profound heaven realm. These 7 people didn't lose a single battle. They made it to the final round with a perfect record. The final round was a round-robin tournament. Each person had to challenge the other 6. The one with the best record would be the final winner. I want to challenge Fong Qin. Tian Yu from the Imperial Beast sect immediately stood up and declared that he wanted to challenge Fong Qin. Fong Qin accepted the challenge. Tian Yu waved his hand, and a violent demonic aura instantly spread out. Bear King. The demonic aura turned into a Bear King. It opened its claws and roared as it charged at Fong Qin. You're courting death. With a slash of his sword, the Bear King was split in half. If that's all you have, then just admit defeat, Fong Qin said. You. Seeing this, Heavenly Prison took out an exquisite little pagoda from his bosom. Bestial roars could be heard coming from the little pagoda. This is the Imperial Beast Pagoda. Fong Chen's eyes widened. It's just a fake, the weapon spirit said. It's not that easy to make an Imperial Beast Pagoda. How could the Imperial Beast sect have such a treasure? Their Imperial Beast Pagoda is just a fake. It only has a little of the real Imperial Beast Pagoda's power. Hearing this, Fong Qin let out a sigh of relief. So it was a fake. Beasts come. Tian Yu opened the Imperial Beast Pagoda. A large number of beasts rushed out, but they were all in the absolute Saint Realm. Beasts in the absolute Heaven Realm are too weak. Although Fong Qin didn't know the Imperial Beast Pagoda like the back of his hand, he knew it well. He used the time collapse technique to avoid the beast's encirclement and came to Tianyu. He flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot out and went into the Imperial Beast Pagoda in Tianyu's palm. Crack! The Imperial Beast Pagoda shook, and all the beasts on the martial arts arena stopped. What's going on? Tianyu was shocked. He tried to activate the Imperial Beast Pagoda, but it didn't help. Shadow Snake, the beast tamer on the rostrum, narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Qin. This guy can find the key to the Imperial Beast Pagoda in such a short time? Is it a coincidence, or can he really see through it? If it was the latter, it would be terrible. At the thought of this, the beast tamer, Shadow Serpent, had already given the order to kill Fang Qin. If he kept him alive, he would threaten the Imperial Beast Sect sooner or later. Your beast taming skills are too weak. Fang Qin's voice came. The beasts on the martial arts arena all disappeared. Tian, you seem to have suffered a backlash. The Imperial Beast Pagoda emitted a gloomy aura and sent him flying. Puff! Tian, you spat out blood after he stabilized himself. His face was pale. Tian, you lost. The shock in everyone's heart couldn't be described with words. Even Tianyu of the Imperial Beast Sect was no match for him. Moreover, it seemed that his potential was all around. He was involved in all chaos. Too scary. This was the conclusion that everyone came to. Fang Qin's potential had reached a level that defied the heavens. Is there going to be another soldier martial saint? After defeating Tianyu, Fang Qin became braver and braver as he fought. He accepted the challenges of several martial artists. The Moon Demon Palace's Little Demon King was suppressed by Fang Qin's Azura Sword Way. This was expected. However, after Dragon Formation of the Green Formation Alliance was defeated by Fang Qin's Burning Sky Nine-Change Formation, the entire innate world was shocked. Burning Sky Nine-Change Formation. He can actually set up this formation? The Flying Flower Formation King's face was also filled with shock. The Green Array Alliance specialized in array formations, and their attainments in array formations had reached an extremely high level. The Burning Sky Nine-Change Formation was the formation of their dreams. They didn't expect a Saint Realm martial artist to be able to set it up. This kid isn't simple, the Flying Flower Formation King said in a low voice. On the martial arts stage, Dragon Formation cupped his fists at Fang Qin. I admit defeat. Your formation skills aren't weak either. I just used a trick. Fang Qin spoke the truth. If it wasn't for the Burning Sky Nine-Change Formation, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Dragon Formation. A loss is a loss. Dragon Formation waved his hand and walked off the martial arts stage. Defeating a profound Qi realm martial artist was like eating a meal for Fang Qin. At this moment, even Zone Bai had to take it seriously. Perhaps it was just as the Vulture King said. He subconsciously glanced at the Crimson Dragon staff lying in his sumo ring. Good guy. The Great Thunder Pavilion master laughed. To read a novel, please visit Chapter 2417. Zong Bai of the Tianqing Zong family and Prince Xiaoming of the Putuo Temple were the only two Xian Qi realm martial artists who had never been defeated. The others had all been defeated by Fang Qin. Prince Xiaoming's Buddhist superpowers are very strong. He has at least a 50% chance of winning against Fang Qin. That's right. The Putuo Temple stands aloof from worldly affairs. They only appear in the battles between innate experts. Prince Xiaoming is the leader of the younger generation of the Putuo Temple. He is very strong. I wonder if Prince Xiaoming will challenge Fang Qin. Everyone was discussing and waiting for Prince Xiaoming to challenge Fang Qin. However, Prince Xiaoming said that he was no match for Fang Qin. On the martial arts arena, Prince Xiaoming put his hands together and looked at Fang Qin with a smile. Donor Fang's physical strength, swordsmanship, soul path power, and formation attainments are perfect in all aspects. I admit defeat. Prince Xiaoming admitted defeat. Everyone looked at Lord Putuo on the rostrum. The latter nodded as if everything was within his expectations. Even Prince Xiaoming admitted defeat. Is Zhongbai the only one who can stop Fang Chen? Zhongbai stepped out in front of everyone's eyes. At this stage, the battle between the two of them would determine the final victor. As long as Zhongbai defeated Fang Chen, he would be able to reach the top. Zhongbai walked up to the martial arts arena step by step. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen and said lightly, "Han Tianshen, it's already unprecedented for you to reach this stage. In the history of the innate realm, there has never been a Han Tianshan like you." Zongbai's meaning was obvious. Fang Chen could be said to be the strongest Han Tianshen in the innate realm and even the starry sky. He was able to defeat Xian Qi realm martial artists with the cultivation of Saint Plain. Moreover, he defeated them consecutively. Even the Honorable Bing Wu from back then did not have such potential. Many people firmly believed that if Fang Chen continued to grow, it wouldn't be a problem for him to surpass Honorable Soldier Wu. What a freak, everyone thought. However, God Pure Heaven is still God Pure Heaven. Changing the topic, Zhongbai said, "I am a disciple of the Zhong family of Sky Pillar. The divine arts I cultivate and the resources I use are all of the best quality. Just this point alone is enough to pull the distance between us. Therefore, no matter how hard you work, you cannot defeat me." Really? Before the innate realm battle began, they didn't think that I could defeat a profound Qi realm warrior, but now I've done it. Fang Chen retorted sharply. Hearing this, Zhongbai said, "They are them and I am me. I came from the Sky Pillar ancestral family. If I am defeated by a chaotic sky god in this tiny place, how can I establish myself in the Sky Pillar ancestral family in the future?" The moment he opened his mouth, he mentioned the Tianqing ancestral clan. He was showing off his superiority. Fang Chen frowned, somewhat displeased. "If you admit defeat now, there's still time," Zhongbai said indifferently. Fang Chen shook his head. "We've come this far, and you want me to admit defeat?" In the face of Fang Chen's mockery, Zhongbai made a move. Whoosh! Zhongbai slapped the void with his palm, and suddenly stormy waves emerged. A violent evil aura spread out from his body. In the next moment, his body dived into the stormy waves. Entrapment! Zhongbai roared, and his body rushed towards Fang Chen along with the stormy waves. Splash! The huge waves engulfed Fang Chen's body and eroded it unscrupulously. Insignificant skill. Fang Chen didn't even look at his own body. He found an opportunity and punched into the huge waves. Puchi! The waves stopped moving, and Zhongbai appeared and punched Fang Chen. Dong! The shocking power spread out, and Fang Chen and Zhongbai both took a few steps back. Zhongbai, who steadied himself, licked his dry lips and said, "I underestimated your strength, but I won't give you any chance now." Sky Pillar strike technique. Zhongbai roared, and his hands constantly slapped the void. Every time he slapped, ripples would appear in the void. When these ripples completely converged together, they formed an extremely majestic power. Go! The Sky Pillar strike technique was a unique skill of the Sky Pillar Zhong family. Zhongbai had only learned a little, but even so, it was enough to deal with Fang Chen. Azura sword technique. Facing Zhongbai, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless, and directly displayed the 9th move of the Azura sword technique. Puchi, the dazzling sword light, which carried a shocking power, pierced into the terrifying ripples. With a crack, the ripples shattered, and a majestic power spread out in an instant. At this moment, Zhongbai's palms hit Fang Chen's body. He thought that with the Sky Pillar strike technique, he could break Fang Chen's defense. Not good. As soon as his palms touched Fang Chen's body, he felt a terrifying power rushing towards him. He cursed in his heart and quickly retreated. Thud! 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 Zhongbai's face turned slightly pale. His confidence disappeared, and it was replaced by disbelief. What level is his defensive armor? Zhong Bai shook his head hard. If the sky pillar strike technique couldn't break through his defense, it must be at least at the mysterious star realm. Looks like I have to use the red dragon rod. With a thought, a thick iron rod appeared in his palm. There were runes on it, and these runes formed a golden dragon. Red dragon rod? On the rostrum, the great Thunder Pavilion Master saw it and said in a low voice, "Vulture King, you!" Great Thunder Pavilion Master, the red dragon rod is the most precious treasure of the Scarlet Vulture Mountain. Vulture King can give it to whoever he wants. This is not against the rules. Ancestor Hei Lei said. The great Thunder Pavilion Master was speechless. He snorted and didn't say anything else. He even took out the red dragon rod. Looks like Vulture King is ambitious. Fang Qin has a very strong defensive armor on his body. Only the crimson dragon rod can break through his defense. Yeah, he even took out the red dragon rod. With Zhong Bai's strength, it won't be a problem for him to take the final victory. The leaders shook their heads. The result was obvious. Only the great Thunder Pavilion Master mocked in his heart. How could a mere red dragon rod break through an armor made of black vibranium? He was just a little angry that Vulture King was willing to do anything to win. On the rostrum, Zhong Bai held the red dragon rod and looked at Fang Qin eerily. You're proud of your defense, right? If I break through your defense, can you still be the same? Zhong Bai said. You can't break through my defense. Fang Qin said calmly. Is that so? With that, Zhong Bai poured all his strength into the red dragon rod and smashed it at Fang Qin. You even took out the red dragon rod. You're obviously targeting me. Fang Qin licked his dry lips and said, Since that's the case, I'll show you my true strength. In an instant, the black vibranium armor covered his body, and he saw Zhong Bai rushing towards him. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back and stood quietly on the rostrum. His eyes were filled with disdain. Die! Zhong Bai roared. The red dragon rod in his hand exploded with a shocking force and smashed onto Fang Qin's body. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. When the red dragon rod touched the black vibranium armor, layers of light appeared. Break! Zhong Bai roared. The power of the red dragon rod was all used on the black vibranium armor. A monstrous force covered the rostrum. The pressure of the red dragon rod was too strong. There was dead silence in the square. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is useless. Fang Qin looked at Zhong Bai with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force emerged from the black vibranium armor and wrapped around the red dragon rod. Crack! A crack actually appeared on the crimson dragon staff that was overflowing with power. Crash! Zhong Bai's body kept retreating. He spat out blood and his face was pale. The red dragon rod in his hand had already broken. How is this possible? Vulture King immediately stood up and cried out involuntarily. The red dragon rod was the most precious treasure of Red Vulture Mountain. He knew very well that there was nothing that could block the attack of the red dragon rod. Shapeless, could it be the black vibranium armor? Almost at the same time, a few big shots shouted. Their eyes were wide open and their hearts were trembling. That's right, it's the black vibranium armor. Everyone then realized that Fang Qin's armor was the black vibranium armor. Vulture King's face darkened. It was no wonder that Lin Fan was not afraid of the red dragon rod when he was wearing the black vibranium armor. Extravagant, this is definitely extravagant. Black vibrating gold was a rare treasure. A thumb-sized grain was enough for Mystic Light realm martial artists to fight over, let alone a large piece. As for Fang Qin, he was wearing a set of black vibranium armor. For the latest novel updates, please visit